Of course, we appreciate you sticking with us as we keep you informed, prepared, and connected. Thanks for joining us. Time now 7:02. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. Special thank you to our team of meteorologists working so diligently to keep you informed as the storm moves through our area and those watches and warnings that come through as well. Speaking of everyone who's out on the field right now and then just keeping you informed on everything, we have our reporter David Shealy giving us the latest on what's happening in Pinellas County. He joins us now from Tarpon Springs. Hi, David.
Hey, Sarah and Frank, as we just heard from Bobby, the winds have been at high speeds, and that's exactly what we've got here in Tarpon Springs. We've been dealing with windy conditions throughout the day, but it has really picked up as of late. We're not too far from the Tarpon Springs High School. In that neighborhood, there were a couple of downed trees. The reason we're not over there is because we were very close to some power lines, and we wanted to err on the side of caution. So this is the safest area that we could come. You can see the effect the wind is having on the trees here. This is the Hampton Inn and Suites here in Tarpon Springs, just down the road again from Tarpon Springs High School. And right now, it's just wind. Rain is coming in as well, but just windy conditions. And thankfully, everybody that was outside has now gone inside and is trying to bunker down.
All right, thank you so much, David, and we want you to do the same thing. We'll get back with you momentarily. Want to go now to the city of Tampa with an update on the press conference. Let's go ahead and listen in. Mayor Jane Castor.
And Pinellas County as well. So please heed the warnings. As I have said many times, if you get in a confrontation with Mother Nature, she wins 100% of the time. So please stay safe out there. I'm going to have Commissioner Cohen come up and speak now.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I want to begin by saying that my presence here at the city is indicative of the fact that Hillsborough County is working very closely with our city partners and with our federal and state partners to make sure that we do everything that we can to keep our community safe through this storm. The county is continuing to monitor Hurricane Helene, which is a dangerous hurricane that will have major impacts along the west coast of Florida throughout the day and night. We are all taking it very seriously. The county remains under a state of local emergency with a mandatory evacuation for Zone A. But the time to evacuate has most likely come to an end as the weather continues to deteriorate. So now is a time to shelter in place and to recognize that we're expecting a storm surge of anywhere from 5 to 8 feet. We also want to ask our residents to make sure and stay indoors after the storm has passed to allow crews to get out and assess the situation. The county is going to have a news conference at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. You can expect the evac to be addressed at that time. There will have been hopefully sufficient time to do an assessment and determine which areas are safe to return to. My understanding is that the airport, which has been closed all day today, is going to do a similar assessment in the morning and attempt to get up and running again as soon as possible. I want to mention that Hillsborough County is going to be closed tomorrow, along with the city of Tampa, along with Hillsborough County Public Schools. Hillsborough County Solid Waste will continue to suspend collection operations through Friday, September 27th. Residents should not place any trash, recycling, or yard waste out for collection until after the storm's effects pass. Regular collection service is anticipated to resume on Saturday, September 28th, and residents who were missed due to the storm will receive collection service on their next regularly scheduled day. I want to particularly mention that our main information line for the storm is 833-HC-STORM. So don't call 911 with non-emergency questions. You can refer to the county and to the city in order to get more information. For the county, though, that number is 833-HC-STORMS. So we ask everyone, beseech everyone to stay safe, stay indoors, let the worst of it pass, and we will all get through this together. Thank you very much, Mayor, for all your leadership.
Thank you. Maribel?
Muy buenas noches, Maribel Garrett, Enlace Hispano para la ciudad de Tampa. En este momento estamos recibiendo el impacto mayor
right, so there we're
de
just hearing from
el
city
huracán
officials
Helene.
in Tampa letting us know the latest is they're saying shelter in place. The time to evacuate has ended because emergency crews are no longer going to be able to go out and get you, as they're saying that that time is now past.
Yeah, they don't want to put themselves at risk as they do the best they can. Even though they have a big crew, they can only do what they can do. And they use some strong language right there. In terms of the weather, they said deteriorate.
Yeah, they do expect the weather to deteriorate. They're saying stay safe, stay indoors. We're going to be getting through this together. Again, county officials now saying that evacuation order assessment is going to be taking place tomorrow after the storm passes. And they're going to be looking at things like debris. If your trash is supposed to come tomorrow, maybe saying, hey, where's my trash man? He's not coming tomorrow because everything's closed. And then they're going to say all that stuff is going to resume either on Monday. For some people, it'll resume on Saturday. We have updates like this coming out from several counties across the Bay Area. I know it's the same in Pinellas County, where officials there said shelter in place as well. As if you live in that Zone A area, a mandatory evacuation order is in place for you. Same with Manatee County as well, as we continue to see pictures from the storm and damage and that wind and rain intensifying.
Incredible images there. As we talk about numbers, we've been alluding to the power outages throughout the day. Of course, that number has increased dramatically. I have some new numbers here from you for you. Total customers out of power, 58,000 customers. That's being reported by TECO at this hour.
Wow. And in Pinellas County, I do want to give you an update. So now they're talking, we're looking at a press conference in Hillsborough County, but we're getting updates from all the counties as well. In Pinellas County, they were giving an update about the Water Reclamation Center. It could shut down because of storm surge. So again, storm surge is our biggest threat. Bobby's been telling us about that. With catastrophic storm surge expected for our area, they may have to shut off water for people who live near that Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. That means you won't be able to flush your toilet. You will not be able to shower. You will not be able to do laundry. This is for about 48 hours if the storm surge reaches 7 feet or over 7 feet. So heads up for my people who live in that Lealman area of Pinellas County, Kenneth City. Those are areas we're going to be looking at for that potential storm surge impact.
It gets gritty as we deal with these conditions. I want to go back to this news conference right here as they're addressing some of the questions. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Bad. This is what we've been talking about. Strong winds is coming. First responders are out there responding to calls, but first responders will not be able to assist you once the wind get a certain miles per hour. So with that being said, we encourage you all to please stay indoors. Do not go out and expose yourself, your family into this weather. As we talk about flooding, once again, do not drive your vehicles through the water. Do not drive bicycles. Do not go outside. It is getting dark. Some of you all have generators, and you need to make sure you follow the manufacturer's instructions whenever you operate those generators. It has to be in a well-ventilated area. Do not operate the generators inside your doors, inside your garage. Only plug in the necessary items that you need to plug in. With that being said, some of you all might not have generators. Please do not use candles, especially unattended candles, because that's going to cause additional dangers. We want everyone to stay safe. I talk about lithium-ion batteries. Salt water and lithium batteries do not mix. Once again, if you have any of those electronics, do not submerge that in water, please. Once again, we want everyone to stay safe, and please wait until authorities give you the clearance to be able to go back to your home. Hopefully, some of you all are in shelters and shelter in place and shelter down. If you want to receive additional information, please text Tampa Ready to 888-777. 888-777. Please text Tampa Ready, and for Spanish, Tampa Lista, 888-777. Be safe. Now I introduce Chief Burkle.
Thank you, Chief Tripp. So the common theme here is now is the time to stay home. Do not go outside. Our first responders are out there. If you go outside, if you travel, or if you go near water, you're putting our first responders at risk. They are out there doing a great job keeping people safe, but we do not want to put them unnecessarily at risk. In addition to that, if you think you're going to go out and do any type of nefarious activity, our first responders will be out there and they will catch you. And if you're charged with a criminal offense relating to the storm, you will have enhanced penalties and you will stay in jail until you see a judge in the next morning. We can't do this alone. We need everybody in the community to report suspicious activity to us. If you see something, say something so we can do something, and let's all be safer together. Thank you.
All right, no questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you just heard that update from the mayor and other officials dealing with this situation. The warnings not only for the weather, the situations that you cannot control, but also what you can control. They said they will be watching, and they're alluding to looting, other behavior that one could be arrested for.
That's right. He said, you know, if you get caught doing some suspicious activity during storm time, he says your penalties are going to be enhanced if it's found to be related to the storm. So heads up to anybody. I'm not sure if the criminals are out here watching the news, but if you are, don't think about it.
Right, and those officials are watching the video that we've seen, so they see how folks are behaving out there in those conditions, don't want to put their crews in danger. Let's do this. Let's check in with Aaron Parsegian. He's on Crystal River for us right now. Aaron, what are you seeing and what are people telling you right about now?
Well, it started as a pretty calm afternoon, and over the past hour or so, we've really started to see that rain and wind begin to pick up. We're right here on Kings Bay, and one thing we're interested in watching right here is this phenomenon where the water levels in the bay actually over the past couple hours have gone down a little bit. We were last at that motel, if you can see off in the distance, that green patch of grass there. Some of that was starting to be covered in water that has since been gone back down, but that's going to change over the next several hours depending on the positioning of Helene as it moves its way more north and past the Crystal River area. We are expecting what could be life-threatening storm surge in this area. Right now, people are really paying attention to those levels. We are as well watching the seawall here, where we were told as soon as this water comes up over the seawall, we have about 15 minutes to find higher ground, because we've seen how fast this water can move in this area that's been battered by storms in the past. Hurricane Helene just over a year ago brought about 7 feet of storm surge to this area, going into homes, causing a lot of damage to businesses as well. That was with 7 feet of storm surge. We're still projecting around 10 to 15 in this area later tonight. So that's going to cause a lot of these areas, basically the western part of Citrus County, west of US 19, among many of these homes around Kings Bay, many of these restaurants and other businesses here, put them in danger of this storm surge. So that's what people are watching closely. And as this rain and wind has picked up over the past hour, we sought to see this area start to calm down a little bit. There were some folks around here drinking, swimming, doing that kind of thing. As this weather picked up, they started to make their way out of here and find higher ground. So they're heeding those evacuation warnings, which is important because we know, the damages and the life-threatening possibilities that could come when you're talking about levels of storm surge that high. The mayor here even saying this could be historic flooding in this area, and that's why they're kind of playing the waiting game to see exactly what's going to happen later into the night.
All right, historic meeting. We've never seen it on record before there, Aaron. And typically we do this in the newsroom. We get the nuts and bolts, meaning we get the straight facts, right? But the emotion of the situation, you frequent some of these areas, Aaron, to actually see that storm surge up close and personal. What do you make of that?
Well, it's kind of bizarre, right? Because you talk to some of these folks. I met someone who evacuated their home here on Kings Bay, a home that they were still living on the second floor of more than a year after Hurricane Helene brought about 2 feet of water in there, damaging their floors, their walls, a lot of their some utilities as well. So they've been still living on the second floor of their condo. Now they're in a hotel waiting out this storm, wondering what they're going to come back to. This is a resilient area, though. A lot of the people we've talked to, the business owners, they were going around yesterday helping people board up, helping them do things to their windows, make them more secure. And they said they're going to be here to help clean up as well. It's, something that they're unfortunately used to. But as we said, this is storm surge that could be something they haven't seen before, at least in several decades.
Thank you, Aaron. We're seeing that wind pick up through the area, him adjusting his hat, the camera moving as well. So we're hoping you stay safe out there, Aaron. We're going to take a live look right now down south in Naples, where they're feeling the effects of the storm as well.
Right, let's take a look at this right here. It's courtesy of EarthCam. So we talk about that wind, right? I took notes over here, Sarah, as I was trying to, get an idea of the wind speeds of this Hurricane Helene. And so, you put the bottom side of the storm category in the top side, Cat 1, 74 to 95. My notes only went up to 3. Thankful for our weather team, though, Michaela Lucero, just alerting me that when we talk about a Category 4 storm, we're talking about at least 130 mile per hour winds. And this is that right there.
Yeah. You can see that there, how the water is just picking up there through that area. We're seeing similar scenes even in our own area near the pier. Clearwater Police putting out some tweets and some things on social media saying they had some wayward boats that were just found banging into the pier there. So if you've lost your boat or if you have a boat, maybe be mindful if it's by Clearwater and the pier. Clearwater Police is putting out pictures of it. Maybe you can go check out their social media pages and ours as well. And you can see what those boats look like. We're going to be taking a live look outside at Clearwater as well. Here's a look at that. Bobby, were you going to say something about Clearwater?
Just getting ready to tell you about that camera right there. You can see that it's out in the parking lot now. It's come well over that seawall there. I mean, it's sticking out a little bit, but now blowing into the parking lot. That'll get it back out towards the circle. In fact, let me turn it here just a little bit to the east. We can see the circle there out at the beach. And it looks like it's just a little bit of water there. It's not terrible at that point, but we still got more water to go.
Yeah. Bobby, at this point, it's all relative, of course, right? Because as we said, this storm, such a big storm, going to touch everybody in some way.
Definitely. Good thing I do see there is that people are not out there. Earlier today, we saw that people were out there, and thankfully, looks like some people are heeding those warnings.
Yeah, I want to take you back to Tampa here for a look near the convention center of the situation right there. We've had Eric Glasser stationed there for much of the day. Let's check in with him. Eric.
Yeah, we're actually at the very southern end of Davis Islands, what's called the Seaplain Basin. And actually the entire area of Davis Islands is in flood zone A, so that's a mandatory evacuation zone. And as the wind continues to pick up, you can see why there is concern here. Look at the water there, churned up and hitting the seawall, and now starting to come over onto land. I can tell you that during Hurricane Helene, there was water here on Davis Islands. We're talking about another 2 to 3 feet of storm surge above that, potentially. And so obviously some of the boats here are very concerned. Look out into the basin, you can see it's also used for mooring boats and other seacraft. And then if you look further into the distance, you'll see, well, that's the Davis Islands Yacht Club. And at the very end of their dock there, something you obviously don't see very often, those are hurricane warning flags flying there and obviously being even pretty well flying the elements as we speak. Where we're standing right now at the edge of the basin, by the way, is also where Peter O'Knight Airport is. The airfield has been secured, but if you take a look towards downtown, which is where the runway is, you can see that there are still a couple of planes out here as well. Those have been tied down. They are currently able to handle the elements and the amount of wind that we see, but if the water does come up and over, well, that could be a very different story as it could push those around as well. Again, though, the biggest concern right now is the storm surge. The elements, as you can see, are not really very well. Water already now pouring onto this piece just around Davis Island Boulevard as it makes its way here to the end. I can tell you on other parts of the island, some spots have been boarded up in the commercial district. Houses have plenty of sandbags around them. They know that there is the potential for flooding, and they're doing what they can. But it's just a question at this point of how much storm surge there will be and whether or not it will inundate this low-lying area. On Davis Islands, Eric Glasser, 10 Tampa Bay.
Big thanks to Eric Glasser for that report right there. And just as that was coming on board, much like yourselves at home, we have our phones here. We're getting these alerts.
Yeah, we're just getting some information about a warning that people need to be aware of.
Yeah, down in Manatee County. Bobby Deskins, what's the word?
Tornado warning. We got another tornado warning down in, well, right now Charlotte County, but it's for parts of Sarasota, Manatee County, DeSoto County. It's this one way southeast of Port Charlotte. That's the cell, a very weak cell, but this one, not this one, but these cells have produced tornadoes and damage earlier today. So we got to take all of these very seriously. You can see this is right now in the Port Charlotte area. It's mainly just east of downtown. It's basically going across 75 right now, east of Murdoch, north of Solana, up north of Cleveland there. But this is going to move it out into southwestern parts of DeSoto County, near Platte, as we get going into the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. This is not a very clear one. Here it is right here. If I put a track on it, it's going to put it over towards Maple Leaf Golf Country Club by about 7:21. That is now. Platte would be about 7:28. So about 7 minutes before it can get up. It's crossing 75 right now. So it'll be over in that rural area here in just about a minute or so, and then up towards that Platte area by about 7:28. Pine level If it can hold together, that would be another 20 minutes or so before it gets to you. Most of these recent ones have flared up and then fallen apart pretty quickly. And that is more typical of a tornado that we see in hurricanes. But it's a decent rotation. We've seen more earlier. It gives me an idea that they may not keep this going the whole time. There, we just got another one in right there. We're actually talking, I'm kind of looking at the bigger picture, but we're talking about this right here. So if you're in the Platte area, you want to get into your shelter. There are some pretty good winds out ahead of it. This is west of Platte. There's some pretty good straight line winds right there, but the tornadic cell is this one right here. And you can see that polygon is going to take it all the way up. They've been drawing them. Look at that. They drew it all the way up until 7:45. I doubt that this is around for 20 minutes, but it might. It could be. You can see it's way down here on the bottom. Just getting a new scan right there. This is it on the other side, east side of 75 now, north and east, depending on how you look at it. And now that's into DeSoto County. So Platte, you need to be in your shelter right now. It's a weak one, but it doesn't mean anything, right? A tornado is a tornado. This is it right here. In fact, I think it's actually sitting right in this area. We're going to get an update here in just a second. It should be across 75. We haven't seen a lot in the rest of that band, right? That band extends almost due north now, up across Polk County. You can see the bands there. They've weakened just a little bit. In the meantime, we've seen heavy rainfall move in along the Pinellas County coast, parts of northwest Hillsborough, getting a little bit heavy towards West Chase. But look at that, Tarpon Springs, Newport Richey, Trinity. Trinity getting some real heavy rainfall. And there's more upstream coming in off of the Gulf for Pinellas County. Not a lot of rotation in that, thank goodness. Those really populated areas. And it's coming in pretty good. But I just think now we're going to transition to this area for some minor flooding in the street. So like some people are getting storm surge flooding in Pinellas County. Others that aren't on the immediate water with that type of flooding, now you're looking at the chance of seeing the regular spots that flood when you get heavy rain. They will start to do that. And that will go for western Hillsborough, western Pasco County, and of course the beaches of Manatee County as well. Holmes Beach, Longboat Key, and up into AMI. Our tornado warning way down here, southwest of Arcadia. It's really this little area right in here. See if we got another scan here. We should get one. Just a minute. It's over on the east side of 75, so that's good news. A lot of the population here is on the west side. You can see all these streets here in the Northport area. So I think it's actually somewhere right in here. We're just getting the scan in. And the movement's generally been around 60 miles per hour. They've been moving very, very quickly, and that's not going to change too much. The threat for tornadoes will actually come down just a little bit as we get going into the next couple of hours. You can see they're keeping the tornado watch for this area where we have our tornado now. Highlands County's in it. South of there, they do not have the tornado watch anymore, and it does include the whole rest of our viewing area. So everybody's still going to have to be watching for that. That will get trimmed from the north back to the south. The bigger picture as far as the radar goes right now, the center is now a little west-northwest of Tampa. So we've got those onshore winds. It still looks very powerful. The tornado warning is in the southeast quadrant again. Same quadrant, which we expect to see them a little bit here, but not as much as the northeast quadrant, which we're not getting them. And also weaker than what we've been seeing earlier in the day. And that's very good news. So Arcadia, I think you're okay for this one. Platte, you're still in your safe space. Northport, you're safe. Port Charlotte, you're safe. Everything's looking good as far as that's concerned. But we will be looking at this moving quickly off towards the north and moving west of 17. So 72 would be the next one up there. If you live along 17 up through Nocatee, up through Arcadia, that will be, you'll be in the, you're all right, you're good. You're not going to have that coming in your direction here. So drifting northward now, I shouldn't say drifting, racing northward at 60 miles per hour. We got another scan in, still a little bit of rotation here. As far as velocity goes, that looks good. As far as looking for any debris, potentially something in here. Cape Coral is the one where I did see some damage earlier today from a tornado. And it seems like these have been the ones that have been coming in as waterspouts right off the water and initially causing the damage and then gradually weakening as they move to the north. So I don't see a whole lot of damage right there. The structure itself is still there. Hail has been a little, we've had a few spots of it, but not much. And you typically don't get a lot of hail in hurricanes. It is warm from the ground all the way up. I mean, obviously a little bit colder up there, but hail is not a major issue with these particular cells. It's just the fact that we got, there we go, finally, that we got an update here. So here we go. There is our warned cell. Platte still in your safe spot. Here's another little cell north of that crossing 72. No warning on that one though. These to me are starting to look more like straight line wind events. This one here and this one here, which is not warned, that top one. So definitely still keep that going in. And then what the warning, well, while I got you, let me just go ahead and draw it because this is the Platte one. Put it up towards Pine Level. That would get into the Pine Level area right around 7:38, 7:40 time frame. So about 10 minutes from now in Pine Level. Platte, you're still in your safe spot. All right. Northport, you're in the clear. Port Charlotte, you're in the clear. Nocatee, you're in the clear. Even though you have a little bit of that rain coming through the area right now, it's not that bad. In fact, Arcadia is getting a really good heavy downpour, even a thunderstorm there. This is the cell that we're watching. All right, Arcadia, that was just a heavy downpour. This one is the other one, but again, I think that's more straight line winds, and I'm literally looking at the one that is warned, and that one doesn't look as impressive to me right now. So, very rural area, by the way, out here, headed mainly west of Arcadia, and chat is not showing too much right now. I don't think they'll basically end this one. They'll probably let it expire, but they're not going to just cut it off. So we have to be watching it. Meanwhile, look, I mean, we're seeing high waters across the area, 5 feet mean high level. So basically, it's about 4.5 foot mean high level water. And this is at Bowleys Creek. That's in Manatee County. So yeah, some high water coming through, and part of it is some of these cells that we're seeing here, right? These are the outer bands where that wind is changing a little bit, and that's what's caused us to even get these tornado warnings that we're seeing. Platte still in the area, so still not safe to come out in Platte. Everybody else is okay. You can see that we're really starting to see less and less rain now, so these bands will become a little less numerous. However, I don't think they get much less than this. It's going to take a while. It's going to take really until the early morning hours of tomorrow morning, 1, 2, 3 in the morning, before these kind of thin out a little bit more. So we're going to keep that chance at least for some tornadoes. I mean, look at this line extending all the way down past Marco Island, right? That I think is just going to continue as this storm continues to move off to the north-northeast. So moving about right now at about 23 miles per hour, I think was the latest that they had. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest numbers from the Hurricane Center on the storm. What are we looking at? Category 4, 130 mile per hour winds. It's going to be very close to that at landfall in the Big Bend area. Moving to the north-northeast at 23, and pressure's down again, 945 millibars. That's about 110 miles west of Tampa at this particular point. So the reason I want to show you the bigger picture here is because once we get that center to our north, we slowly start to get these tornadoes out of here, these tornado chances at least. But you can see we still got some rain that come back in there. All right, let's get back down into our warning. Very southern part of DeSoto County right now, south of Arcadia. In fact, Platte just about in the clear. Let's look at this here. Yep, that's still a good rotation though, right there. So Platte, let's hold on. Let's stay in our shelter right now. Although really it's just about out of there. And if you live up along 72 and in between there and Pine Level, you need to keep an eye on this. I don't think Arcadia is going to have to deal much with this one, but Pine Level, it's going to be very, very close. In fact, just keep your ears peeled for what's going on right to your southwest, because this little area right here, sorry about that, it's showing a little bit of rotation, not that much, but I definitely think it's just some good winds coming through with that particular one. So let's go ahead and do another track on this Pine Level. That'll be there about 7:39. We've got about 8 minutes for you. And then at the same time that it goes by there, to kind of give you the chance that you'll see it in Arcadia, which is right there with 17. It kind of went away. It's covered up. Platte, I think you're in the all clear right now. All right, you're looking good. This is north of you now. It is clearing out. This is our area of concern, and still a little bit of rotation right there, as you can see. As far as debris, it looks like there's a little something here. See all that light orange there? That looks like we could actually have had picked up a little bit of debris all along that path. So yeah, let's treat this like it's legit there, guys. Tornado warning. The tornado warning is in effect until what is it, 7:45? Is that what it is? Yeah, 7:45. But they've got it going all the way up, almost to Wauchula by that time, and it's getting there now. I mean, you can see the beginning of the polygons down here, but the storm is right here. So we could get it there in about 15 minutes, get it up to almost to Wauchula in just about 15 minutes.
And Bobby, when you're telling people to shelter in place in terms of a tornado, you know, for folks who may not have lived here for some time, what exactly does that look like?
So basically, first floor, right? Welcome to Florida. We don't have basements. So you want to be on the bottom floor. You don't want to be on those top floors. You don't want to be out on the lanai. You don't want to be anywhere where you've got some kind of elevation. You want to be inside. And when you do go inside, you want to put as many walls basically between you and the outside world. And back in the day, we'd always say, go to the bathroom, because the bathroom has all, the metal pipes and stuff like that. They still have pipes. They're just plastic PVC most of the time now. So it's not quite the protection of steel pipes used to be, but iron pipes. But definitely it's still a great place to be because it's a small confined area. And generally you don't have too many windows on the bathroom. So that's a good place to be. And what you want to do really is you turn up your radio or your TV, excuse me, before you get in there, because that way you can hear us telling you when the all clear is, right? We always tell, especially if you got kids, you want to bring games in there, that type of stuff, give them to do, kind of distract them. Because look, these are legit, and so many people that we talk to when we're on TV that are hearing our voice, and the odds of it hitting that one house that's listening, compared to everybody else, it's so small, but that's what it does.
Right.
That's exactly what it does. And talk to the people that had damage from earlier today. And unfortunately, I've not heard of any injuries at this point. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but I haven't heard of it.
Right. And with the tornado, Bobby, as you know, covering this type of stuff, right? So a tornado can take out multiple homes and not touch other homes right next door.
That's the skipping part, right? That's exactly right. Like, oh, we didn't have any problems. We do have a camera, and this is looking north. Here we are. That's 75 north. And looking at crossing the river down there, right there is what it looks like to me. And yeah, you're not going to see anything. In fact, look at that. I mean, it's not even raining in that particular picture. Certainly having few and farther, the showers are few and farther between than what we had earlier. But I think what we kind of have right now is pretty much what we'll be seeing for the next several hours or so, kind of waves of rain.
Sure.
And unfortunately, where these are tracking, we could actually end up seeing them track over the same area and start really adding the rain up a little bit. So far, rainfall totals have been highest along the immediate coast, is what we expected, right? Especially when you get up closer to the center.
Right. And Bobby, Sarah and I were talking about this in terms of this storm. Some of these hurricanes, they go over an area and they just sit. And, that makes it all the more miserable. With this particular storm, is this, in terms of comparison to other storms that you've covered, is this something that is quickly moving? We know it rapidly intensified, but is the storm
23 miles per hour? Yeah, that movement, that lowers the amount of time that it's going to be in our neck of the woods, right? That's the beauty of that part, because you don't, even for inland locations, anywhere that thing is going to move over. So we're just getting brushed here with this. The problem is that it's bringing a lot of wind on the backside, but it will limit the amount of time that we deal with that wind. But unfortunately, it's a larger storm, so it's almost a trade-off. Like, we're happy it's moving that fast, but at the same time, it's still not moving fast enough because it's such a big storm. And then when it gets up into the Panhandle area, those folks, I mean, this thing is going to move so fast inland, it's not going to have time to fall apart right away. So instead of it just weakening quickly as it moves on shore, it's going to weaken 100 miles inland. And those folks that don't get those kind of winds are going to start getting those winds up in the Panhandle in South Georgia.
looking at the placement of where the storm is, it looks like it's latitude to where we are. Are we seeing the worst or the peak of it now, or do we expect more impacts throughout the rest of this evening?
It's to our northwest now, or west-northwest, so it's north of us now. We would expect that our tornado chances would go down, right? We would expect, these are tornado warnings in South Georgia. That's where we expect to see them, right? And I think it will get transferred further to the north. But we end up, I'm just telling you, it's just the thing that we end up seeing these this year. Look at the tornado watches all the way up into South Carolina.
And that's the polygons that you're pointing out.
Those are the polygons, those red polygons. Those are tornado watches. The brighter ones, the small ones, those are the warnings. Here's our warning that we have here. We still have a tornado watch that extends down to Miami. And it's essentially just covering for this little band here that's part of our warning. We get a little bit closer. And then that band that's off of the east coast of Florida, east of West Palm Beach there. Because those too could produce tornadoes.
And Bobby, you're giving us the micro view, quite literally, right? So as you pull out, and we're talking about these warnings and the expiration time, I know in a few moments some of these tornado warnings are going to expire, but the bigger picture for that bigger storm that's spawning these tornadoes, do we have any idea of a time that might arrive and possibly pass folks?
I'm sorry, Pat.
So in terms of the window of time for that storm to,
for who?
For folks in our viewing area right there.
Yeah. So the rain, right? This heavy rain part it's on right now. It's on, right? Next 3 hours, at least.
Next 3.
But really, probably that prime for those 3 hours. Also at that time is the surge. So we're at 7:38 right now, 10:38, 11:38. So 3 to 4 hours of the surge. And the high winds, too. We've been seeing gusts in the 70s now. And I think those are going to go up. They're probably going to go up to the 80 mile per hour range, somewhere in there. This is prime time right now for just about everything. And that includes the areas that are inland that haven't seen as much. But if you notice, out in the Polk County, we've seen more rain out there. And so that will continue. And unfortunately, what I'm kind of concerned about is this area right in here could get quite a bit of rainfall, because the angle that this is coming is just going to keep going over the same areas.
Bobby, I did want to mention that they trimmed back that tornado warning, so now it's just in effect for DeSoto and Hardee County.
Okay.
And that goes until 7:45.
We kept it to 7:45.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Colleen. Yeah, that's it right there. It just crossed into the Pine Level area, right there on 70, west of Lansing. Lansing's east of it. Lansing's okay, but you can see it there, and we still have a little bit of a couplet left over. It does not look as impressive. I get a feeling they're going to let this thing expire in the next 5 minutes. That's the area that we're watching. But Pine Level, you should still be in your safe spot. Give it another 5 minutes, and it will be out of there. It's not even going to be that long, but 5 minutes would do real good, because I want to get this thing across 70. I think it's right here. I think it's right in there, just south of town. So you need to be in your safe spot. Kinsey, I would watch this too. I would get in there. It's crossing through the Pine Level area right now. It's right over Highway 70. It's going to be close enough to you that we need to keep a very close eye on it. And it looks, we potentially could have had some debris there, right there before it got to Pine Level. So respect this storm here. This could certainly be skipping a tornado down there and picking some things up just a little bit. It has looked like it's weakened a little bit to me, not a whole lot. There's a pretty still good little couplet there. However, it doesn't look as strong as it used to be. And then looking downstream, upstream, a couple little spots here. They're a little high up in the atmosphere right now, so we'll have to see this again. Here is our warning area. And then you look a little bit further to the north, and we're not seeing quite as bit of it. So that is a good sign. That's a good sign that it's out there. All right, Pine Levels, Kinsey, in your safe spot still. Arcadia, you are in the clear. Nocatee, you are always in the clear. You're fine right now. As far as the radar goes, you can see a lot of spots out there that aren't even seeing any rain right now. It's this one cell clearly that we have, and you can see a little inflow notch there too. So it looks like it's still trying to do what it's doing. When we look at that inflow notch, that type of thing, that gives us an idea of the structure of the storm. So if we think it's weakening, that's part of the structure will weaken, and that will break down a little bit. And so then that would give us a better idea to kind of let this go. It's still got a little bit there. We've got another 3 minutes on the warning. I'll go ahead and put a cone on it for you here. This will take it, and I don't think it gets there, but this will take it up towards Bridges right around 7:53. I think that's a little far for this particular one. I do think Lily Church, obviously, 7:49. The warning goes into 7:45. Lily Church just had a good cell go by, and that had some gusty winds in it. And this one's going to be similar, but we still have a better rotation in this Warren cell near Pine Level, just north of it. And so Lily Church, you should be in your safe space now. Pine Level, basically, if you live right along Highway 70 there in Pine Level, you're in the clear. All right, Kinsey, you need to be in your safe spot. Look, we just got this. That's a good still rotation right there. Kinsey in your safe spot. Bridges, I would too. It's about 10 minutes out from the Bridges area. Our warning, we'll see if they want to let this go. Our warning goes, well, yes, they did. They at least extended it further to the north. Just about there. There we go. Okay, they've trimmed it back on the south end. But they have it till 7:45, and they do include those areas of Lily and up towards Bridges and Vindola as well. So that's our warning now. They've been a little weaker over the last couple of hours that we've had these tornadoes, or at least I should say over the last couple of hours they've become a little bit weaker. At least they look less organized. Let's put it that way. It's still a tornado, but it looks less organized, and that's a good sign. This one, jinxed it. That is a better look right there. Definitely, Kinsey, you need to be in your shelter. Lily as well. Debris, I think that's what we're seeing right there. This is likely picking up some debris right now. This is likely touching ground. At least it's skipping along the ground. So Kinsey on 661 out there by 641. That's going to cross right over that area in just about a minute or two. Right? Really, that's not going to take long at all. So give it about 2 minutes for that to continue to drift to the north. Bridges, you're up next. You want to be in your safe spot. Pine Level, you're good. You're in the clear, although we got to check and see if the newsroom can see if there's any damage reports out there in Pine Level. 911 calls, that type of stuff, because it looks like that did pick some debris. Still a good structure here. You can see this little hook. We call it hook echo. That still looks like, and that has not changed much. In fact, let me back this up. You can kind of see it staying there the whole time.
And now 7:45 there, Bobby. So some of this has expired.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it looks like that latest scan, it kind of fell apart.
I mean, they've dropped it. I'm telling you. So technically, let me show you this.
Still have a couple of them.
Ran out of time, but if you're in Kinsey and you're in Bridges, just give it 15 minutes in your shelter.
Right.
Because of that right there. That's one of the best couplets we've seen in a while. In fact, look where it was warned here. That's much weaker. But it might be collapsing just a little bit here. So just respect it. I think it's going to be falling apart a little bit here, but no more warnings right now. Kinsey and Bridges. Shelter until, let's go till 7:55. All right, give yourself 10 minutes in Kinsey. Let's go to 8 o'clock in the Bridges area. We'll keep an eye on it. If it flares back up, if they go ahead and decide to issue another one on it, of course, we'll let you know right away. But you've got the heads up right now. All right, guys, I'm going to toss it back to you. One more look at this storm spinning by. We're starting to see a little bit more lightning around there. Let me make this just a little bit bigger. It's kind of hard to see there. See that lightning around the eye wall there, that north and east side. So it's still got really good structure there. It should maintain about 125 to 130 mile per hour winds before landfall. And landfall looks like it's going to be somewhere up in this area here between, I think Perry. I really think Perry gets a good shot at it, between Mayo and Perry area. All right, guys?
Yeah,
no doubt. Thanks so much for
Thank
that,
you, Bobby.
the breakdown of that. These tornadoes just pop up quickly.
And super scary for people who live in that. Kinsey, if you live in Hardee County in that area, DeSoto, southern Manatee County, you probably were worried about that. So thank you, Bobby, for walking us through that and guiding us as we were sheltering in place.
Every bit of it, yeah.
They reissued it.
Oh. We were going to get to Chris Hurst, but Bobby Deskin's telling us Okay, so there was another warning as we on
they're
cue said
issuing
these
another
just popped.
warning
it's
right
the
now.
same thing. They just reissued it. They let it expire accidentally, I guess, and then I gotta imagine the Weather Service a little bit on the busy side today.
Oh yeah,
Just a test.
very
Just
busy
a
day.
little bit on the busy side.
Much like yourself.
Yeah, but that's all right. We got you covered there. Now, having said that, we basically have a little bit of that weaker system. There it is. See it right here in Kinsey? Oh, this is a new one. Oh, so
Yeah, it
now
looks
they've
like
issued a new one down
yeah.
south, 2 new ones down south,
Yep.
and did not reissue for Kinsey. So, okay, you guys get to what you were going to do. Let me just tell you real fast. The cells are way out here down in Charlotte County, so they're not in our county yet. But if you live east of Arcadia, keep an eye on that one. And there we go. They just issued for the one that we've been watching here in Kinsey and Bridges. Bridges will pop up right there.
All right, Bobby,
So
we'll
tornado
let you
warning.
investigate that.
Tornado warning back for that, yeah, and that they're going to go ahead and stretch that one out to 8:15, so just about 30 minutes, a little less than 30 minutes from that one, and 2 more on those. These are very weak signatures, but that doesn't mean that it's not a tornado. The one that was in the Kinsey area was actually a pretty good signature, and the structure is still there. We still have our little hook here, not as much, but we have a little bit. And we still have the velocity showing us the rotation here. So Pine Level, you are in the clear. Lily, I'd still be in your safe spot. Kinsey, certainly, it's moving through right now. And then Bridges, still in your safe spot. And we were shooting for 8 o'clock, and I think that's a good number. I think you're going to likely be good after that, but it's going to take a little while for that one to get there. Let's go further down south to our other warned areas, 2 of them. And you can see they are basically, let's get to the velocities here. One out, well, very broad rotation. This one here, and then we've got another one right here, very similar looking actually. So Highway 31 north of Vermont. Vermont's okay, but you get over there northeast of Punta Gorda. Downtown Punta Gorda, fine. This is moving away now. It'll probably stay, well, Harbor Heights is very close to that. Platte, this one will miss you, but it will go just by to your east. And these warnings are basically in effect until 8:15 as well. And I would suspect that all 3 of these will go, and yes, they do. They all go till about, that one goes till 8. The other 2 go to 8:15. But moving very quickly. I think, what's the movement on those? Are they moving around?
I believe 60, but let me triple
Yeah,
check.
that's pretty much what we've been tracking them. I mean,
Oh,
we started.
the one that is in north central DeSoto County, that is moving at 45 miles per hour. So that one's moving a little bit
A
slower.
little bit slower. Okay.
Let me check this other one.
So I'm going to go
The
ahead
other
and
one is the one that's closer to near Babcock Ranch. So the one that's closer to Charlotte County and DeSoto County, central DeSoto County, that's 50 miles per hour. So a little bit faster by 5
little
miles
bit
per
more
hour.
than that.
And then the other one, the most northward one, would be 40 miles per hour.
All right. So DeSoto Correctional Facility, Joshua out there by the jail, by the prison, they're basically looking at 8:05, 8:06 for arrival of that cell. All right. So you've got about 15, 16 minutes before that happens. And then out towards Sweetwater Church, that would be around 8:23. I'm going to go ahead and draw another track for this one here. I got to get a little bit closer on that one. I'm going to get up here into Hardy County because that one definitely was one of the stronger ones. Bridges still in the area. It looks like it's weakened a little bit. That's good news, but that is still potential tornado right there. And this is the one that it looked like it had debris. It still looks like it has debris. That orange you see right there, likely producing damage, or at least vegetation, right? It's pulling something up and throwing it into the air right there. So please make sure you are in your shelter in the Bridges area. If you know somebody that lives out here, call them, text them, call them. Better just to call them and give them a heads up. They may not have the TV on. They may be sleeping. What they may be doing, but they need to know that they've got a possible tornado coming towards them. It's in the Bridges area right now. Kinsey and Lily, you are in the clear. You're good. Both Kinsey and Lily are good to go at this point. We're going to have to watch the other cells down to the south. Excuse me. but you're going to have a good 30 minutes or so. You won't have to worry about anything in those areas, okay? It's bridges that we're worried about. Vandola, that's going to, I think it goes to the east of Vandola, but that's now starting to approach Wauchula. And if it gets to Wauchula, that would be time frame. It's a little east of where it's actually tracking. But just for kind of heads up purposes, that would be closer to about 8 o'clock. So about 8 minutes from now that we would see that happening. So the bridges area is the main concern, and I would say Oak Grove next at 7:58, and that's 6 minutes from now. I'm going to put a rotation on this. You can see, yeah, it is going a little more northeast now, northeast at least. Our warnings down south, our southern ones. Let's get down here. Still coming out of Charlotte County. This is a much bigger one we've got now, although the rotation doesn't look as impressive. That's out here. Again, real rural areas out here. Joshua, you can see this is a good vantage point. You see all this farmland out here. But you know who lives out in the farmland? The farmers. And we need to keep them safe too. So you guys, please, if you know somebody that lives out there, give them a heads up. That is a pretty good rotation there, moving across southern and southeastern parts of DeSoto County towards, let's see, Joshua. I'm going to put a track on Joshua here. 8:03, 10 minutes now, Joshua, for you. And I always try and plan ahead. I try to lead these storms when I do draw them, just so you get a little bit of extra time and don't have to last second jump in there.
And Bobby, you mentioned straight line winds too versus a low grade tornado, all parts of this storm. But when we're talking about straight line winds, what are folks dealing with?
So straight line winds can be damaging just as much. Straight line winds come in pushing straight down. It's usually when the storm is falling apart, you tend to get a lot of those, and they can be very, very damaging. And they can actually be long. You can have almost a block wide at least in some locations of that. Tornadoes can be very, very big, but typically the tornado will cover 3 houses or so and then kind of skip some. Straight line winds are usually when the storm is starting to fall apart a little bit. Sometimes there are days when we expect more straight line winds out of thunderstorms. Today is a day where we expect to see tornadoes, weaker tornadoes, but then as those storms collapse, we tend to see them turn into more straight line winds there.
All right, so we have Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins giving us the latest on the tornado warnings, several of them coming in within the last 30 minutes here on 10 Tampa Bay. We've been keeping you informed and connected with what you need to know, letting you know you need to shelter in place and letting you know which areas are impacted for areas of Hardee, DeSoto, portions of Manatee and Sarasota counties right now. We also want to show you some video right now, also just coming into our newsroom, of some damage reports we're getting.
Right. Yeah, we want to pull this up right here. Down street light, I'm told that this is at Park Boulevard and Oakhurst, right? So you see the crews right there doing what they can. Now, the view is a little blurry, obviously, because of the rain that we're dealing with, but again, a downed street light. And this is what we were talking about hours ago when it was, blue skies, sunshine, and just a little bit of wind, and it didn't seem like any problems were on the horizon. Well, this is what we were alluding to. This is what our weather team was warning folks about, because it doesn't take much, and that steady flow of wind, this is what happens.
And we're seeing more of this throughout portions of our area as well. So this is in Seminole in Pinellas County. You can see the street light there just waving in the wind there. Thankfully, no cars on the roadway. The slick road conditions along the roadway. We're also getting other reports of damage in other portions of our area. Also in Seminole County, Coffee Pot Boulevard, there's a water lapping up to a wall there, a seawall there. So we've seen that as well. We've seen boats come off of their anchors and also just smash into portions of the pier. Clearwater Police putting that information out. So as this storm continues to pass our area, we're seeing the impacts locally, damage, downed trees. I know in Rubonia and Manatee County, they're getting reports of some downed trees there as well.
Yeah, it's kind of an up and down with folks getting back into their shelter in place form with these tornado warnings. But you see that sign right there flapping in the wind. And we're talking about these high level winds too. So, emergency officials telling people at home, stay inside, because you step outside, imagine something like that flying in your direction.
Exactly. And within the last hour, we're getting just confirmation of shelter in place orders, those in place for Manatee County, Pinellas County, Citrus County, Hillsborough County officials, Mayor Jane Castor and County Commissioner Cohen telling people, along with the fire officials, they're telling people you need to shelter in place because it's too late to be trying to evacuate right now.
A bit of a silver lining, if ever there were one. You saw that image. I don't know if we still have it right there, but we did not see anybody out there on the roads.
Yeah. And speaking of the roads, we've got a lot of road closures in place for you as well. We've got portions of the Howard Franklin Bridge closed as well. Courtney Campbell Causeway, all of our Bay Area bridges are closed right now. We also have crews out in the field who are giving us updates.
Yes, we do. One of those crews, Eric Glasser, has been manning this for us in Tampa. Eric, quite a different scene, right? So darkness behind you, and that wasn't the case earlier as people weren't necessarily heeding the warnings. What are you seeing? What are people telling you right now? Because it sounds like you've got some company out there.
Yeah, there still is, Frank. There are still people out and about here, even in the darkness. Folks have been walking around. In fact, the police and the fire department, or some of those voices that you're hearing, they're walking around checking some of the alarms that are going off. We're at the Tampa Convention Center right now. We've given ourselves this vantage point, if you will. Oh, there goes our light. You can tell how windy it is. We've given ourselves this vantage point because it's covered, but you can definitely see the elements from where we are. In fact, I'm going to ask that we take a look outside, and you can look across the water and you can see just how high it is from where we are. Even in the darkness, you can see that the bay is now up to the edge of the seawall. Across from us is Tampa General Hospital, where that aqua wall is, and that wall is doing its job at the moment. The water is very close to coming up and over the seawall. To the right of that, if you look at the bridge leading onto Davis Islands, there is a high water vehicle that is making its way there. Davis Islands, I can tell you where we were just in the last couple of hours, is definitely taking on water at this point. And to the right of the bridge along Bayshore Boulevard, you can see that the water is up and over the seawall and the balustrade. There are police vehicles at every street leading over to Bayshore Boulevard, which has at least a couple of feet of water on it now, stretching from where we are downtown all the way south into South Tampa. And just to the right of that area, you can see where the gas bar, the Gasparilla ship, would normally be docked. That area is completely submerged now, also being overtaken by the water. I'm going to move across now, back to the left side from where we're standing. Again, in the darkness, plenty of wind and rain pushing water up into the bay. Look across and you can see where Harbor Island is. That's Jackson's. You might know that restaurant. It's just over the bridge from the convention center. And the water is now clearly up and over the dock at Jackson's. So that area now in danger of also becoming inundated with water. We have talked about the potential for surge. We were fortunate, I would say, in the earlier part of the day that the tide had gone out at the time that the surge was moving in, but that is now not the trend. The tide has been coming back in. The surge has been pushing up into the bay, and the combination of that shows that the storm surge, which we had talked about earlier in the day, is definitely starting to accumulate. From our vantage point here in downtown Tampa, again, you can see the water starting to push up on both sides of the seawall from where we are. We're on the side where the convention center is. The water is lapping up against where we are. And again, across the way at Jackson's, it is actually now inundating their dock area. Across the way, over at TGH, where that aqua wall has been built, you can see that the water is now at the very top of the seawall. And parts of Davis Islands, where TGH sits, are now starting to go underwater. I can tell you that that aqua wall, again, we said it does its job. That is sitting in front of some of the most sensitive equipment that they have at TGH, the generators, some of the electrical equipment that simply cannot go out. They talk to us about the risk of trying to move patients from TGH, and it's actually greater than leaving them there, but ensuring that they are able to self-sustain for a number of days. Again, moving to the right of that, where the Davis Island Bridge is, and downtown, you can see that is I believe the 345 building along Bayshore Boulevard. Important that I'm pointing that out right now only because I'm letting you know that they still have lights. Power is still on at that building, as we can see in much of the area around downtown. But in the last half an hour, I've seen a couple of those blue flashes that we see sometimes when it gets dark. And those are transformers that are now starting to blow in this heavy wind. And so I assume that in parts of South Tampa, there are going to be areas now where we're going to start seeing reports of power outages as a result of that. Again, the wind is continuing to pick up. Oh, we just had one. I don't know if you were able to see it as we were moving around. We just had another transformer blow. lighting up the sky in that blue hue. So again, I'm expecting that there are going to be a lot of people in the South Tampa area. That's the direction from where we can see. They're going to start losing power now. As the wind picks up, it puts strain on the system. The limbs come down, it pulls down at the wires, the transformers start to go. It is typical for what we see as winds start to ramp up. We will continue to monitor the situation in the Tampa area and around Hillsborough. I'm also in touch with the Emergency Operations Center. If anything breaks, if anything is happening in the area that they need to let us know, we will certainly relay it to you as quickly as possible. Live in downtown Tampa, Eric Lasser, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Eric Glasser, thank you so much, live in downtown Tampa. And we are really seeing these things pick up. We're seeing the wind, obviously those power outages, so many people without power. I was just checking in with my family to see, hey, do you guys have it in Tampa?
It's very hit and miss. It's kind of haunting when you hear those sirens out there as well during Eric's live shot there. But obviously the surge is the big concern right now. We're keeping an eye on that. It's going to get worse here, so we're keeping an eye in as many areas as we can. Well, I'll toss it over to Michaela. She's keeping an eye on the track of this storm. We've had a number of tornado warnings as well in our area, Michaela.
Yeah, that's right. We're continuing to track the radar. Right now, what we're seeing is that most of our tornado warnings for the area have expired. We did have 3 separate tornado warnings, but since then we have seen those again expire. Still seeing heavy rainfall, very strong winds, but all those areas just towards the south of Tampa have seen those warnings expire. They were in effect until about 8:15. So again, we're going to continue to monitor all of these areas. I'll give you a zoomed in look at some of the spots that I was really worried about. Some of these areas like Bridges, Lily, that's where we had that tornado warning just minutes ago. Oak Grove. Now, since that warning has expired, winds are still strong. Winds are still gusty. You can move out of that tornado safe spot, but wouldn't go too far. We have seen multiple rounds of tornadoes over similar areas over the last several hours. So a big picture look at the Tampa area. You can see heavy rainfall for the I-75 corridor, 275 as well, getting some of that heavier rain. Most of us, of course, not out on the roadways, and for good reason. We're seeing that rainfall, and not only will that rain, but the wind will be causing significant issues. Now, this is a part of the bigger system, Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene. It is a Category 4 hurricane that we have been monitoring, and you can see it is getting closer and closer to the coast, and we are expecting it to make landfall over the next couple of hours. I do want to show you this tornado watch. This has updated in the last about 20 minutes. We have gotten an update from the National Weather Service. We do not have this tornado watch in effect until 6 a.m. Friday. It was supposed to expire tonight. However, they have extended that, which tells us that overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning, we all need to be prepared for tornadic activity. If you are anywhere in these yellow boxes, okay, you need to be prepared for some tornadic activity. Now, what this tells us is that you have to have a way to get weather information overnight that's loud enough to wake you up. So if you have alerts on your phone, make sure that the sound is on and that the volume is turned up loud enough that it will wake you up in case there is a tornado warning in your area, so that you can get to your tornado safe spot and keep yourself and your family safe. What does that tornado safe spot look like? We don't really have basements here in Florida, so what you want to do is get to the most windowless interior room on the lowest level of your home possible. The worst place to be is outside. If we get any tornado warnings overnight tonight in the dark, you will not be able to see them. When it's dark and this rainy, you can't see them. You can't get pictures or videos of them, so don't even try. Get to your tornado safe spot and stay there until we give you the all clear. Again, windowless interior room on the lowest level of your home. Now, I do want to mention this for the kiddos. If you've got kids who have been a little bit on the scared side for today, I know this has been really busy out there. So here's a couple things for the kids, and if the kids are around, this is just for you, okay? I'm Michaela, and I've got a job for you for the next couple of hours. I know it's a little scary sometimes when we hear the big old thunder and we see those flashes of lightning. So here's a few things I need from you. We are going through a lot of different camera shots, okay? You've been seeing Bobby. He's showing you all these different cameras. I want you to keep a count of how many different spots that we see for tonight, and then you can send an email to Bobby and tell him how many that you saw. And then I also need you to keep a count of the time between when you hear thunder and you see the lightning. So you'll see the flash of lightning, and then I want you to count how many seconds it is between the lightning flash and the sound of the thunder, okay? Keep a count and let us know how long it is. That gives us a better idea of where the lightning and the thunder is and where those storms are. So if you're at home, kiddos, I need you to join our weather team for tonight, okay? And some adults out there, I know you're scared of the thunder and lightning as well. You can join the weather team for the night tonight as well, okay? So just a couple of things to watch out for and a couple jobs for our viewers out there. All right, here is one more look at what we've got going on right now. Hurricane Helene, it's a Category 4 hurricane. This update coming in just minutes ago. Winds 130 miles per hour, moving at about 23 miles per hour. Currently 80 miles to the west-southwest of Cedar Key, Florida. So we are seeing it slowly but surely get closer to that Cedar Key area. It is a major hurricane, potentially that catastrophic hurricane, and we're going to continue to monitor it as it is approaching landfall. Again, we are potentially going to see that landfall in as early as really the next 2 hours or so. Guys.
All right, Michaela, thank you so much. And it is now just after 8 o'clock. Courtney Robinson here with Dave Wagner. And you are taking a live look right now at US 19 at Klosterman Road. You can see that wind just really pushing the rain through there. Tampa Bay now feeling the impacts of Hurricane Helene, a Category 4 storm.
Yeah, we've seen that on Klosterman Road there. We've seen it on Gulf Boulevard over on the beaches. So we've seen a lot of it. A couple of mentions here, just things that are closed around here. This is Palm Harbor, live look right now at Klosterman Road. But while we're looking at that, I want to let you know the Gandy Bridge is closed, Howard Franklin, Sunshine Skyway, those are all closed right now, and the Courtney Campbell Causeway as well. So at this point, as you can tell, the conditions have deteriorated. This is probably not the time to be trying to find safer ground. Hunker down where you can. We will talk you through it and keep you safe as best we can.
Right, and those bridges, those are closed probably until light tomorrow. We are seeing quite a bit of water that's moving through various areas, all of the areas that you would normally expect to have that water, but much higher now. We've seen, in our coastal communities, Madeira Beach, St. Pete Beach, Clearwater, all of those areas, and then as you saw with Eric Glaster, Tampa. Downtown Tampa and South Tampa, really dealing with a significant amount of water.
This is Gulf Boulevard at Causeway Boulevard, and you can see it is just covered right now with water. This is unusual. This is not a normal thing that we see around here. So this is obviously part of that surge we're talking about. The surge, when we were talking to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins, says the main surge probably between 10 p.m., 2 a.m. or so, something like that. So it's going to get worse. And you look at it now, it looks pretty bad, but it's definitely going to get worse.
2 a.m. is that high tide marker, right, that we're looking at. And the winds at this point, this is where we're starting. I think, Bobby, we were talking about 8 o'clock is when things might start to, the wind direction change. So we still are waiting for more water to push, again, onshore and into our northern counties as well. Again, you're looking right now at Gulf Boulevard, at Causeway, just one of the areas where you can see a lot of water there. Guys, do we have another picture that we can show?
We have some boats that have been pushed ashore down at Bradenton. There are a lot of people, a lot of boats around here, a lot of people who are liveaboards as well. But these are some boats right here that have been pushed around. This is, again, down in Bradenton. You're right here, just being battered by the waves. So you think about, number one, the amount of damage that it's causing. You see trees down as well. And this is a common sight throughout our area, and that's why power lines are down. Keep in mind, if your power is out, they cannot put up those bucket trucks with these high winds like that. They're going to have to wait till those die down before they can get those bucket trucks up and do some work on those lines. Some of those problems can be corrected without having to get on the bucket trucks. Other times they have to get up there and work on it physically there.
You can just see the intensity of that wind bringing things down, and this is just one of the areas where you're seeing trees down. We know that this is happening in different areas in the region. We do have a live look for you right now at, I think, Causeway Boulevard. Is that right? At East End Bridge, so you can see right there, obviously closed off. A lot of first responders out there trying to make sure that everybody is safe, that they're in the right areas so that they're able to respond. And of course, you staying where you need to be keeps things a lot safer.
All right. 10 Tampa Bay Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins keeping an eye on things for us. Bobby, this storm continues to trek, northeast right now?
Yeah, northeast at about 23 miles per hour. So it's moving. It's picked up some speed. The winds, Courtney, you were asking about the wind changing. It's changed. And that's what started when we started seeing these tornadoes start to pop up. That's really when it was happening there. But now you see we've got south to southwest winds. That's why the water's coming up. And it's still on its way up a little bit. It's slowed a little bit, but it is. Gusting to 62 in Sarasota, 49 in Davis Islands, gusts to 67 in St. Pete, although we've already seen, I think, 70 and 71 for Clearwater and St. Pete, and that's about 64 mile per hour gusts right now in Clearwater. So the winds are peaking out right about now. Now, one of the things that happens when a hurricane goes by, the highest winds are obviously offshore. It will be a little bit closer to this, not much, but they're going to get very similar winds and maybe a little bit more up here in Hernando and Citrus County. But they're just a little bit behind us, right? Right now they still have more southerly winds, but the southwest winds are just about there. So if you're watching from Hernando, if you're watching from Citrus, you will start to see that water come up here in the next hour or two, okay? Wind gusts. Finally, look at this. Starting to come down a little bit here, okay? By 11 o'clock, winds now 60s to low 70s for gusts in the Tampa area will start to come down and be generally in the upper 50s by the time we get towards midnight. 2 a.m., we're seeing a lot less wind. The tide's still coming up till 2 a.m., but the wind is coming down at that point. So the overall water levels will start to come back down, especially after we get past about 11 p.m. All right, so I think that timing is going to be generally around 10 to 11 for the peak. So here we go right now with the outage, right? This is a probability of seeing power outages, and we've got over 300,000. Was that the number, guys? I think over 300,000 without it. But watch as we go through 10 o'clock. That chance goes up for Hernando and Citrus counties, and obviously especially when you get north and west of there because the system will be trying to make landfall. And then after that, obviously the winds are coming down. Look at that. Look around. We lost a lot of our cameras out there, so I'll go past that. But one thing you can point out here is, you know, quite a few places with power still.
Yes.
That's good news. International Plaza still got power out there at the airport. This is a live look. That's one of the cameras that we lost. I at least wanted to show you this wind out of the south at 28 miles per hour. Dew point's still very, very high, and you would expect that. But, you know, when Idalia came through, we had a lot of dry, cool air on the backside. We won't see as much of that in this particular one. Here's the forecast right now. I want to take you to 48 mile per hour winds in St. Pete. It's sustained in the 30s in St. Pete with a 48 mile per hour wind gust. Watch what happens. That's by midnight. Watch what happens by 3 a.m. Slowly coming down. It's not going to drop right off, but those winds will come right down. I think we could check in with St. Pete now, right?
Yeah, we do have Miguel Octavio. He is live in St. Pete. We're going to bring him up here in just a moment. St. Pete, one of the areas where we see quite a bit of water and really an area, especially Shore Acres, right? Snell Isle, where so many people have already been through this in just a year.
Yeah, and increasingly other parts of St.
Yes.
Pete as well. Miguel, where are you right now? What do you see?
You guys went to a higher ground over here where the parking garage of our hotel actually wanted to show you some of the storm surge and the waves that we've been seeing out here tonight, but those conditions just got much stronger throughout the last couple hours or so. We saw a number of people checking out the scene themselves, obviously something we don't encourage you to do, but even they themselves noticed how strong the conditions were and decided to step out. At that point, it got darker. At that point, there were less people out here. They were starting to notice how dangerous the conditions were out there in St. Pete. So we are here in downtown St. Pete at a much higher ground, safer spot, but you can probably hear a little bit of that wind coming up, and that wind is just pushing the water over land over there.
We're having a difficult time hearing Miguel Octavio there. Sorry about the microphone situation. We'll definitely correct that and bring him to you just shortly here.
Yeah, you could see that wind. I was looking at those trees in the background. I mean, that wind obviously loud too. We do have a situation that's happening on I-4 West at 21st Street in Tampa. Unfortunately, a crash that has turned deadly. You can see the police response right here. This is not the first crash that we have seen this evening either.
No, it's not. And this is unfortunate. We don't know what caused the crash, but we
Right.
certainly know they're not recommending people be out on the roads right now. This is one of the reasons you're tying up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
at least
law enforcement personnel at least on scene there, as well as paramedics. So, and we hope these people are okay. But this is something we unfortunately see on the roads. It's just not real safe to travel right now between the wind and the water. Difficult driving conditions.
we talked earlier a little bit about how people maybe were lulled into this sense of security, like, okay, I can do this, but we want you to be able to stay inside, and, see these images, see these pictures, so that you really understand what's happening in your community, so you don't have to go out if you there's really no need to, right? This is the time, stay in place, shelter in place, have those plans in place.
All right, we want to go to some video right now in Crystal River, and if you don't mind, Gabrielle, repeat what we're looking at here. This is Kings Bay. Okay, gotcha. This is Kings Bay, as you can see right there on screen here. Just some pictures from what it looks like out there in Crystal River right now. As you go north, the storm surge is going to be worse. So if you notice how bad it is in places like Gulf Boulevard, over on the beaches, or in Shore Acres, and you look at this, it's going to get worse, but over the next 4 hours or so. So we're certainly keeping an eye on conditions there, all up and down the coast, and thinking about all these people. I mean, these are people's lives. They're not just buildings. These are people who live in these places and work in these communities, and this is going to be tough for many folks to recover from.
And when we look at Kings Bay in that Crystal River area, Jen Titus was out there earlier today talking with people. Aaron Parsegian is there this evening, throughout tonight. He's been talking with people, and that is one of the areas where we're expecting to get some of the highest storm surge. I mean, 12 feet, maybe more. So difficult. Chris, as you can see, Chris Hurst is live for us this evening in Venice. Chris, you have been out and about. What do you have for us right now?
Well, right now, Courtney and Dave, we definitely have Gulf waters that are coming up over roadways and more into downtown coastal areas. We were over by Nokomis Park as we watched the water start to go over the beaches, into parking lots, over dunes. We're here right now on Tamiami Trail in Venice, right next to Napino Trail, where water from Roberts Bay has now pushed onto the roadway. There you can see cars. We tell it to you all the time. Turn around, don't drown, don't try and do it. You might not hurt yourself, but you could easily destroy your car. And yet people, when confronted with the reality of water-covered roadways, are deciding to just go ahead and try and see if they can make it through. Now, one thing that we need to stress is that while we've been out here for about 15, 20 minutes and have actually had to move back as the water has come up underneath our feet and underneath our car, we are seeing some sparking that's happening back behind us. Don't know if that's a transformer, don't know if that's a line itself, but we are starting to enter the time, folks, when the water is going to be touching you, your car, your things, your home, and all of this wind and rain is going to start to mean that some of our electrical wires, power stations, substations could be in danger too. And that means that you really cannot chance going out and trying to stick your feet or going out and walking to any of this water, because you don't know if it's going to be electrically charged. So here we are on Tamiami Trail. I'd say just in the last 20 minutes, the water level has risen just another 3, 4, 5, 6 inches to the point now where it is really starting to cover now both sides of the roadway, not just the side that's heading out here on US 41 out to Venice, but here right in the Venice Inlet. We know that there's a Thai food restaurant here, probably just about 200 feet away from me. A dive shop, the Venice Dive Shop, is about 100 yards away from me here. Those now are taking on water. And just as a point of reference, if you know this area, we were on Nokomis Beach at the park there. The road to get there is covered in water now. And the bridge right there in the Intracoastal Waterway, the water is getting dangerously close now to the bottom of that bridge. The Pelican Alley restaurant, you might know, it's underwater right now. And I will tell you, moving from the Gulf into that waterway, which feeds here into the Venice Inlet and other small bays, it was moving incredibly fast, way more than what you normally see from our tides. This water is being pushed by all of that wind, which is now starting to change direction and coming more from the east and the west. We had gusts here in southern Sarasota County, Courtney and Dave, up to 79 miles an hour earlier tonight.
Well, you can certainly understand those conditions there, what people are dealing with. Chris, do you know whether these people took proactive measures? Did they sandbag, or is the water just, well, the sandbag's no match for the water there?
Well, Tim, I don't know if you can pan over to your left and show. Dave, Courtney, there's a house right here on the corner of Napino Trail and the Tamiami Trail.
Okay.
And a guy lifted up his window and he shouted at us. And we thought that he needed help. And we were able to actually communicate by shouting. And he said, no, don't call 911, but there is flooding in the house. I told him that the water could come up several more feet. He said he's okay, but Dave and Courtney, that the water is in his home. And so if you look on the evacuation zone, particularly for this part, Nokomis, Venice, it's lining up exactly with what we thought, that those who are in Zone A definitely are dealing with water coming at least into their street right now, if not into their home.
Well, it'd be good to get his number at least to make sure if we need to alert someone, or if you need to alert someone, make sure this guy gets the help he needs and stays safe. I know you're not going to be in that particular location all night. Chris, additionally, we should mention here the danger of the lithium-ion batteries and electric cars coming into contact with salt water, not just electric cars, but bikes as well, and the danger that has of sparking a fire.
Well, and you knew that quite well, Dave, and we really saw that firsthand during Idalia last year when this issue, if you didn't know about it before, you certainly know about it now, and you don't have to have the newest, fanciest electric vehicle for this to be an issue. You know, a lot of ATVs, golf carts, a lot of times people put power tools that are electrically charged that have those lithium-ion batteries, and they don't properly store away and secure those during hurricanes. Lithium-ion batteries and the salt water, they don't mix. A chemical reaction goes on. Fires are very easily started, and we are no stranger to that in this part of Florida during a hurricane season. But if you're thinking that maybe the water is going to spare your garage, well, right now I can tell you, it looks a heck of a lot like Debbie and Idalia and Ian and Irma out here right now, where Zone A floodwaters definitely are coming into people's homes.
Chris, how deep is that water where you are right now behind you?
I don't know, and I'm not really going to be brave enough to try and guess.
Don't be brave.
But just looking, but just looking sort of in general relation, I'd say it's definitely at least 18 inches, 2 feet, if we were to walk out here into the middle of what is partially a drainage ditch and partially a back alley here right off of the Tamiami Trail.
Yeah, definitely don't go in there. We don't know what else is in there. Not only the power lines that you've been talking about as well. We saw that happening in Tampa with the transformers blowing there. Chris, please be safe, and we'll, of course, check in with you in a little bit as well, so you can show us what's happening in Sarasota and Manatee County, or Sarasota County there.
Yeah, it's really terrifying because you think of all these people, you know, they much of their lives is inside these homes and businesses, and you talked about the one restaurant down there. They're taking on water, and it's just, you think about the future and what that means for them, both financially and emotionally, and it's just it's a very tough time. It's hard to watch.
It is hard to watch, and again, 2 a.m. is when we're going to see a lot of this water.
Right.
I mean, that's not as high as it's going to go. Like you said, get his number in case we do need to call for help, or if you need that, definitely be reaching out as well. We have crews. Aaron Parsegian is live in Crystal River. I know that we also have Hannah Deneen in Spring Hill. I think we're going to go first. Who do we have?
I think we have Aaron now.
Okay.
His signal is in and out.
Yeah,
so
we can understand there's a hurricane.
Right. Yeah, and sometimes these cameras don't work perfectly, and the microphones don't work perfectly in storms like this. But let's go to Aaron Parsegian right now. Crystal River, what's it looking like there, Aaron? We know the surge is still taking place here, so more to come. What's it looking like right now?
Well, Dave and Courtney, you said it right. It's starting to look like a hurricane here in Crystal River. In the past hour or so, this wind has really started to gust. The rain is falling sideways. I'm actually under a covered roof right now to a bar that's closed down here just off Kings Bay. But even if I step a closer out, you can see just how powerful this rain and wind is right along the water here. When we're talking about the concerns, though, the concerns isn't the rain so much as it is the potential for storm surge. Right now, we haven't seen Kings Bay level rise too much, so that's the good news at this point, but this is something that they're going to be watching through the night with the forecasted levels 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, which could cause some serious damage to homes and businesses in and around this Kings Bay area. Of course, this is within the evacuation zone. Many of these folks sought higher ground for good reason because they've dealt with flooding and issues from storm surge in the past. We may remember just over a year ago it was Hurricane Idalia that brought 7 feet of storm surge, causing serious damage to many homes and businesses throughout Crystal River. We're also keeping a close eye on those water levels tonight. You can see there's a seawall in the background. We were told once that water gets over that seawall, we have about 15 minutes to get higher ground, and that gives you an idea of just how fast this water comes. So that's why it's a good reason people should be out of this area and making their way to higher ground if they haven't done so already.
And Aaron, exactly what you were talking about, we've heard you and Jen as well talking about how quickly this water is going to move. And right now, just kind of the beginning of that, right?
Yeah, that's the case, Courtney. In fact, over the past couple hours, we saw the levels in King Bay start to go down with the tide, but now we're talking about Helene making its way closer to this area and then past it, and that's when we're going to see the water start pushing its way up to many of these communities. Of course, they prepared for it, they're ready for it, they've dealt with it in the past, but we're talking about historic, potentially, levels of storm surge. So that's the biggest concern here. When I was talking about Idalia that caused all that damage, that was around 7 feet of storm surge. And now projections show 10 to 15 feet, so that's even more they could be possibly dealing with as we go later into the night and early tomorrow morning.
Chris, it's kind of a black hole behind you right now. As you look around, have you seen people out wandering, driving, or are people pretty much hunkered down at this point?
The good news, many more people are hunkered down. Dave, you may remember when we were out here throughout this afternoon, early this evening, things were still calm outside. You couldn't have understood there was a hurricane if we weren't, on the news talking about it. So people were out, they were enjoying the weather, kind of looking around, seeing what was going on. But then a couple hours ago, we really started that wind and rain beginning to pick up. And a lot of this area has closed downtown. We don't see many people out, not many people on the roads at this point. So that's the good news.
Aaron Parsegian at Crystal River tonight. We will be checking back with you shortly here.
Yeah, and we have Hannah Deneen, who's just south of Chris in Hernando County in Spring Hill. Hannah, we spoke with you earlier. There are people who are kind of out checking out where things stood. I would imagine that that's not happening right now.
Well, Courtney, we moved locations because that was a spot where there was only one road in and not somewhere we want to continue hanging out. We actually stopped here at Jenkins Creek off Shoreline Boulevard in Hernando Beach, and we stopped here because there was a line of streetlights across this creek here, but within the last 10 minutes since we've been here, we heard a transformer blow and all of those streetlights went out. We do have a flashlight here so you can try to get a sense, of what we were trying to show you earlier when those streetlights were still up, and that is just the force of this wind that is whipping across the water here. And this is the story that we've seen throughout the past few hours here in Hernando County, which is that the water is still low at this point, relatively low in terms of what we're expecting to see throughout the evening, but we are seeing a lot of strong wind. We have seen debris in the roadway and several reports of trees that are down blocking certain roadways, and we have seen utility crews already out and about cleaning up those trees and that debris. We might have a photo that I had sent in earlier from the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. It's a photo of Steuben Street in Weeki Wachee, and it is a tree that fell on a house there, and we were there earlier as utility crews were cleaning that up. I spoke with a spokesperson for the county earlier. She tells me 36,000 sandbags were distributed throughout Hernando County within the last week. And she says she hopes that's an indicator that people have hunkered down and they have their homes as ready as they can be. For now, as we wait to see this water continue to rise over the next several hours, it's a matter of just hoping that everyone is prepared as we pray for the best. In Hernando Beach, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, you think about hundreds of thousands of power outages here in the state of Florida. People left in the dark right now. It's bad enough to be in a storm like this, but really have no communication going on. It's really difficult and really terrifying. I was talking the other day. Go ahead.
Sorry, let me ask Hannah, actually, while I have you, because that is a good point when we talk about the power outages. Are you seeing, Hannah, like when your guys are driving around, street lights out, that sort of thing? I mean,
Well, Courtney, that was the second transformer that we heard blow in the last few hours. Yeah, Courtney, that was the second transformer we heard blow in just the last few hours. And we have seen, like we said, these street lights are out, and it is certainly much darker on these roads now. We're actually going to relocate, get to a place where we feel a little bit safer with a little bit more light in the next bit. But yeah, we're seeing things progressively get darker out here.
Yeah, it's terrifying for folks being left in the dark. I was talking the other day, we talked about State CFO Jimmy Petronas. He was talking about a few years ago when a hurricane was bearing down on his hometown. His wife was having cancer surgery at Moffitt Cancer Center in Tampa, so he was away from there. So he was watching on television this storm bearing down. He's watching newscasts from up in the Panhandle, and he said it was really difficult and emotional for him, not really knowing what's happening to his hometown. And that's the problem for a lot of these folks who are left in the dark tonight. Real lack of communication, lack of ability to see what's going on. It's dark outside, you don't know what's headed your way. And then you see the water creeping in. It's really terrifying.
I can only imagine being in that situation. We're here. We evacuated our station. We're here near the Hard Rock now on higher ground. So we have that safety in our crews. You know, I guess we take for granted too, Dave, being in this and all the things that we've talked about to maintain our safety. That is why our crews are out there making sure that you know what's happening. We do have Miguel Octavio, who is live in St. Pete. Miguel, when we spoke to you a little bit earlier, it was a little hard to hear. It was so windy.
Courtney, that's really the case here. Still very windy conditions. We were over closer to Vinoy Park, hoping to show you some of the storm surge and that wind that you can see right now. But clearly those conditions were deteriorating, getting unsafe. But I can tell you that storm surge looking very strong. And that's really the conditions we're seeing out here in downtown St. Pete. We are still on much higher ground. Perhaps we can show you just how strong those trees are swaying at the moment. But all day long, there have been people just surprised to see how strong the flooding has been, even when it wasn't raining, even before these windy conditions were really picking up. So like Dave mentioned there's just a lot of concern from people about what their homes could look like, particularly in the Shore Acres neighborhood, for instance. We followed up with people days before the storm. They were feeling concerned, thinking that the flooding was going to be much stronger than Hurricane Idalia. The projections did not look good for them. And in fact, some of those streets now closed to the public, and their neighborhood association president hoping that people were taking those evacuation orders very seriously. But just all day here in St. Pete, we've been seeing flooding since there was daylight out here, and those conditions just getting much stronger. We did see a number of people stopping by, taking pictures and videos. They were impressed to see the wind and that storm surge, but even then, when it got darker, they started to realize this was not safe conditions for them. There was debris everywhere, tree branches falling down, certainly just a cause for concern. And we just heard from Pinellas County Emergency Management as well. Certainly they're hoping those people who live in the Zone A area are out there, but they're also asking people, if you don't live in Zone A, maybe in much higher ground, they're hoping that you're staying indoors, taking shelter, because conditions to drive outside right now, I can tell you it was unsafe. There were certain points where my fellow reporter and I not feeling safe quite there as well, so we wanted to make sure we were on higher ground and making sure we were also taking shelter to report on some of these conditions we're seeing out here in Pinellas County. Courtney and Dave.
Yeah, downtown St. Pete, of course, Miguel, is a lot of it's on the water there, and there's North Shore Park, there's Straub Park, there's Vinoy Park. Do you know if those parks are taking on water tonight?
Yeah, we were actually out there earlier and hoping to show you some of those conditions, but some of that water was going to those sidewalks, getting closer out there. And that's why some people were going out there to take pictures and videos while there was still daylight out, but they started to realize perhaps we shouldn't be out here. Those conditions getting much stronger, so the water was spilling over a little bit into the sidewalks. It's been like that all day, even when there was daylight out, but now that the winds have gotten much stronger, much of that water is still being pushed through. So we decided to get to higher ground to report this information to you as safe as we could.
All right, Miguel, definitely you be safe, and we'll be checking in with you throughout the evening. We have 8 hours.
We've got a ways to go,
and
we know it's a rough night for a lot of folks at home, and we're sympathetic to that. We'll be here with you throughout this storm. I promise you, we'll be walking you through everything we know, try to show you as much as we can, and give you an update, all the conditions out there. It's going to be a rough few hours here, but we're going to get through it.
I do want to share something. We had a viewer call, and she asked us to please share this. It's a great reminder. If you have your animals outside, please bring your animals in, like dogs in the backyard and that sort of thing. She says she's seen a lot of her neighbors do that. You want to make sure that they come in. And
for all the women out there, bring your husbands in as well. Might be something to think about at this point, if deserving.
Judy sent you here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, all kidding aside, we do have David Sheely, who turned in sports and has come to the news side for us. You're out in Tarpon Springs getting a lay of the land. David, what are you seeing tonight?
So over here in Tarpon Springs, we've been dealing with wind pretty much all day, but the wind has picked up as of late. Rainfall is coming in sideways. You can see the effect the wind is having on the trees right here. We're at the Hampton Inn and Suites right down the road from Tarpon Springs High School. We're trying to give you a good visual of the rain coming in sideways. People are still going north and south here on US 19. They're going both directions. The businesses have been mostly closed. We have passed by some businesses that were open. As for the ones that were closed, they have put sandbags in front of the doors. They've boarded their doors. And one store owner I actually spoke to earlier today said his biggest concern was a power outage instead of flooding. And there has been some flickering lights we've seen at this hotel specifically. We've also seen some flashes in the sky. Can't say exactly what they were, but anytime you start seeing flashes in the sky, you know you should probably head indoors. We spoke to some local police. They said the most 911 calls they've gotten has dealt with down trees, maybe some power lines going down as well, but that's been the number one concern here is the wind having an effect on just about everything around us. So this is, something's going on around. This is about the safest place we can be. We were over by Tarpon Springs High School, but it was simply a little too dangerous with the down trees. So what we're doing is we're really just staying right here by the hotel because it's the safest place, the safest spot for us to be, just trying to err on the side of caution. So all we're dealing with really right now in this spot is a lot of high wind. It comes in very high gusts at some points, but it's been windy all day.
It certainly has been windy all day. And, you know, David, when we talk about those down power lines, those trees, have they been out there? Have they been making any like rescues with having to get people and take them to safety at all? Do you know? I mean, you said you talked to police.
No, they didn't mention anything about that. All they've said is a lot of the calls that they got had to do with down trees coming down in backyards and in front yards. We haven't seen any road closures when we were out. They were just telling people to be cautious as you were on the road. That's why we still see cars going in both directions on US 19. So a lot of the precautions have been taken in terms of just staying away from power lines in case they go, staying away from trees in case they go down, because that is, again, the number one concern for the people here, for the neighbors here. And then we were also by the docks, and their biggest concern too was their boats floating away. So they have roped their boats on the dock just with a couple more ropes just to keep it more secure. We actually just saw a light go out. So there's another example of how the electricity has been one of the other concerns for the business owners that we spoke to as well, is losing power and how that could affect them going forward, just because some of these businesses really rely on that power. And if they don't have it, they're not really sure how they're going to be able to operate, because some of them really do need that.
And we have so many people, almost 500,000 people, maybe more at this point. David, thank you so much. I'm going to let you get inside. I know things are really picking up there, so we'll let you, get inside, right?
Yep.
Take a break, make sure that you're, we have stuff that's out there that can be flying around. We talk about all of that.
It's a changing situation. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just checking to see, the power outages, because that is such a thing, it's such a big thing during this, especially when we have this storm surge. And we talk about how storm surge, number one killer, right? When it comes to these storms, about 500,000 people in the state without power. And looking at the map, it's a huge chunk of the Tampa Bay region.
Yeah, and we know it's going to grow as this storm moves to the north.
Right.
Bobby, we've talked about the ebb and flow of a hurricane, and in this particular case, we've talked about there's going to be some calm times, and then that storm surge comes in. Can you talk us through, are we still on that same kind of timeline, the maximum storm surge that we might see around here between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m., or has that changed a bit?
It's going to be a little bit sooner. It's sped up a little bit. I just looked at the numbers. St. Pete right now is running about 5.5 feet above where the normal tide should be right now. We've been running almost a foot above it anyways, but that's a solid 4-foot surge in St. Pete right now. We've probably got a little bit, it's still going up. We've got about another hour or two of that at least because of the winds. Plus, guys, the tide's still coming up. High tide's not until after 2 a.m. So it's coming up, and we could add another foot on top of that just from the tide alone. This is downtown. That's TGH. You know what I see when I see this? It all lit up. I mean, obviously TGH has got all kinds of generators, but look across here. We've got some light, some power on Bayshore, some of the apartments and condos we have there. That's Davis Islands. I know it's tough to see, but again, I do see lights out there, so at least they have some power in that area. 86 degrees. Michaela was like, does it really feel like 98? I'm like, yeah, it's Tampa.
Oh.
It's even in the middle of a hurricane. Not Adalia. Remember, on the backside of Adalia, we had 60s. We didn't even believe the data at one point because I was like, what? I had to go outside. I don't think we get that. We are seeing winds in the upper 20s to low 30s still. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about that. Let's kind of reset and start from the top. Helene is still Category 4. It's right here. It's west-northwest, almost northwest of Tampa right now. And that speed of 23 miles per hour is the reason why that peak surge has come back from about midnight, if you took one time, and maybe closer to about 10 or 11. That's about 80 miles west-southwest of Cedar Key, okay? Now, those are the 8 a.m. numbers. Look at it here on the map here, and you can see it's going to move quickly off to the north and the northeast and then start that turn back to the north and northwest, all right? Because it's moving so quickly, they have now issued hurricane warnings further up. Atlanta's right there. There are almost hurricane warnings for Atlanta. They could see gusts in the 70s. 74 and up would be a hurricane force gust. That's because it will fall apart when it moves over land. But number one, it's warm, it's muggy right there, right? Because of all the feed that's come in ahead of it. And it's moving so quick, it just takes time to fall apart. And it's not going to have that much time to get that much weaker by the time it gets that distance. So that's why it's going to go a little bit further. You can see an eye wall. I don't think and you can see there it is. Look at that northern part of the eye wall. It's been consistently strong, and especially the last 3 to 4 hours. And you can see the bulk of the rain is actually moving through our neck of the woods right now. This is about 85 miles out. It's actually a little less than that now since I made this graphic. So it's about 80 miles. It's moving about 23 miles. So that's less than 4 hours for landfall. All right, so what time we got? 8:45, 9 o'clock. So we're talking 12:30, midnight, 12:30 for landfall as it moves up towards the Big Bend area right now. This is still the center line from the hurricane center. And you can see it's a little east of there. So Perry, to me, looks like one of the ones that they'll call it, right? When it makes landfall, sometime around midnight or just after, it's where the center of the storm goes. And you notice it looks like, watch, it almost looks like it goes to the right a little bit there. That's a little bit of a wobble. That's what they do. They wobble. But I still think Perry is going to be, a little bit east of what the forecast track has right now. Now, our neck of the woods, here's the rain. The heaviest rain now right along the immediate coast. And then this little band you see here in eastern Hillsborough and Polk County. So Bartow, Plant City seeing a ton of rain. And now that's moving out of there. It's going into Lakeland. And Lakeland, we're going to see a really good amount of rain for about 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes or so. And that can add up pretty quickly. But you notice a little bit further to the south, we've got more breaks in the rain, and that will be what we get for the rest of the evening hours. So steady, heavy rainfall up and down the immediate coast, US 19 all the way up through Citrus County. Some breaks as you get into Pinellas and Hillsborough, but look how fast these things are moving. I mean, these clouds are moving 75, 85 miles per hour. That is really quick. And the ones up above it, of course, the lower ones are moving just a little bit slower. Man, we've still got some very heavy rainfall. So when we were talking about this the last several days, it's kind of like, here's what the model thinks it'll look like. But the devil in the details is where do these rain bands line up? And that's going to determine who gets a lot of heavy rainfall. So not going to be a Debbie situation. That's the good news, right? Especially not widespread like we had with all that rain in Manatee and Sarasota County. But we will have some rain. Now, we were talking about the tornado watch, the chance for tornadoes. They killed the back end of this one, right? They cut it off, and they started a new one that starts from just north of Sarasota and goes all the way up. That whole thing's in effect until 6 a.m. I don't think it lasts here until 6 a.m. I think they'll start trimming this thing back over the next 3 to 4 hours. Okay, so we'll keep you updated on that. Bottom line is we still have to watch for a chance of tornado. Okay, that's going to be continuing. Now, there's the lightning now on the northwest side. Look right in here. You see that north and northwest quadrant of the eye wall. If that thing keeps wrapping around, it's going to easily maintain 130 mile per hour winds. Our winds really peaking now. Gusts in the 60s. We've had gusts in the 70s. 49 mile per hour gusts at Davis Islands. But look at the steady wind at St. Pete and Sarasota in the 40s. And that's what's driving the water. We're still seeing winds up here out of the southeast in Hernando and especially Citrus County. But they're getting ready to get this. And they're going to get a little bit more wind than what we got. And that's why that surge is going to be so high up there. So they really need to keep an eye on it. Now, these are high wind reports from earlier today. 81 mile per hour gusts is what we've seen so far at Egmont Channel. That's right, basically the mouth of the Tampa Bay. Longboat Key had 78 mile per hour winds. Clearwater Beach, 74 mile per hour winds. 70 at Albert Whitted Airport. That's right there in downtown St. Pete. Skyway Fishing Pier, 69. St. Pete Clearwater International, 68. And Sarasota Bradenton, 68. That was really last 2 to 3 hours, really, more than anything else. And some of these were closer to about 3 hours ago. Here's the forecast as we go through midnight. Still have the onshore winds, about what we're dealing with right now, but a little less, just a little less. But look what's happening up north. They're going to get that wind coming in here. It's 8, is it almost 9 o'clock yet, guys? What do we got? 10 minutes to 9. So we are looking at about 10:30 for those heavier winds to get into northern Hernando and Citrus County. Now, after midnight, we go out to about 3 a.m. Still have the onshore winds. High tide has just passed. I mean, just passed. So the water's not going anywhere. And the wind's still blowing, so the surge is up. So we're going to keep this surge for a while. This is not an Idalia thing where it came up and then it went right back down. This is a thing where the surge is going to stick around for a while. But 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., the winds start coming down. 20s with gusts in the 20s to near 30, and then by the time we get through around lunchtime and into the afternoon hour tomorrow's just a bit breezy day, let's put it that way. All right, tides. We are about here, all right? And so we're looking at this peaking and maintaining for a little while. It may start to come down a little bit. It's not coming down because of the tide. The water tide level is also coming up. It's actually just coming down just a touch because of the fact that we have some less wind coming into this neck of the woods, right? We are not seeing that water come down yet. And it will not start to come down and probably after 11 o'clock or so. The high tide times, let's just start. This is Friday morning in Crystal River at 4:02. It's a lower tide, but that's going to cause some issues because they're still going to have quite a bit of water there. Clearwater, high tide's coming up at 11:09. That's almost the crest of all of this, right? Gulfport, just after midnight tonight, we'll have a high tide. Just all right in the same ballpark here, really. And the wind will be very similar for all of these three places, Clearwater, Gulfport, and St. Pete. High tides around 158. Depending on where you're looking at, it's between 158 and about 220 or so. So, still have the water to go. You can see all these forecasts that they had. It's probably going to end up being on these lower ranges, probably for most areas. But even those, a foot or two above some of the records that we've had. So this is a big storm for us, storm surge wise. You can see the center right now. I mean, it's taking aim right there on the coastline. All right, storm surge forecast. So this is what the numbers looked like. Remember, I was telling you it was better than records. So those numbers for the forecast are the top end. So subtract about 3 feet from those numbers and compare that to the record. So Cedar Key about 8 feet. That's a foot better than the record. Clearwater about 5 feet. That's a foot better. And that was 1993, the no-name storm. St. Pete about 5 feet. That's about a foot over. And that's just preliminary kind of forecasting that I'm doing here, but that looks like it's going to be pretty close to what these numbers end up being. Guys, we're getting it out of here. It's just usually when you see hurricanes come through and you get storm surge like this, it tends to drop off pretty quickly. This is just a bigger storm, and the angle it's coming at is going to keep it here. And the tide, of all things that you can't control. We can't control any of the weather, right? But the tide, too, we timed that one wrong to keep it up.
All right, well, the good news is this storm isn't going to take a turn into Tampa Bay. The bad news is it's already delivered a lot of water and more surge is on the way.
That's right. We're going to go to Chris Hurst, who's live for us in Venice. Chris, down trees, down power lines, that rising water, just not a great combination.
Yeah, Courtney, we saw some sparking here about a half an hour ago. We're on the Tamiami Trail in Venice. If you go back to where the camera is, back where I'm looking at right now, that'll take you down to Englewood and down into Port Charlotte and Charlotte County. But here on Tamiami Trail here in downtown Venice, we have the Venice Dive Shop here right at this intersection where water now from both Roberts Bay and Dana Bay that both feed into the Gulf, the water from the Gulf pushing into the bay, having both of those bays overspill their banks now. And I think we'll have some more cars coming because we are in that time of a storm now where even though roads are covered in water, people still are getting out and driving through them. And we cannot stress to you how terrible of an idea that is. Not only could it potentially harm you, but it certainly could damage your car, leave you stranded. There's a car at an intersection that I'm looking at right now, just about 100 feet off camera, that it stalled out trying to get into one of these residential neighborhoods. So all of the residential neighborhoods in this Venice, Nokomis, Englewood area that were in Zone A, we know now from Sarasota County officials that they are seeing the street flooding and the home flooding that was predicted with this storm surge, as Bobby was talking about. As Hurricane Helene comes farther north, the winds will shift direction, and down here in Sarasota County, they aren't coming out of the east and the southeast anymore. Now they're coming out of the south, southwest. Still gusty, up to 40, 50 miles per hour. Sustained winds still around 30 miles an hour as the tide continues to creep up, and all of that water from Helene being pushed over now onto roadways here in southern Sarasota County. So I will also show you that with this spotlight that we have here, if you can see just how fast moving this water is. And this is just a drainage ditch and side alley here right by the Venice Inlet that is now flooded. And we just had another couple come up in a pickup truck and actually walk in probably about knee-deep water. Dave, Courtney, you were asking how deep the water is. Well, we saw two people who went into a home just off camera about 10 minutes ago, and it was up to their knees, and they are still looking through that house with their lantern. I don't believe the power is on for any of these homes anymore. We did check with Florida Power and Light. Manatee County has about 10% of its customers without power right now. That's about 33,000 people. In Sarasota County, it's about 10% of their customers as well, about 28,000 people without power right now. So even though it is no longer raining, the winds still are picking up and can be furious at times, but really we are watching the water. Just as all of our meteorologists were saying in the lead up to Helene, we might not see as much rain as we did during Debbie, but what we have to watch for is the storm surge, particularly when the storm starts to go farther north and the winds shift direction and are able to push that water more from west to east instead of from south to north.
All right, Chris, you know, I do have a question for you. I think you may have answered it, but you talk about people that are coming through, driving through, those individuals, they got out there in a house near you. You spoke about another man who's in a house and saying, hey, I got water in here as well. I was curious, are those the people driving by, are those looky-loos, or are there people who now want to go and see, okay, what does my home really look like? Have you been able to talk to anybody?
No, we have, you know, the people that were right here, we thought they were going to turn around and leave. That's why we thought they were turning in. But then, you know, before we could even really shout out to them, they were already, you know, about 20 feet into the water that was knee deep. But honestly, Courtney, Dave, we're just watching Tamiami Trail right here in Venice right now, just waiting for the first car to stall. Because it's not like this water is going to recede anytime soon. It's going to be several hours before we even crest. And then we'll be lingering with this storm surge for more hours after that. You know, here we are on US 41, and these cars are creating a wake, and at the top of these waves from the wake, the wind is pushing it, so it almost looks like it's sort of white-capped here on the Tamiami Trail.
All right, Chris Hurst live for us in Venice this evening, and we will be checking in with him again throughout the hour. Chris, thank you. Just so many people driving. It's true, driving right past him right there, and you don't want to see that. I mean, the water is not where it will be.
You know, and it seems like everybody thinks their car can get through water. I've been guilty of that as well, and you think you can make it, but sometimes it's deeper than you think. And the old adage, you know, turn around, don't drown, and That's obviously what the authorities want us to follow.
And you don't know what's there. I mean, we say this so often, but you don't know what is there or what isn't there, right? If the road has, we're going to see all of that in the morning. There's plenty of time.
There is. Let's take a look right now at Clearwater Beach and some video we have from there right now. And here's what it looks like. Tonight, you see, wow, it looks kind of like a river there, doesn't it? And this is right through Clearwater Beach. You see those homes there, one-story homes, and you wonder how they are faring right now. You worry that they may be taking on water, but you see the movement of the water kind of moving around there, and it gives you a sense the power of water. No matter how much we want to sandbag and board up our homes, it is really no match for water like this.
It is so much water, and to think that there will be more, and we still have that wind that's out there. Just all of the things that we typically see in a storm like this, but just so much more, and still so many hours to go.
Right. It gets worse as you head north in terms of storm surge, and we've been checking in with Aaron Parasigian. He's up in Crystal River right now. Aaron, what are you seeing right now? How has it changed over the last few minutes?
Well, Dave, we're really starting to feel the force of the storm even off the coast of the Gulf here, because that wind is really starting to pick up. Some of these gusts are so strong you have to brace yourself against it. And on top of that, we're seeing that rain starting to blow sideways. I'm on top of a covered roof right here. There's a closed down bar just off of Kings Bay here in downtown Crystal River. So we do have some protection, but if I step out here where the seawall is, that's when you really start to feel those winds. We did mention, though, the storm surge. That's going to be the main concern as we go deeper into the night and into the early morning. Right now, we can tell you the levels on Kings Bay. I just saw an update from the mayor here in Crystal River. They're still showing lower levels, but that's expected to change soon as we approach deeper into the night and the storm starts to pass us. We start getting that wind blowing the water up into many of these areas. As you mentioned, potentially record storm surge, historic storm surge, 10 to 15 feet in the forecast right now. This is an area that's dealt with storm surge and flooding a lot of times in the past. Last year it was Hurricane Idalia that brought 7 feet of storm surge, damaging homes and businesses in this area. Some people that we've talked to around this neighborhood still cleaning up after then. One woman who evacuated the Kings Bay area here to stay at a hotel about 20 minutes away in Lecanto said she's been living on the second floor of her condo for the past year because of the damage caused by Idalia when a couple feet of water went inside her home. So they're watching this anxiously through the night, hoping it's not as worse, but as we're mentioning, right now it's being forecasted is worse than what they've seen in several decades here in Crystal River.
It's just, 1, 2, 3 punch for some of these folks. Aaron, thanks.
And we want to give you a live look right now at the Courtney Campbell Causeway. I've been kind of checking in on social media to see what how our law enforcement is doing. A lot of them having to respond to accidents that have happened on roadways. This is the Courtney Campbell
Incredibly
Causeway.
Dark, huh?
Very, very dark. I mean, you can see water there on the road. The Courtney Campbell is closed at this point. The Gandy's closed. Howard Franklin's closed. Skyway is closed. And again, it is so dark. We're going to be dealing with much of this in these, in the pitch black hours, right? Not a lot of light. The power's gone out. You see that right there. Transformers blowing. You can see that in the background. So not a lot of light right there, and you have no idea what you're going to be potentially running into if you're trying to drive. So we don't want to see that. I did see that when I was talking about checking with law enforcement. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office getting ready to send out their night shift, or their night shift deputies are probably out there deploying, ready to provide assistance where needed. I do want to remind you, obviously call 911 for emergencies, but they have that non-emergency line that is active that you can call for other things. And we heard a lot of the calls that are coming in for down trees and whatnot. 813-247-8200 for Hillsborough County. A lot of the night shift deputies, officers, they're going to be out there, and we want them to be safe too.
Of course, of course. 10 Tampa Bay's Eric Glasser is in Tampa right now along the river walk there. Eric, what are you seeing? How has it changed over the last half hour or so?
Dave, the river walk is a river. That's how it's changed. We're at the corner of Ashley and Broering. That's right downtown, right by the convention center. We were there. We started to move away from that area. We were concerned because we started to see the water come up, and we weren't sure that we were going to be able to get out of there. So we said, well, let's head back into town, and we weren't able to get over the bridge either. Take a look behind me, and you can see that's the corner. Very, very familiar to a lot of people, I'm sure, very heavily traveled. This is the corner of Ashley Drive and Broering, just on the west side of downtown Tampa. The Riverwalk runs along this road, and that is the bridge right there that goes right over, as the sign says, the Hillsborough River. Well, right now the Hillsborough River has poured out onto Ashley Drive and over the Riverwalk. I'm just going to have you take a look from side to side. They put these barriers out here, plastic barriers, to try to keep people from crossing into the area, but they've actually lifted those barriers up at this point. Those guys are just floating around in this vicinity. We did have a couple of trucks that were able to make it through, but I can tell you there are some cars off to the left of us. In fact, you can see the headlights of one of the cars that's gotten stuck out here. A couple of trucks, as I said, did have the clearance to make it through here, but this area is currently impassable. I really just wanted to stop and bring you this picture as we were heading back towards Bayshore Boulevard, where we know that there is tremendous flooding this evening. But I wanted to be able to show you this because this is something that we were not necessarily expecting. Downtown Tampa itself is outside of Zone A. I am not positive whether or not, because it is so close to the water, that Ashley Drive would be considered part of Zone A. It certainly looks like it would be at this point, because with the amount of surge that we have right now, the water is up and over the Riverwalk and onto Ashley Drive. Right across the street, you can see one of those light boxes, an electrical box. Obviously, that's a concern. I know that just off to the left of us, there's a building over there. That's one of the pump station buildings for the city of Tampa and the water system. So that's obviously a concern when you see water high enough to reach that. Hopefully they have that buttoned down and taken care of. But you can see the fire hydrant also right here behind me. That gives you an idea of just how high the water is just at the curb here. But we were able to see somebody try to walk through here, and again, a couple of trucks. I would say that that's at least 2 to 3 feet of water right there, up and over the curb, out of the river, and onto downtown Tampa. Guys, I think we're going to be seeing more of this. One of the gentlemen that I spoke with the city, who came out here to try and resecure some of those barriers, told me that he had just come from Davis Islands, where we were also located earlier, and he said the water is now up and over the seawall and inundating some of the streets. I asked him if they were passable. He said at the southern end he does not think so. I asked him whether or not the water had gotten to the homes yet, and he said he did not believe at this point it had. And how much longer will this go on? The city is telling me that they believe at least another hour. That's that tug of war, if you will, between the tide, right, and the amount of water coming in. Tide still going up, water still coming in. That means it's rising. Eventually, things will start to level off as the wind dies down and the surge starts to recede a little bit. But I believe that next high tide here is close to 2 in the morning, so we still got a ways to go with that. Reporting live in Tampa, Eric Glasser, 10 Tampa Bay.
And Eric, you're right. Yeah, about 2 a.m. when we're expecting to see that high tide. You know, looking at that, and you talk about, you know, with the river not quite expected that evacuation zone. Have you all been able to make it to the west side of South Tampa, over that in that West Shore area, down West Shore Boulevard? I know that's probably eventually.
We have not been over there. I have. Yeah, we have not been over there. I have spoken with people from the city. The west side, obviously, it floods. That's flood zone A, so they've got issues over there. But also farther south, almost anything south of Gandy right now and down toward Port Tampa, that's also seeing flooding coming up and over into the streets. Again, maybe not quite as bad as they thought, but we do still have time for that to be pushing in. And I will tell you that right now where I'm standing, you can see it. The wind is calm. About a half an hour ago when we were over at the convention center, it was whipping. So you have these squall lines that come through and they continue to push water up and through, but fortunately not a ton of rain. And that would obviously add to the problem, right? Because as we've demonstrated before, when the tide comes up, when the surge comes in, it covers up the pipes that allow water to run out of South Tampa. That's the drainage system. It goes into the bay. When the bay is too high, it covers the pipes, the water has nowhere to go. So if this was a combination of that tidal surge, high tide, and a ton of rain, like we saw maybe with Debbie, this area would be underwater. But right now, fortunately, we're seeing the extent of it, but it's not as bad as, believe it or not, it might have otherwise been if we had had a ton of rain along with everything else, guys.
Yeah, Eric, I'm really struck that that water is moving behind you there. It's not just stationary, it's not just rising, it's actually moving water right now.
Right. Exactly, guys, because it's not like we've had, again, with rain, where you have puddling water and it continues to rise. This is the river. The river is up over its banks. It's moving. So you're absolutely right. That water is not just being blown by the wind. It has a current to it, and that is the water that's being pushed in along with the tide coming up and with the water being pushed in by the wind and the surge. So yes, a moving river. We saw again somebody try to walk through there. You can see the current around their legs. Not something that you want to walk into again. Please do not walk into this water. Do not try to drive through it. It is simply not safe to do so. And certainly, now that it's dark, there's no way of gauging the depth or what's in it. Back to you.
All right, Eric Glasser live for us in downtown Tampa, showing us that the Riverwalk has become the river right there, and we're going to see that water rise even more. Definitely do not want to be in these flood waters this evening, and there will be some time before they recede as well.
Yeah, I'm Dave Wagner along with Courtney Robinson right here. We're with you all night long here, keeping you informed, prepared, and connected. We are keeping track of Hurricane Helene, now a Category 4 storm. Moving up, it is now north of Tampa Bay, so it's not coming back this way, but it is going to bring a lot of storm surge, and that's going to be the problem for us around here. So we're following all the effects of this tremendously large storm.
Dave, you and I were down in Lee County, in Fort Myers, after Hurricane Ian,
right.
and this amount of surge that we saw with that storm, devastating, heartbreaking. And some of our areas are bracing for that right now. I know that we have some video from Lee County. They've had, we'll go to that in a minute, but we do have some video coming in from Lee County where they've kind of seen the first little bit
They've
of
seen
that.
it firsthand and how bad that is. Let's go to David Shealy right now. He's in Tarpon Springs, been there all evening for us. David, what are you seeing? Are you seeing the water rise there, the storm surge taking effect?
So I'm not seeing any water rising just yet, but I tell you what, this entire vicinity lost power for about a good 60 seconds, maybe about 10 or 15 minutes ago. It was pitch black for a good 60 seconds, and then all the lights came back on, street lights, hotel lights as well. And then about 5 minutes after that, we saw linemen heading south on US 19. That's the first thing I need to tell you guys. The second thing is about 25 minutes ago when I was live with you, we heard a loud banging because we were talking about how high the wind speed was. It was about 10 feet away from us. This sign right here, it's going to be upside down, but I'll turn it. This sign hit a bench. It flew off wherever it was, and it hit a bench about 10 feet away from us because that's how high the winds are right now. And so I know here we like to keep you informed, prepared, and connected. I'm going to add 3 words to that. Valued, loved, and precious. You are valued, loved, and precious. And I want to tell you right now, if you hear weird noises while you're outside, don't try to turn those question marks into periods. It could be a sign like this flying. Please head inside. It's not safe to be outside right now. We're in the safest spot that we can be. We are right by the entrance of our hotel. We've seen trees go down about a couple miles up the road near Tarpon Springs High School. This is the safest place we can be. But right now it's still windy. Rain has slowed just a little bit, and power outages have started happening here in Tarpon Springs.
David, keep in mind behind you is a billboard for a personal injury attorney if anything should happen to you out there. Right behind you, directly back there.
We're keeping you informed, prepared, and connected.
And safe.
I see it. I see it. I like his smile.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That's how he's smiling. Yeah.
Thanks,
All right, David, thank you. When we've seen David, Eric, and Chris live just in the past few minutes here, one thing that you really haven't seen is that wind.
Yes.
But they say that it comes and it goes. Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins is here now, and Bobby, that wind. When we see this, that doesn't mean it's gone.
No, it doesn't mean it's gone or not. But we have a little bit of breaking news. We just got the 9 p.m. update. 140 mile per hour winds. That's still a Cat 4. Cat 4 goes all the way up to 156. Cat 5 starts at 157 and just goes up. There's nothing above Cat 5. It's moving to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. The pressure's actually up 1 millibar. Nothing different there. It's now 65 miles west of Cedar Key. That's just west-northwest of Crystal River right now. You can see it right in there. Obviously, you can see it's very close to landfall. I'm still thinking might be about 11:30 now time frame for that to happen, for official landfall for that to happen. Now, what's going to happen is this will continue to race, I should say, to the north and the northeast. But that basically means that it will end up on shore and still moving quickly. And so as a result, it's going to be pushing into the Panhandle and Georgia as a hurricane. There's that forecast, and you can see the turn. And this was what we were questioning. When does this happen? I mean, it looked like it was going north-northeast across the Gulf the whole time. But then hurricane warnings all the way up almost to Atlanta. That's just amazing. And then it does a little loop up there, just kind of comes back out as it's falling apart, be a rainmaker for parts of the Carolinas and up north. So there you go, 140 mile per hour winds. You can see the eye wall. It's been wobbling a little bit. That's what it does. But generally, it's been in really good shape. And that's what's allowed it to strengthen. That's why we've been seeing those lightning bolts, those strikes right around the center of the eye. I don't have it turned on here. There's still some lightning out there, but you can see it is pushing a lot of heavy rain up into northern Florida now, especially you get north of Citrus County. Because Citrus County, we're still getting it, and we will for another hour or so. So this puts it about 60 miles from landfall, moving at 24, two and a half hours or so before landfall. So yeah, it'll basically be right around midnight, maybe between 11:30 and midnight it has landfall. Look at all the lightning around it. That is, you know what, Ian did something similar when it had all that lightning right before landfall. So what you have is a Category 4 hurricane strengthening at landfall. I didn't think it would get to 140. We were thinking 125, 130, and kind of surprised to see it to get to 130 just about an hour ago. Now to see 40. But when you see all of that lightning, that's it. That is a super strong eye wall. And that is a good structure for this to have a lot of wind in it. It's hard to believe it can go any higher than that. Very warm water still underneath it. But regardless, the right side of this eye wall, where it goes on, Cross City to Perry, that's going to do a ton of damage with that wind. Now, not all of even that eye wall has 140 mile per hour winds. That's some of the highest that they could find. But 120, yeah, there's a lot of that in that eye wall. For us, obviously, 30s and 40s and 50s and gusts in the 70s to near 80. Those winds are going to slowly start to come down. Look how much the rain has really thinned out. And you can see it here kind of taking off and going off with the storm. And that's the good thing about it moving pretty quickly. The rain is still steady for Crystal River all the way down Sugar Mill Woods, Pine Island still. Brooksville, we're starting to get some breaks, and I think we'll kind of be on and off with the rain. More off, to be honest with you, especially over the next 3 hours or so. But you can see this is what the nature of it will look like all the way through. And this will pretty much continue for 3 or 4 hours. The heavier bands will tend to push their way further out, but how far out do they go? And they're not going to go too far. That's when you start piling up the water. Thank goodness that outer band right there you see in eastern Hardee and DeSoto County towards Sebring to Lake Placid. That one's still moving because that one's putting down more rainfall than anything else. If it were to stall and not move further to the east, it would really start flooding things. They made a new tornado watch. They just cut off the south end. This one goes all the way up into Georgia until 6 a.m. I don't think we have a tornado threat through 6 a.m. But I mean, look, there's a little cell right here. Look at that. That's a good cell. That's going to come swinging on in towards Pasco County, I think, here in about 45 minutes or so if it holds together. So we're going to keep that for a while, but we'll let you know as they start to trim that back. The current winds are showing gusts to 64 in Clearwater, 58 in St. Pete, 69 still in Sarasota, right? And the highest winds still to come. And the other part of this is when the center goes on shore, you got the highest winds right around the center. But as it starts to weaken over land, those higher winds come down, but the whole system spreads out. So you think because it's pulling away, and it's really unique to us here because of our geography where we're located. When you get a landfall and storm up there, you think that high winds, higher, right? And then as it's going away, you get less winds from the south and the north. But what's happened is the storm structure spreads out a little bit. The wind does come down, but then if you're in this one particular area, you're going to keep a solid wind for several hours. And that's prolonging our surge. So those gusts in the 60s will likely continue. I showed you this earlier, 81 mile per hour gust at Egmont Channel. We've got about 5-foot surge at Port Manatee right now. That's right by Egmont Channel. And that gust was hours ago, about 2 hours ago now at this point, right? And the forecast throws that through even midnight tonight, we're still going to be seeing gusts in the 40s and 50s. And key to all of this is now it's still blowing onshore. That's what drove, I mean, we were showing you earlier this afternoon, Paso Grill, St. Pete Beach from our Bellwether beach camera. And you could see there was a lot of swells coming in, but it wasn't, choppy or anything like that. As soon as that wind turned on, it got super choppy, and the water was running up in between the condos and the buildings there. All of those houses on the backside, I can't say the houses themselves, but the ones that I saw on the east side of Gulf Boulevard and Boca Ciega Bay, just southeast of the St. Pete Beach camera that we had, there was water over those roads. So if you had a lifted house, you might be okay, but a lot of those areas have water in those houses. This is 3 a.m. We still have winds in the 20s with gusts in the 30s. There'll be some gusts in the 40s right along the immediate coast at 3 in the morning, but those are still less than what we've had. And then by 6 a.m., still breezy. It'll be breezy all day tomorrow, but you see, obviously, we're getting a lot less wind as we go through sunrise into lunchtime for tomorrow afternoon. So that's going to be all of it. So that we're just trying to time this water, and you saw Eric out there saying the exact same thing. They're kind of seeing it get a little bit higher, but they're expecting it to stay. And that's 2 in the morning, and I think it's going to stay. I could probably extend this up a little bit more and then bring it back down. But that's going to be not only one of the highest surges that we've seen here in decades, in fact, in some places ever, but it will also last long too. This is certainly going to be one. I mean, I remember Madeira Beach, we were watching water over Gulf Boulevard at one point for maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5, 3 hours during Idalia. It was a quick one. This is going to last 4, 5, 6 hours at least. All right, we've had water all afternoon and evening. Those are some of the numbers I showed you before for the tides. Essentially, tides coming in for just about everybody. So guys, Courtney, Dave, I think we're going to end up, obviously we figured this was going to be the major thing about the surge, but they were talking earlier about, no school on Friday. I was like, there's no way, because these people have to be in the shelters. It's going to be a very slow go of it getting back onto the beaches over the next several days. There's going to be a lot of debris on the roads, and most of that, or at least a lot of it, has to be cleared before they let people out there. So just pack patience. You're going to have it here over the next 24 hours, next week, right? We're going to be cleaning up for quite some time here.
And our community having to clean up and deal with so much here from our water, but thinking about, Big Bend, Tallahassee, those areas.
It only gets worse as you go north. But if it's your house and your home's affected and flooded,
of course.
that is what
and a lot of homes going to be affected.
No doubt about it. We want to take a look at Gulf Boulevard. This is at Causeway Boulevard right here. Check this out.
Whoa!
This is really like a river. This is just completely flooded. Very unusual. We know there are homes around here, and we know those homes are likely affected by this. It just is such a mess. And keep in mind, we're still getting storm surge, so this is not the end of it.
And we were looking at this shot, I'm just checking, about like an hour ago, and much more water here than what we saw just an hour ago at Gulf Boulevard, at Causeway Boulevard. We have Hannah Deneen, who is live for us in Hernando County. We saw her on Hernando Beach, and Hannah, you said that you were going to make a change to where you were, so you felt a little bit safer. Where are you guys now? What have you seen in your move?
Courtney, we're still in Hernando Beach. We're at the Hernando Beach boat ramp where we were earlier this afternoon, just around 3 o'clock. And we haven't seen the water rise that much in the last several hours, maybe an inch or two. It's a bit hard to gauge with this wind blowing. But the wind, that's what I want to talk about right now. That's really the story of what we're seeing out here in Hernando County. As the water, we're of course expecting it to rise as that storm surge comes in throughout the evening. But for now, what we're seeing is a lot of strong wind gusts. Perhaps you can see through the trees that are blowing in the wind, or if you can hear that right there. Lots of signs right here as well, keeping a bit of distance from them per David Shealy's advice. But then further in the distance in this neighborhood over here, we did hear another transformer blow, and we saw them lose power in that area. So high tide here in Hernando Beach, it is at 10 o'clock, so it's within the next hour, and then we expect this water is going to continue to push in overnight. Certainly something we're going to be keeping an eye on for you all. As I know, we've been here in Hernando County all day as people in these nearby neighborhoods have been bracing. This is something they are very familiar with. They're bracing for that storm surge and the potential for flooding. Again, they've prepared for the worst. Now they're just hoping for the best.
Hannah, thank you. Live in Hernando County for us this evening. And of course, we'll check back in with her shortly, see where things are. Hernando County, I was just speaking with our chief meteorologist, Bobby Deskins, about timing, especially when we talk about surge, which we have said is going to be the biggest threat to our area right now. That surge, the highest peak that we're going to see, you said, Bobby, Pinellas, Hillsborough counties, probably next hour or so, really, when we're going to see, next couple of hours. Hernando County and Citrus, as we start to move forward into the evening, the overnight hours, we're going to start to see that early morning, so 2 a.m. It's going to vary based on where you are, obviously, and of course the amount of water that you're going to get. But it's not, so when we say 10, that's where it start to get there for our southern counties.
Yeah, and so much depends on where you were during this storm and where you are right now. We were talking about Lee County and just how devastated that community was south of here during Hurricane Ian. And let's take a look. We have some incredible video right here. It is interesting to see what's going on there. And this is really, this in so many ways is much less than what we're getting around here. This is Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Sanibel.
This is the bridge to Matlacha.
Yes.
So this is the bridge to Matlacha, and people have been, driving back and forth. They've closed off a lot of the roads in Lee County. Most of them are actually impassable, as you can see right here. Matlacha is kind of like enter at your own risk, and people have been doing it.
Yeah, you see the waves lapping up on the road right there. And it is, when you talk about communities devastated, they have still not recovered from Ian, and so many people are really struggling. And look at this vehicle. I mean, this obviously is not recommended. Sometimes people get in there and start moving and just realize they've gotten themselves in way too deep. And then you see somebody in law enforcement there as well trying to go through. I mean, not too many cars can survive this. I'd be surprised if they got through very well down there. But we're talking several feet of water in some areas.
I think that was, so we had the utility workers and whatnot, but I think that was actually them trying to get their rescue boat deployed. That's Fort Myers Beach right there that you're seeing, passable by boat. This is an area where so many people just lost everything in that Fort Myers Beach community. You couldn't even get on to Fort Myers Beach in the weeks that followed.
Sure, and that storm, there was so much wind associated with that storm too that, windows were blown out and all, and this storm, every hurricane is different, and this particular storm, it's a lot about storm surge, and storm surge, as we've talked about, kills more people, and that's the most deadly part of a hurricane. And so it's a real concerning thing, and those who are, in harm's way right now, and it hasn't even struck, the outer bands have, but the bulk of this at 140-mile-an-hour winds has not even struck up around Tallahassee, North Florida at this point.
Right, and it's, west of us now, northwest of us, but still feeling all of those impacts in those waves. Chris Hurst is live for us in Venice right now. We want to check in with Chris. Chris, that is an area where you said you've shown us, right? We've already seen that water rising, and you've talked with people in their homes who are in that, and they say that the water's coming in.
Well, Chris is having a tough time hearing, and that's a common thing. Rain and microphones and earpieces don't always mix well. We will reconnect with him and bring him live shortly here. But as we saw, Chris is in an area where there's a lot of flooding, and people are going back into their homes where there are floodwaters. Some never left, but they're seeing floodwaters in their homes, and some are walking around. Some are just choosing to stay.
Right. And it's, look, it's a hard decision to make, right? To leave your home and leave all of your possessions. Many people have made that choice, wisely, and others have chosen to stay. And we've heard from law enforcement saying that they have gotten some of those calls. Adure Chumba is live for us right now in St. Pete. Adure, you and Miguel are together. What are you all seeing right now in St. Pete?
Hi, the conditions here in St. Pete continuing to progressively deteriorate throughout the day. We have been on the streets since 2 p.m. with daylight, seeing the storm surge, the seawall over by the St. Petersburg Pier just breach that seawall there. And you could just see the water just kind of like swelling and gathering momentum, and then by the time it was dark, it was already breaching into the sidewalk into the park there at Vinoy Park. And at that point, we determined that it was no longer safe to be in that area, and we retreated to this parking deck here at the hotel in downtown St. Pete. Now, the winds again picking up. You can still, feel every now and then that gust kind of like pushes me like that, but then you can still hear that howling to give you a sense of the intensity. And like you said, we haven't really gotten the height of the hurricane. Now, reports from Pinellas EMS telling us around 100,000 people have now lost power. They are starting to do some water rescues, as well as we told you, the water's beginning to take over the streets and take over some homes. Access to those barrier islands been shut off since 6 p.m. today. So again, those people sheltering in place, needing to be rescued. Law enforcement now is saying that they are already carrying out some of those rescues. We're also getting reports of structure fires and transformer fires as well. So those are things to keep in mind as we go through the day. But of course, the biggest concern here is that surge, that storm surge of about 5 to 8 feet still being expected. That's the biggest concern, because that's going to elevate that flooding level that we're worried about.
For us in St. Pete, Adure, thank you. And that storm surge, it is the biggest thing, and that surge is what, the domino effect. We see all these fires, we see these accidents, and just so many more things. It's responsible for so much.
We want to take you out to I-4 again, some of the video that we have from earlier here, and we talked about this particular accident out here, and we're getting more details about this. We will bring those to you shortly here, but again, a person was killed out on I-4. We have a few more details that we'll share with you, but let's go to Chris Hurst, who is live right now. He is to the south of us. He's been in the Venice area. Chris, are you seeing some changes there?
Well, the change is that the water continues to get deeper and deeper over Tamiami Trail. That's US 41 here in Venice that takes you down to Englewood and Port Charlotte. We still have cars that are trying to pass over this road, but not nearly as much as when we last talked to you about 20 minutes ago. We believe that they've, or at least are trying to shut down the road in both directions. Back where I can see where there's an interchange 441 with Venice. We've also seen some police cars that have been chasing after cars that have been trying to drive through the floodwater, and look like they were giving somebody a ticket right up here at the intersection. But while there are fewer cars, there still are some that are trying to pass through here the water. What this really means, though, folks, is that those areas that are in Zone A in Sarasota, Manatee County, the coastal areas, and we're right next to the Gulf. A lot of this water here coming from Donna Bay, Roberts Bay, that feeds into the Venice Inlet, is that these coastal areas are starting to get inundated. That couple, and Tim, why don't you just pan over? I know it's really not going to show anything, but at least you'll know that this car right here with a Purple Heart veteran license plate and a Purple Heart sticker and a Marine sticker here, man, I hope they're okay. It looks like they own these two homes that are just off camera. And when we saw this elderly couple get out of the car to try and survey some of the damage so far for these two homes that are just off my shoulder, it was about knee deep for both of them. Well, we saw them a couple of minutes ago as they were surveying the damage in one of these homes. It was already up to mid-thigh, right? So we're talking about, as Bobby has said, at least a 4-foot storm surge in parts of Sarasota, Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas. But that storm surge could get even higher as the tide goes up, and we are still as I said, down here at least, seeing that actual change of direction from the east and the south to now the south and southwest. So we still have some people that, thankfully though, are not going through that floodwater. That is also something that's a little bit different than the last time we were talking to you, is that some people actually are wisely turning around and not driving through it. But I have to say, it is a little odd because we could see probably about 300 yards off camera, red and blue flickering police lights, and now we don't see any of that at all. In fact, we see somebody here. You know, this isn't really great for your car either, but at least it's better than driving through brackish water that's caused from a Cat 4 hurricane. So people now taking the advice that we have, which is turn around, don't drown, but really the paramount advice, folks, is don't be out here at all if you don't have to. We're out here, as paid observers here to take a look at this stuff, make sure that the conditions are lining up with how the forecasts were and are doing so in a safe way. But we have seen some sparking now, electrical sparking near this water that is now almost about to cover the median two here of the Tamiami Trail. And of course, we know that some flooding issues could be farther up north on these barrier coastal islands, Siesta Key, Longboat Key, up into Anna Maria Island. We have not been able to survey that part of the damage in South Bay, but if Venice is any indication, and generally with these storms that come in through the Gulf, we are the leading edge for what you might be able to expect at points farther north. The storm surge is higher. The winds are still sustained about 50 miles an hour, gusts over 60, and we still have not reached the peak of the surge or the tide just yet, Courtney and Dave.
Chris, I'm concerned about this couple you mentioned. Is there anything we can do on our end here to make sure that they're okay? Is there something you can do on your end to make sure this couple's okay?
I mean, look, it would be possible for us to get into the water, but definitely not advisable. We are staying here. That is one of the things we kind of decided to do rather than try to roam out and find other areas. There still, I think, is an urgent demand for people to avoid downtown Venice and the Tamiami Trail. But we still can see into the home. They do have a lantern that they are using. If there are any visible signs of distress, obviously we will change and adapt and respond to that. But what it is I think a tale that we see all the time, is that some people really just want to disregard the advice that we put out there. And, God love them. They're allowed to do that. They are American, but it is just not safe to do so. But we are going to keep tabs on them, Dave. And if we see any changes to the conditions, we'll adjust accordingly.
Just want to make sure that those folks need some help. That
you made me nervous.
Authorities. Yeah.
No,
I'm not asking you to swim across
no.
the water there to reach them, but maybe there's somebody out there who might be able to help them if they need help. But again, not advisable to be doing that.
And when we've talked, Bobby, not to put you on the spot over here, but when we've talked with you, you said the water's going to recede. There's going to be, it's not going to take forever for that to go down. There's going to be time for you tomorrow to be able to go back to your community safely and figure out what's going to go on. It will be there. It will be there tomorrow, we hope.
All right, we want to go.
Yeah, sorry.
My mic was on, yes. And another thing about that is this is a stressful time. It's anxiety-ridden when you're leading up to the storm, right? Because you don't know. It's the unknown. And then afterwards, you basically end up, right now you're in the middle of it. You're seeing the video. You're seeing the pictures. You're worried about it. And then what's going to happen on the backside is seeing the damage, dealing with the damage. And the folks that live out there will be going out there. And I want to show you this while I'm here. Good, I'm glad we're here. They will be going out there. You know who else will be going out there is people that just want to go and check it out. And the people that live there, they don't want those people around, right? They prefer to have their place to themselves to kind of clean up. And there's going to be a lot of that going on. So we'll have film crews there, and we can shoot it. And then that way we don't have a ton of people heading down there to the beaches. And a lot of the places you got to have a placard, you got to have an ID or something like that anyways. So we talked about near record levels for this surge. Colleen put this together, and these are the records for these areas. Every one of these are broken. Clearwater had 6 feet of surge, is what we're seeing so far. That broke the Alder one by about 2 feet. That was from the No Name storm back in '93. East Bay area, 4 almost 5 feet. It still broke the record from last year. Port Manatee, look at that, almost a foot more. Old Port Tampa Bay, a foot more. And St. Pete, The old level in 1985, that was Hurricane Helene. We've now done about half a foot more than that. And I think some of these could go perhaps another foot. The scenes I'm seeing right now, the water levels are still coming up. Looking at the gauges, these numbers are still coming up. And I think in the next couple of hours, we'll start to see that top off a little bit. But that means that these numbers here are going to go up, guys.
All right, we want to go to I-4 right now, and some video that we got. And this is really just a heartbreaking story that we see. We showed you this earlier, where what appears to be some sort of accident on the road. We didn't know exactly what happened. Turns out a sign fell onto a car, killing a person out there. We don't know exactly what happened. This video is reloading right now, but we don't know how that happened, if it was wind related. We just don't have enough information about it at this point, but it does underscore the danger of being out there on the roads right now. There are a lot of things that can happen, from wind to water and everything in between.
So many, I mean, there are so many dangers right now when we have hurricanes. And again, law enforcement over and over repeatedly saying, please do not be on the road. In that video, earlier when we were looking at that live picture and trying to figure out what may have happened, and again, the police response to that, if you looked beyond that, you could see that road sign. You're looking at video from the Howard Franklin from earlier today, right?
Yeah, that's from earlier today. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, these cars just sort of bobbing in and out of water there. There's no doubt there was a good reason for shutting down the bridge right here. Look at it lapping up on the bridge. You remember the last storm we had around here, they had to shut it down for a while. And we should point out that the Howard Franklin Bridge is closed right now. The Gandy Bridge is closed. Courtney Campbell Causeway is closed, and the Sunshine Skyway closed. So really, any bridge out of Pinellas County, for the most part, is down right now and will not reopen until they believe it's safe.
Can you imagine driving through that?
Is probably not one they're going to shut down, but the south end of it by the airport is probably underwater.
Yeah. Yeah, unbelievable. And you did point out, Dave, during Debbie, we saw them. They shut down the Howard Franklin, and then that area, because it was damaged.
That's correct.
By all
and you
the
can see,
water crashing over.
How can this not damage the road to a certain extent? We know they've been doing a lot of construction out there. Hopefully the bridge is intact and they can get this open hopefully sometime tomorrow, so people can go about their lives. But you see the force of nature right there, between how high the water is there, the wind pushing it onto shore here, and this was before the big storm surge that we had.
So one of the things that we made the decision, right? Well, the county kind of made the decision. St. Pete made that decision for us, evacuating Zone A. Our station is on Gandy Boulevard in Zone A, and every single hurricane season, we have this right here in place. We're just near the Hard Rock off I-4 at an area where there's higher ground, safer facilities. And so we're set up here to move all of the operations. And that is where we are this evening, 10 Tampa Bay. I'm Courtney Robinson, along with Dave Wagner, if you're just now joining us. So we've moved. We do have a live picture available just to check in on what we're seeing in, this is Gandy Boulevard at Brighton Bay. So kind of in that area. And you can see water's on the roadway right there, too.
Yeah, and Gandy Beach was pretty well covered earlier today. That's not completely surprising, but Gandy Boulevard is not necessarily a place that fills with water. Our television station is just down the road here, and when I checked earlier, they said that they thought it was intact. We've got floodgates up, so hopefully those will hold. But it is concerning, and you rarely see the roads like that. I mean, look, just completely empty. Gandy Boulevard, very busy road. Howard Franklin, very busy. Courtney Campbell, busy. And of course the Skyway Bridge, I mean, an exceptionally busy road. All of them without cars tonight.
But maybe a person walking in the middle of the road
probably
there.
So.
Yeah.
Well, that's a novelty for someone to be able to walk down Gandy Boulevard.
With no traffic.
Yeah, with no traffic at all. Yeah.
David Shealy is live for us in Tarpon Springs. David, we've seen the wind pick up and the rain. What are you seeing right now? What has changed, if anything?
So thankfully it has stopped raining right here in Tarpon Springs. The wind has slowed a bit, still windy, but it hasn't been at the high speeds that we were talking about maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. Ever since we had the power outage about 30 to 40 minutes ago, the lights have come back on and have stayed on. We're going to try to drive around and see if we can find if there were some effects down the road from those high winds and the rain. But here where we are right now, it has gotten a lot better. Still windy. We still see some flashes in the sky, and that's why we're staying so close to the hotel, because again, if we see anything or hear anything that feels dangerous or seems dangerous, we're going to get back inside, because that's obviously the safest thing to do.
And David, were you able, before this, were you able to make your way down to the sponge docks? That's an area where we always see a lot of water coming up. Earlier today when you guys were around, were you able to get down into some of those areas, and did you already see the water kind of coming up?
So we were in the sponge docks earlier. We spoke to a man who worked on a boat, and they just had to tie the boat real tight because they didn't want the boat to float away. We did not see water spilling into the sidewalk or the street. Actually, the scene was a bit interesting because we saw groups of people walking along the street, on the sidewalk, just trying to take everything in. And we asked them, hey, how worried are you about this storm? And some of them said, I'm not worried too much, and they didn't really have that much concern, but they said if it did get dangerous, they would go inside. So we're going to see if we can go back and see if anything happened over there. But the businesses right there by the docks, they all had sandbags. They all had boards in front of their doors and windows. So all the businesses took precaution just in case anything got to an extreme level. We're going to go check that out, and we will report back on that for you guys.
David, be safe. Thank you very much. We have all of our crews. They're out. They're monitoring all of the conditions and sharing those with us, sharing those with you.
I want to take you to Boca Ciega Bay right now, and we'll show you a rescue that took place. This is from earlier today right here. And you see the Coast Guard out there. And obviously, someone is down in that water, and they are working to get them out. What happens with this rising water sometimes is it happens so quickly. And Bobby had talked about this, how quickly that storm surge can move in, how quickly it can change. We've heard from our crew up in Crystal River, a very kind of short amount of time to get out of the way. So this is something to keep in mind. Coast Guard, no doubt, busy. They can't go out in every condition, but they try very hard. You see them being hoisted onto that helicopter right there, that Coast Guard helicopter. What remarkable work they do in trying to protect people in the worst of conditions. You see just how choppy the water is down there. I'm sure it's very windy, but these people prepare for that. They train for this and do an amazing job. We're very grateful for them.
Very, very grateful. And you saw that boat that they were showing over there. We talked about this earlier. There's a lot of people who live on boats in our communities, and we've unfortunately, saw some tragedies happen with that during
in Gulfport.
In Gulfport, yeah. So, they're out. They're ready to make those rescues. They're trying to mitigate as much as they can before the storm, but they're there.
Hannah Deneen is live for us right now. She's in Hernando Beach at this hour. Hannah, we are keeping watch on the storm surge. Is it changing there?
Well, Dave, you're talking about how quickly we can see this water rise, and I don't know if I've ever seen such a good example as this. You guys last checked in with me 30 minutes ago, where you could still see the lip of that side of the boat ramp here. That's now completely underwater. I want to say it's risen nearly a foot in the last 30 minutes. Now, where these black poles are here, the black and green poles behind these shrimp boats here, that area behind those poles is a dock where people can typically be walking. And Rob, I think you've got a good shot there showing just how underwater that dock is now. Now, high tide here on Hernando Beach, I misspoke earlier, it's actually closer to 11:30. So what we're seeing is high tide coupled with the storm pushing all of this water in. And this is the storm surge. It's here. It's pushing in. This is what people in all of the neighboring communities have been preparing for all week. We've been in those neighborhoods for the last several days. Just earlier today, I was in that neighborhood right next door to the boat ramp where there were nearly every house in there had some version of tarps and sandbags working to protect their house. They are ready to see this storm surge, and Courtney and Dave, it's here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I guess my question is, have you been able to tell whether or not those measures that they took have actually helped? Because, you know, when you see this level of storm surge, it doesn't matter if you put up, you know, sandbags or tarps, whatever, that water often finds a way in.
Yeah, Dave, I spoke with a man earlier who lives in that neighborhood, and that's exactly what he told me. He said this might slow down the water, but it almost feels inevitable that that water will get into their house. He had actually redesigned the ground floor of his house after the last storm that impacted them. I believe it was a dahlia. And he said, I no longer have carpet in my ground floor. I'm not dealing with that again. We put down concrete, something that I'm going to be able to throw on some fans after these storms instead of having to redo my ground floor, because again, these storms and the impact that they have on their homes, they're becoming more routine. And again, he felt that the storm surge coming into his home, it was a matter of not if, but when.
Yeah, and you know, the sad thing about this is these people, you know, you look at insurance. Insurance will not cover everything that's damaged, often doesn't cover, you know, nearly as much as has been damaged. So these homeowners are faced, you know, with having to clean up, pay out of pocket for a lot of this stuff. And it takes time, it takes money, it's stressful. And these folks are, you know, going to be struggling for some time to come.
And many on fixed incomes, because
Absolutely.
this is their retirement.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking from Sarasota, for the Tampa Bay region, right?
Yeah.
From Sarasota County all the way up to Citrus County, that so many in our coastal communities, again, in the last year, it's now the third time from a major storm system, you know, but there's been flooding issues, you know, throughout.
Right, and then you look at the cost of
Yeah.
insurance going up in this state, and the struggle that homeowners face there.
Right.
It's getting very expensive to live, and certainly after these storms it becomes more expensive.
It does. I want to give you a look at Causeway Boulevard, Gulf Boulevard, Bel Air Beach. We've been kind of monitoring this. Oh yeah, you can see there were signs that you could see, and those are now submerged. This is an area where we've kind of just been checking in, and you can see it moving too, Dave. When we talk about, you know, looking, we had another shot, right, of clear water looking above. It looks like a river, and you can see that right there, that water moving, pushing through and just getting deeper with that surge. A friend of mine sent me video from Sand Key, so not too far away, and the water was right there, intercoastal side, and that water was right there, like looking at their dock. We do have that video. Okay, let's see if we can show that. I mean, this is incredible. So this was this might have been about an hour ago, so deeper now, and you can see that right there, looking at the dock, pushing in. Again, this is on the intercoastal side. So look at that right there, so much water.
Yeah, we talk about moving water. A really good example of that is where Eric Glasser is right now. He's live along Tampa River Walk. Eric, when we last left you, the water was rising, the surge was taking place, and the water was moving as well.
Hi, Dave. Yeah, well, before, at our last location, we were along Ashley Drive, and I said that the Riverwalk had become the river. We moved over to the other side of that, on the south end now of where TGH would be along Bayshore Boulevard, and I can tell you that Bayshore has become the bay. I'm going to step out of the way, and I'm going to let you look at it. The whole reason really for just stopping at the location where we are right now is when we saw it for ourselves, I said other people need to see this. It's just that unusual. You can see that the water now has pushed high enough that it is coming over the banister. It has overtaken Bayshore Boulevard. In fact, those aren't just large puddles of water like we would normally see along this stretch of Bayshore in a bad storm. Those are waves. Those are 1 to 2 foot waves crashing on the north side of Bayshore Boulevard. So in the distance from where we are right now, just across the way, that's Tampa General Hospital. By the way, we have seen a lot of activity. I can tell you several ambulances, fire trucks, and a lot of other rescue vehicles moving into that area. Just from our vantage point, we could see it. But take a look at the water, the way that the surge that we were talking about when we could see the water pushing up over the Riverwalk. Now, again, we're on the south side of that. and look at the waves crashing onto what is just simply the sidewalk on the north side of Bayshore Boulevard. Not just impassable because of the amount of water, but you couldn't possibly drive anything through this because it's got wave action. The waves are crashing on Bayshore Boulevard as we speak, whipped up by the amount of wind that continues to seem to come right out of the south, blowing on, I can tell you, very, very windy out here now. We've probably seen the strongest gusts of wind that we've experienced all night. So I know that the storm has kind of moved north of the parallel that it would be with Tampa. But the wind that's whipping around it and the squalls that are following it, that tail effect, are absolutely whipping up the water and the wind in downtown Tampa. I continue to see blue light in the sky. Those transformers are blowing in the Tampa area. I imagine that there are people without electricity. Where we are, the street lights continue to be on. TGH has its own power, so even if the lights went out, they would still have power. By the way, I'm just going to stop for a second. You can see this is another one of those emergency vehicles pulling over the Davis Islands Bridge right now as we speak. So we've seen that, a course of that throughout the course of the evening. But this is the amount of water that we've seen, an enormous amount of water pushing up out of the bay onto Bayshore Boulevard in volumes that I personally have not seen. Again, we've seen rainstorms. I've been out here at times where it's impassable, up to your hip, as they say. And earlier today, we did sort of see that as the rush of water started to come in from the surge, but not with this sort of wind, not with this sort of push, not with the energy that is literally creating action along Bayshore Boulevard. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Eric, thank you so much for those great visuals telling that story there. And I want to remind you, as you see what Eric's showing you out there, that water level is from a storm that was 100 miles offshore when it went by Tampa. The 15 to 20 foot surge is going to be up in here. There's a sheriff up in here that just said, if you know anybody that decided to stay, tell them to write their name and social security number on their arm with a Sharpie, because they retrieve their body afterwards. They think it's going to be that bad. That was the threat with Ian. And if you remember how we were all thinking a day before Ian made landfall, we thought it was hitting Tampa, right? It went down to Fort Myers instead. We just got record. Eric said himself, he hasn't seen surge like this that's setting records, right? It's been decades. We got to go back to 1921. That was probably worse. I don't think we have all the records for that because it was so long ago. But we got hit at Tarpon Springs in 1921, and that really did a number on us. It was a Cat 3 storm. If something like this had to hit us, take what you see out there right now and at least double it. At least. So here we are. We're setting records. We're going to go about 4 to 6, 4 to 7 foot amount of surge out there. We had 2 to 4 with the Dahlia, and we actually dodged a bullet, believe it or not. So these poor folks up here about an hour and a half. Well, actually, it's getting a little bit closer than that right now. I think that's going to be less than an hour before it makes landfall. In fact, let me run over there right now because, I just kind of looked up. That was quick, Colleen. I didn't.
That outer eye wall is starting to move onto the coast now.
It's getting there right now. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I'm going to put a measuring tool in here. So from the center of the eye, we're talking less than 30 miles from the center. And
the worst part, here you can drive on that one there. The worst part is going to be this area on the right side, right here. Horseshoe Beach area, and then up towards Perry, which is right about right there. They're getting the highest winds right here on this northeast quadrant and a little bit on the top. It's actually because they're moving 20 some miles an hour and the wind's blowing the opposite direction there. There's the center. You can see about 28 miles from land. It's going right up about there. Draw that one. And so that would put it less than an hour. That's probably about 30 miles or so. And it's moving 24. What's it still moving at now? I think it's 24 miles per hour.
Yeah,
so technically the center would be there in about an hour, but the business end of the thing is coming through right now, right? Now, Tallahassee. Colleen, if you don't mind, let's zoom this out just a little bit. I know a lot of parents got kids up there in Tallahassee, a lot of friends and family up there. Here they are. They will be on the back side of this, but they are going to get a good hurricane coming through there. All right, it's going to be northeast winds for them. They're getting east to northeast right now. but they're going to get a lot of wind. They're not going to get the 140 that you're seeing here on this thing, but there's going to be some winds well over 100 miles per hour, I think, in the Tallahassee area. And that's going to do a lot of damage there. So that's the issue. But this area right in here where Perry is and then down towards Cross City, they're getting it right now. Crystal River, some of the heaviest winds are pushing through the area right now, and so obviously some of the surge is really coming up. Even if we pan down just a little bit more towards the south, even in the Tampa Bay area, the water levels that we're seeing down here in the bay are still coming up. They're still coming up. I do think, though, we're about an hour or two away from them kind of cresting and then slowly going down just a little bit. But this thing is just about ready to make landfall here. Spotty rainfall now across the area. That trend will continue. Talking to some friends who are like, I think we did good. You know, most folks that live inland. And I look at these rain bands, and I think we are looking pretty good. They will be cutting back that tornado watch here soon, but I'm not letting go of that for a while. We do want to keep an eye on some of those cells, as we could have still a few spin-ups. The wind will stay onshore. It will be slowly coming down, but as Eric said, there's some gust, and if we could zoom out just a little bit and then hit that water vapor button if you get a chance, maybe go out a little bit more, because one of the concerns, we were talking earlier about some drier air getting in here. Yeah, we're going to have to go out a lot more, I guess, now. There you go. See that orange there? That is drier air, and it's going to be pulled in back on the back side of this. And the reason why I bring that up is because it's not enough to eat away at this, which normally it would. It's too late for that at this point. It will help eventually. But drier air is a little bit thicker, a little bit denser, and you can actually have winds just blowing even higher on the back side of this. Downburst winds. And so that's also playing a role in keeping our winds up and keeping them gusty for the next 3 hours or so, through about 1 to 2 in the morning. I think we've seen closer to some of the peak gusts that we're going to see, upper 70s to near 80. We might see a couple more, obviously along the immediate coast, but because we're getting a little bit of mix of this dry air in here eventually, that's going to keep some of those winds gusty as we go through the overnight hours. So the overall wind will be slowly coming down, but we're definitely keep some good gusts. And I tell you what, then it's going to be really interesting to see what this does up in the Panhandle, especially into Georgia, because we've got basically those hurricane warnings almost up to Atlanta at this point. Courtney, Dave, they're starting to see, you can see where we had this one watch earlier, how it got trimmed back. That'll be the case here later in the next couple of hours. We'll start to drop that off just a little bit.
You know, Bobby, as you're talking about that, Dave and I were over here. It's such a different storm because I think so often we've talked about the wind element, you know, the storm with the winds and the fact that this is just so much water. I don't remember, you know, and I know that this is a different level of water, but I don't remember a storm where we were like saying that, you know, there's just gonna be so much water. And don't worry, I mean, the wind, as we've seen it, yes, there have been trees down, but it hasn't been as damaging.
Yeah, all these hurricanes are different. They have their own kind of identity, and that's what makes it tough. And when people say they're not evacuating because they went through a hurricane, a Category 2 or 3 or 4, and say I'm not evacuating because everything was fine. All these storms are different. Sometimes the storm surge, like from this particular storm, is the major problem. Sometimes it's the wind. So if you've survived one hurricane doesn't mean you're going to survive the next or the next.
And it's such a massive storm too, with that surge that we're seeing it, you know, really in so many of our communities and different levels. Citrus County is one of those areas where we are expecting, you know, our northernmost county in Tampa Bay, where we're really expecting the most surge, potentially 12 feet or more.
Yeah, as we go to the north, it gets more difficult, more challenging for folks up there. Aaron Parsegian is in Crystal River tonight, keeping an eye on things there. Aaron, are you seeing the surge taking place there? Are you seeing the water rise?
Well, Dave and Courtney, we've been keeping a close eye on things for the last several hours, and we are slowly starting to see the water rise here in Kings Bay. This is that area that we kind of watch for when you're talking about storm surge. This is where water will start splashing over here as that wind brings it in. It started off actually lower in the day, and now we're starting to slowly see it rise. So we're keeping a close eye on this seawall behind me, if you can see that while I'm putting the flashlight on it. We want to be really cautious if that water starts to come over that and come close to it. We were talking to some of the locals around here who've been through a storm or 2 or 3 even in the past year alone, who say once that water starts coming over the seawall, it's about 15 minutes before we have to get out of here and go to higher ground. That just gives you an idea of how quick that surge can happen. Obviously, people have been kind of waiting around all day, waiting to see that happen, and now we are slowly watching that water begin to rise as this wind continues to pick up and blow here in Crystal River. So that's something we're keeping a close eye on through the night, through the hours. And this is an area that's been inundated by storm surge and flooding before. It was last year, Hurricane Idalia brought 7 feet of storm surge going to homes, businesses all around Kings Bay and Crystal River here, causing a lot of damage. Some people are still recovering from today. So there's a lot of anxiety as we go through the night and it gets darker and darker, and they try to figure out just how much this water will be coming up into these neighborhoods.
Aaron, thanks very much. And I know you're going to take precautions out there. It's always a little nerve-wracking when you're covering these things because things can change quickly, and I'm glad you're keeping track of that out there. I'm Dave Wagner along with Courtney Robinson here. We are 10 Tampa Bay. Want to let you know we are among those who had to evacuate. Our studios are on the St. Pete side of the Gandy Bridge. When water is in danger of inundating the building, we have to leave. So we've moved to higher ground in Tampa. That's where we are right now. We're safe and sound. We hope you are too. We know there are some people out there in harm's way, and we know a lot of you did not anticipate that it would be this bad. Not everybody keeps up with, not everybody watches every single newscast or is on social media. Some people aren't completely aware, and I've discovered that just by talking to people and letting them know, hey, we got a hurricane coming. It's like, oh, really? Had no idea.
I told you, I mean, I was off on Monday and Tuesday, took personal days, and it was so interesting. People going, wait, there's a storm? Or, I just realized that there's a storm, or why is the water gone?
Sure.
And so, so not every step of the way, and things have changed throughout the day, just in the last hour or two, not just with the water rising, but even that wind kind of changing as well. And really, since this morning with Hurricane Helene waking up with a Category 2, then a Category 3, and now we have a Category 4 storm in the Gulf of Mexico.
Right, and the storm surge is continuing to rise right now. So the water levels are going to get worse in some areas, which is unfortunate. I want to give you a unique view right now of this hurricane. This is from above. This is from the International Space Station, about 250 miles above Earth right here. The International Space Station orbits Earth in about 93 minutes, but it was able to take this picture, and you see both the beauty and terrifying picture here of this storm. Look at that, just looking right, and you get an idea of just how big this is. Hundreds of miles this storm is. Really every part of the state of Florida in one way or another is impacted by this storm.
And Bobby, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I'm trying to remember exactly what you said earlier when we look at this, and you can see the magnitude of it. You said potentially the largest storm recorded with Helene's wind field?
No, not the largest recorded, but twice. We were comparing it to other storms.
Okay.
So the people have an idea why we're going to get the surge we're going to get.
Okay.
It would be about 150 miles wider than the storm winds with Idalia.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow, and that was a big storm too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Over 450 miles wide.
So as this goes north, Bobby, talk about this storm as it kind of heads north. It's going to hit Florida. It's going to hit up there in Tallahassee area, around that area. It's going to cause a lot of damage, a lot of flooding. But then it's going to move north. How far can this storm move? I mean, what states? We have a lot of people from out of state here. People have moved here from out of state. People are visiting from out of state. How far north do you think this storm?
Some people have evacuated out of state.
Absolutely, yeah. And how far north do you think this is going to move?
Well, see, and that's the other thing. When we ask people to evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds of miles, right? Because if you drive right in where it's going, it's coming to get you there. Let's take a look at our forecast track. So the pinkish red that you see here, those are hurricane warnings. Okay. The blue are tropical storm warnings. Here it is right now, 140 miles per hour. Pressure's down to 939. That's impressive. Meteorologists geek out on that stuff. That is low. But this will move up to the north. And so here we go. You can see it. Atlanta's right here. They just about have hurricane. They could see hurricane gusts in Atlanta, and that's amazing. But this whole southwest part of Georgia is going to get it. Now, then it goes up into the mountains. Some places in here, we're going to end up with 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. Some places in the mountains are going to end up with 15 plus inches of rain. North Georgia, something like that, okay? Then it goes out and it does a loop here and as it's falling apart, and then kind of drifts off towards the east. What you are seeing here in the blue and the red are basically wind warnings. The blue is tropical storm wind force winds, 39 to 73. That pinkish area, that is basically 74 mile per hour winds or higher. Most of that will be in gusts. I don't think we'll get steady winds, all that, but there will be certainly spots in South Georgia that could get 75 mile per hour sustained winds. That's amazing. And that's because it's moving at 24 miles per hour. So it'll start to fall apart as soon as it goes over land. But if it's not spending a lot of time over one spot, it's just going to continue to move and fall apart at about the same rate, but it's going to be falling apart further inland because of that move. So a lot of friends, a lot of family up in the southeast will be dealing with this. There's also that tornado threat all the way up through here as well. Haven't said much about South Carolina, but the high country of South Carolina, they're going to get a ton of rain too. And it could be pretty bad as far as the flooding goes. And then in these areas, first initially you get the heavy rainfall in the mountains, and that causes flash flooding because it's the relief, right? You got the valleys. And it rains on the sides of those mountains, it all goes right down to the valleys, and it just rips down through the bottom there. That's the initial thing that happens in the mountains. That water's all going down to the rivers and eventually trying to make it down to the coast. The rivers in South Carolina, not only in high part of it, but the low country is going to start to fill up eventually. That takes 2-3 days after the storm goes by. And Carolina Beach right here where the N is in Wilmington just got 20 inches of rainfall with that system a week and a half ago. So potentially some spots in North Carolina, it could be 2 spots in North Carolina, Carolina Beach and somewhere out there northwest of Charlotte that see almost 20 inches of rainfall in about a week and a half. That is a ton of moisture, and that is affecting a lot of people. And again, you've got just about the entire state of Florida with at least a tropical storm warning in it. And you see all of this red on the backside. That's a lot of wind still. That's a lot of rain, and that's just going to be feeding out over that warm water even after the center is on land. So it's just going to take a while for all of this really to fall apart. And by a while, I would say about 24 hours before it really comes down. In fact, let me go back and show you what you got.
I was just going to say, we just got the 10 o'clock update in, and the pressure dropped from 941 to 939. So slight little change there.
Yep. And so look at this wind here by tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. I mean, it's just a few hours. 105 mile per hour winds over top of South Georgia, right? And then tomorrow afternoon, it really drops down, but it's over East Tennessee with 45 mile per hour winds. So just kind of do the math, and you're going to get those highest winds right in there. Yeah, that's why it's going to affect so many people and take out, I want to say, it's a hard thing to say. It's not taking a lot of time. It's just moving so fast. It's going to cover a lot of geography and bring hurricane force winds to a lot of people that don't typically see it. Guys, the other thing about the wind that we're seeing right now, that will stay up a little bit. But generally what's going to happen is some of these rain bands are going to stick around, and the overall wind will slowly start coming down, especially after 2 in the morning. But when you get these rain bands, we will keep some good gusts. And I'm talking gusts in the 30s, perhaps even in the 40s. They won't last long. It won't be a steady thing. But because we have these rain bands and they'll keep streaming through the area, we will see some of that last into the, I'd say, early dawn hours or so.
And Bobby, looking at that right there, we said around 10 o'clock we would see that landfall. Where are we looking timing-wise right now for people who are looking for family up in the Tallahassee area?
Landfall's probably going to be closer to about 11:45, midnight. Okay. But that's technically the center. But the northern eye wall is coming on right now. That area right there is moving onshore. So they're getting 100, 130 mile per hour winds, I would say, in some of those spots. Are just about ready to get that, especially over here on the right side. That's wind just going straight into the coast, and that's where the highest surge is going to be too. That's 15 to 20 feet. We're seeing 4 to 6. They're seeing 4 to 5 times that. Well, 4 times that.
Yeah, I mean, you see the damage we are seeing around here. Can you imagine 4 times the damage up to the north of us?
Fortunately, not quite as populated, low-lying kind of rural area, but there are some. And I mean, that's why we say get ready, be prepared. Because if this happened in Fort Myers, it almost happened here with Ian instead it went to Fort Myers. It could have happened here this time, right? We don't know at the beginning of every season where anything's going to form. We don't know once it forms where it's going to go. We know what can happen when it hits, and we know that it can hit us. And so that's why you're always seeing us say saying the same old things. Have your hurricane kit, have your plan, get ready to go, and just hope that we don't have to deal with it. So it's going to be a lot of cleanup.
All right, Bobby, thank you. And, we're still looking at that radar right there. You can see it. We're feeling those impacts still. We're going to continue to feel that as that water still pushes inland, pushes on shore.
Yeah, Chris Hurst is joining us live again from Venice. Chris, when we last left you, the water was continuing to rise. Are you still seeing the water rising there?
Dave, Courtney, the water level seems to be stabilizing, at least for the time being, potentially even going down. But the lights for this whole stretch of downtown Venice and the Tamiami Trail just went out about 90 seconds ago. So we had ample lighting to see what was going on with this floodwater from Roberts Bay and from Donna Bay coming up over the Tamiami Trail. And now all you can really see is that street light and then the cars that are still trying to pass through this water. Now, there is one that is stalled. It's a convertible. I went up and talked to the guy, asked him if he needed any help. He said that he's going to call a tow truck, call his insurance company, call the authorities. They haven't been out here yet, though, so that car is still there. Looks like there's another car that may be trying to assist him, but now we do have stalled cars here on the Tamiami Trail in Venice as you're heading out towards Inglewood and Business 41. And Dave, Courtney, the fella here who's with his wife, the Purple Heart veteran who was and the lights just came back on. The generator power has kicked back on here in downtown Venice. We talked to the couple. They own these homes that are right off my shoulder here, and they came back because they simply just wanted to check and see what it looked like inside. And he said it does not look very good. Now, what he did say, though, positively, was that the water went from about mid-thigh. It's gone down a few inches back down to his knee. But, of course, the tide is still rising here. It is expected to crest for high tide. It's about 11:50 midnight or so, Tim. I think that's right for what high tide is. But we do have the lights that have kicked back on, just the generator lights, right? So it's not all of the street lighting that had been up here. It's just these overhead lights, these auxiliary lights. But we still have people that are trying to drive through this floodwater here in downtown Venice. We know that so many coastal roadways and communities in Sarasota and Manatee counties are inundated with storm surge right now. The wind has died down a little bit, but still consistently in the 30 and 40 mile per hour range, gusts even higher than that. Again, continuing to push this water more into inland areas. But at least for right now, the water level, Dave and Courtney, seems to be stabilizing, maybe even going down. We'll see how much as we approach high tide, maybe that water level comes back up again.
Yeah, and thank you for checking on that couple, Chris. It's very nice of you. I know that's two people, and a lot of folks are in harm's way tonight, but we want to make sure as many people as possible are safe and accounted for.
Yeah. I don't know if we still have Chris. If we do, I'm curious. Chris, we still have you. You've been through several of these storms, and I think Longboat Key is one area where you've been out. We were not able to be out there. Have you been able to check in with anybody that you know, any sources out there to see kind of how these areas are doing, what it's looking like in terms of that surge?
Well, so we do know that Longboat Key, particularly on the bay side, is very vulnerable and susceptible. We would expect that any similar flooding, we heard this from Sarasota County and also, I believe, Venice officials, that if you had flooding during Idalia, if you even had flooding during Debbie, you might expect that there would be some flooding as well. We know that St. Armand Circle and areas that are up farther north of that in Manatee County. Here, I'm going to step out a little bit just as we continue to have more cars. Actually, wow, so they're dragging this convertible out.
Wow.
A Good Samaritan came by in this big Jeep and is carrying the first car that got flooded out here on the Tamiami Trail. And so at least we are able to move this car out of the way. And the driver is in the car, and he's okay. I talked to him, but obviously he's very upset. He had this car for about a year, he said, and now he might just have to try and strip it or salvage it for parts. So One thing too, Dave and Courtney, that I also forgot to mention is that there also were a couple of people that were here in the median. There are neighborhoods that are in front of me that are now underwater. I talked to two fellas who said that their mother was in there and needed to be rescued, and that an ambulance came just in the last half hour, and they said that she was rescued from her home. So right where we are in downtown Venice, we already are seeing some rescues of people from their homes, and clearly cars now that are getting stuck here in this rising water.
Yeah, whether or not it's a simple home out there or a nice Mercedes like that, everybody's concerned about their property and making sure they get through this okay. So tough time for a lot of people.
Yeah, and we're going to see more of those rescues and more of this moving forward as well in a lot of counties. And they have the teams that are out there ready to deploy as soon as it's safe, or if it's safe right now, they are going in and helping where they can. You know, one other area where we've just seen a ton of water, Dave. I mean, I texted Eric Glasser earlier. My jaw dropped looking at Bayshore Boulevard. We've seen the water there, but it was the washing machine that I talked about right there. And I think we have that. Do we have a live look there at Bayshore Boulevard? Yep, there it is. You might recall earlier, Eric Glasser was down, just past the balustrades as it dips in, the steps that lead down into the bay. And I remember him saying, here I am, and just imagine, 5 feet over my head. Look at this right here.
And look how it's moving there. I mean, just the challenge of, there's just no way that water is going to go where it wants to go and find its way. You just hope that you're not too close to that right now. You just wonder, and you see the lights off in the distance. I believe that is Tampa General Hospital right there. So we were told by Eric that he saw a lot of activity, a lot of ambulances, fire trucks, that kind of thing going into Tampa General Hospital. We also have Miguel Octavio, who is in St. Pete right now. Miguel, you moved to higher ground to avoid some of those floodwaters there. What are you seeing right now? What's it like there?
Well, Dave and Courtney, you both mentioned how strong the wind sounded outside, and I can tell you those winds are getting much stronger. We can really hear the howling of those winds, and we can only imagine what the storm surge looks like closer to the water, where we spent most of our day at Vinoy Park, North Shore Park, and some of those areas that were already flooding when there was daylight out, including Shore Acres. In fact, in this hotel in downtown St. Pete, we'd met a number of people who evacuated from those low-lying coastal areas, including Shore Acres, a lot of them keeping track of their homes right now through their door cameras and the inside as well, and their heart just breaks seeing the flooding going inside, water going inside once again, because it was just more than a year ago when a number of those people were flooded out because of Hurricane Idalia, and they're back here at the same spot. And Pinellas County is warning we still have not reached the peak of the storm surge quite yet, expecting about 5 to 8 feet, and already more than 200,000 people have lost their power. They've gotten several 911 calls over flooding as well. So right now they are just hoping those who evacuated from Zone A evacuated. There's a lot of concern over the barrier islands as well. I just want to show you how strong some of the conditions are over here, but you can really see those trees swaying from that wind. And of course, we can only imagine how the water looks like as of now when we were there, when it was earlier there during the day. But I've been talking to people over text, just checking in with them. Some of them have not evacuated from some of those zones. They wanted to keep track of their homes, but it looks like the water had reached about waist deep level right now in some of those neighborhoods, including Shore Acres. We also spoke to those living in the Edgemore neighborhood. They've been sending me pictures of how their streets looked earlier this morning and how it looked days before. When we checked out some of those streets, they were already flooded, so we can only imagine what those streets look like with the strength of this wind, with the strength of the storm surge as well. Just speaking to some neighbors who evacuated to some of these hotel rooms closer inland, I can tell you their heart is just breaking seeing the water going into their homes once again, and they're just hoping that as we continue to see these conditions, the amount of damage they see is just minimal. But right now, a lot of people just heartbroken at these conditions right now, and first responders are just hoping people are hunkering down somewhere safe where they can be away from the storm surge and the water here. Dave and Courtney.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. And Miguel, live for us in downtown St. Pete. We want to give you a look at what we're seeing in Gulfport. We've had viewers that are kind of sending in photos throughout the evening, and we have one of those pictures, I think, from Denise. And you can just see just how much, there you go, just how much water is there. There was another angle that we were seeing. It's probably more than like 1.5 feet is what it looks like, and especially against some of the businesses that we've seen. Just one look at part of our area.
Wow, this is a waterfront community, but this is not what it normally looks like. David Shealy is at the Sponge Docks up in Tarpon Springs for us right now. David, what are you seeing there?
So we were able to make it safely to the docks, and this street is indeed flooded. It is about waist deep. If you were to go way in there, we're obviously not going to step in there. We have a visual of a city truck. Now that truck earlier today was just sitting there. There wasn't anybody in the truck. About 30 minutes ago, you could see the headlights of that truck. You can no longer see the headlights, just so you have an idea, of how high the water has gone. There's also live wires that have gone down, according to the Tarpon Springs Police Department. Some live wires are in this water as well. So there are some people here trying to take pictures, but we're letting them know, stay away from these waters, stay out of the water, because there are live wires. Now, we were able to meet a business owner, Nick. I'll bring him in here. He's one of the business owners. And Nick, how did you prepare for this storm? And from what you can see, how are things looking for your business right there just behind us?
I mean, you can't really prepare for it. You just gotta ride it out, being that we are in the Sponge Docks area. It's been going on forever, so people try put sandbags in front of their businesses, and they try to tape up, they try to do whatever they can. Pretty much just be better if everybody would stop driving by the businesses and with their big lifted trucks and pushing the water further and further into the businesses. Best thing you can do is pretty much just wait it out. I mean, it's typical if you're a Tarpon Springs business owner, in the Sponge Docks especially, that when the storm comes, Tropics never goes underwater. It is completely underwater, so that just goes to show you guys how bad everything's going right here, right now. That white truck was there to prevent people from driving through. It's a city truck. They sacrificed it. And, well, like I said, the only thing we could do is ask people to, care about the businesses and try not to push wake further and make things already worse than they already are.
So this is about the worst you've seen it here on the street?
Absolutely. There was a no-name storm probably in the 90s, I think, that had shrimp boats on top of the bridge over here. But besides that, this is the worst I've ever seen it. Tropics never gets flooded, ever. Sidewalk gets wet at the most, and it's completely underwater inside. So this lets everybody know how bad the rest of the businesses at the end of the street are. They're completely sunk.
We'll continue to wait it out, Nick. Thank you for your time, and stay safe out here. Thank you for your time. Again, Tarpon Springs, right here at the Sponge Docks. This is a flooded area. Please avoid this area. There are live wires that are down in the water. So if you are trying to be like some folks here, some of our neighbors here are trying to take in the sights of the flood, do not go into the water because of the live wires. For now, in Tarpon Springs at the Sponge Docks, David Shealy in Tampa Bay.
David, thank you. Really great perspective there from Nick, and you can see people now walking behind you as well as they're out there surveying that damage. And a lot of what we're seeing, we can see the level of the water right now, but a lot of that damage we're going to see when we have light and the full scope of what's happened.
David, this is such a tourist destination down there in Tarpon Springs, and some of these people cater to the tourists. I know they have seen flooding there before, as Nick mentioned there. Do you know how far down, how many businesses, do you have a sense as to how many are impacted? Are we talking dozens? Are we talking hundreds? Or how much damage, or how far and widespread do you think this flooding is?
Probably at least 40.
So just overhearing Nick just now, he said it's about 40-ish businesses right here in the Sponge Docks, and they're all dealing with this flood right now. Now, we have seen sandbags in front of their doors all day. They boarded their windows. They had sandbags in front of the doors. Some of the businesses way down there had some metal barriers as well. So they prepared, but as we heard them say, this is historic to them because the water has not been this high before. So as you mentioned, once the light comes, once the sun comes out and we're able to actually see what's going on, we'll get a real assessment of the water damage.
Yeah, and this is dirty water. I mean, this is not clean water going into your building, and that's a whole different problem for a lot of folks. It's dirty, it's dangerous. There's just a lot in that water, and it's tough to recover from it. It takes a lot of work to mitigate that.
And I mean, the damage that salt water does to a lot of things, including, we talked about that, right, Dave? The lithium-ion batteries. It could be a Tesla. It could be your kid's hoverboard. All of those things can be corroded by that salt water. That is to say the least about the damage that we're seeing. We do have, I think, a look live at Siesta Key right now. This is an area, to get a view of that. 10:25 right now, and look right there. Grainy picture, but you can see that water pushing in.
Yeah, and this is just multiplied by many, many communities across the Tampa Bay area, and it's difficult to tell when you look at a picture like this or a live shot, just how much water that is. But you can see it moving. It's moving water, and we've been seeing moving water up in Crystal River as well. Aaron Parsegian is up that way, keeping an eye on things for us there. Aaron, is it? I think last time we checked with you, maybe it was kind of stabilizing just a bit. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was pretty medium level at this point when we're checking the water levels here on Kings Bay, but we can start to see it slowly rising in this area, and that's because of some of these big gusts of winds we're seeing. If you can check out this little inlet behind me, this goes right out to Kings Bay. On the other side is US 19. Water not approaching there yet, but you can see how choppy this water is back here with some of this wind blowing. So this is obviously the time of the night where we start to get concerned for that level of potential storm surge that this area could see. When we're talking several feet, that's definitely enough water to go up onto the road, start to go into businesses and some of the homes that live around Kings Bay. That's why this is part of the evacuation zone. Leading up to this storm, emergency officials here in Citrus County were talking about the need to evacuate because of how life-threatening storm surge can be. And in fact, we were staying at a hotel in Lecanto about 20 minutes away. Most of the people there are evacuees from this area of Crystal River because they're not taking any chances. They've been through a lot in the past year and some change. We're talking about 3 different storms dating back to Hurricane Italia, then Hurricane Debbie, and now this one. So this is what they've been keeping a close eye on. It's that time of the night where this concern for storm surge here in Kings Bay, where a lot of this water ends up filtering out into the streets and these surrounding neighborhoods, is really coming into focus.
Hey, Aaron, we see the lights on behind you there, and I'm not sure if that's a generator back there or what. As you look around, we have hundreds of thousands of power outages across the state of Florida right now. How is power in that area? Does it appear they've lost a lot of their power?
Well, there's definitely some outages. We took a drive around town probably about an hour ago. Many of the street lights were off. And at one point in the night, we definitely heard what sounded like a transformer blowing. So that definitely is a concern. Some tree limbs here and there just from the sheer strength of the wind. But of course, the main concern here is going to be that storm surge as we approach later into the night and early tomorrow morning with these areas all around Kings Bay.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much, live in Crystal River. And we've been checking in. It's interesting to see the things that have changed and how quickly they've changed and kind of where we are. It gives a really nice perspective of what we're, that baseline of what we're seeing. You are joining us here on 10 Tampa Bay. I'm Courtney Robinson along with Dave Wagner, and we are here keeping you informed, prepared, and connected with our coverage of Hurricane Helene. 10:30 now. We are, about an hour, a little bit more than an hour away from potential landfall of Hurricane Helene as a Category 4 storm in that Big Bend area. And we have been showing you the surge that we have seen in the Tampa Bay region, all of that water. It's also caused a lot of power outages as well. Yeah, I mean, that storm is well past us at this point, but there's quite a surge of water left behind and a lot of power outages as well. Hundreds of thousands of people in the state of Florida right now are without power, many of those in the Tampa Bay area and north. And as that hurricane makes landfall, there will be an increasing number of people in the state without power. Right. Looking at numbers, and again, those power crews, they're out right now. There's also many on standby in the state, to get to the hardest hit areas where there are so many with the wind that they're going to see north of us, that will be without power. You know, Duke, 207,000 customers without power. Tico, almost 90,000. And when we look at Florida Power and Light, Sarasota's got 42,000, Manatee 35,000. So quite a bit.
Keeping it down. Thanks, Bobby. You have something for us here.
Yeah, well, let's just kind of reset where we are here because we're getting close to landfall with the storm here. 140 mile per hour winds as of 10 o'clock. You can see where it is. It's right there. The pressure's down to 939. That's about 65 miles northwest of Cedar Key. So here goes the forecast track, as you can see, and I'll get in here tight in just a minute, but you can see it's going to be producing hurricane force winds all the way up through central Georgia. All right, then it will fall apart. Now, let's talk surge. So these are tide levels. This one is at Cedar Key, and this is amazing. They are going into major flooding right now. The red line that you see here is the actual measured level of the water in Cedar Key, and they're very close to that eye wall. They're actually a little bit to the east of it. Places like Horseshoe Beach, they're going to be actually closer to the eye wall and will have more storm surge. But that's amazing right there, those numbers. Here, obviously, here's where the level should be. It should be down here by about maybe about a foot or so, and it's going to be all the way up there at 6-7 feet. So that was Cedar Key. That's the highest. This one's important too because this is Clearwater Beach, but look what's happened. It started to crest a little bit here and will slowly start to come down. See the tides? The tide's not going to let it come down a whole lot. But the part that's being driven by water, which has gotten it way up here, that part will start to come down. So you actually will see it start to come down just a little bit here over the next couple of hours. All right, so that's actually a little bit of good news. There's the eye wall on the satellite. You can see it's just about there. See all the little wobbles that it does? And you get those really because we're looking at it on radar. It's likely doing that even when we don't have it, when it's down in the Northwest Caribbean, right? Because we just don't have much radar there. Here's the picture of the radar now. You can see very heavy rainfall just west of Crystal River. That northern eye wall is now moving right into the area. This is the radar from up there. And look at the still thunderstorms, still lightning around this on both sides of the eye now. And that's an indication it still probably has about 130 to 140 mile per hour winds. They've got it at 140 right now. But you can see where Tallahassee is. They're going to miss the heaviest wind, which is right in here, but they're going to get a lot of wind. And unfortunately, it looks like Perry is going to be very close to the center of this. And they are just now getting that very, very heavy wind. Of course, the rainfall that's coming through. But they're basically getting in that northern eye wall. This is Horseshoe Beach. That's what I was saying. They have more surge, I think, than even Cedar Key. And that is, even though you don't see rain right here, there's a ton of wind blowing right straight onto the coast in Horseshoe Beach. They are just outside that southeast eye wall. Cedar Key, that's where we had that very high major flooding category surge just now. And Yankeetown, a little bit inland, but not by much. Nothing's really too far inland up there. The center now from Clearwater Beach is about 128 miles north-northwest. So moving at 24 miles per hour, that's definitely going to pull it away from here pretty quickly. Look at all the rain, though. I mean, we still got these heavier bands that are offshore. You can see the center from the hurricane center. It's going to probably end up just a little bit right about there. For us, we still have thunderstorms developing. Crystal River, Aaron's going to start hearing, he's probably already hearing it. You're seeing some light flashing out there. Some of that's thunderstorms. And some of these cells here are heavy. Look how they're kind of merging together a little bit right there. That helps to squeeze out some moisture. And so we've had a little bit of a break on this US 19 corridor for Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus. But that's about to change. We've got some heavier rain coming through. Fortunately, there's not a lot of people out, but this is the type of rain that will cause some minor flooding on the roads and that type of thing. Again, if you live in one of these areas where you get 2 inches or so of rain in a short amount of time and it floods, probably going to have that happen this evening. Well, literally 3 to 6 inches of rain, and I think 6 is on the high side. These areas probably going to end up all in all about 2 to 3 inches right along the immediate coast. Very sporadic rain for our inland friends, Polk County, Haines City, Lakeland, Lake Wales, Fort Meade. Heavier rain now coming in from Clearwater, Bel Air Beach, all the way up to Dunedin, Tarpon Springs, Trinity, Newport Richey, Port Richey, and Hudson. We're basically going to see that continue to break up further south you go. So Manatee, Sarasota County, boy, do I know you're happy that you didn't get all that rain that you got from Debbie, that's for sure. but we do have that heavier rain moving out into Highlands County right now. So the number of, well, let's look at the precip totals here, right? This is estimated by the Doppler, but you can see 1 to 2 inches. Some spots, there's obviously local spots that see more than that, but ½ an inch for inland counties, and some areas didn't even see that. Again, we have another inch or so to add to these numbers. So rainfall is not going to be the primary threat from this, but it is certainly going to add to the mess of all of this. So one last thing here, guys, and then I'll toss it back to you. I did want to measure, we were talking about the size of this. This is just the extent of basically the rain from it. About 1,000 miles. It's raining right now in parts of southern Ohio, while at the same time there are rain bands down towards Key West from this one system. It is kind of merging with some systems up there, but literally you can see how it's all rotating up there. And then there's rain in almost Mississippi, West Tennessee. At the same time, there's rain on just about to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. That's a big reach. The core of the winds right in here, that's about 450 miles. That's one of the main reasons why we saw so much surge here in the Tampa Bay area.
Wow, that is one massive storm system there, and it just affecting so much of the country and will continue for days to come here.
And I'm just checking in right now too with different friends and that sort of thing who are in their homes and trying to see, you know, especially in areas that we can't get to, what things are looking like, and it's a lot of water. It's a lot of water.
Yeah. Hannah Deneen is in a place where there is a lot of water as well, Hernando County. She joins us live right now. Hannah, how have things changed for you?
Well, Dave, the last time you checked in with me, I was out in Hernando Beach, and I saw about a foot of water rush in just 30 minutes. That water was rising incredibly quickly, and for those who are familiar with the area, you know that there are very few roads that go in and out of the Hernando Beach area, of all the coastal parts of Hernando County, and all of those roads are prone to flooding. So we knew that we're at risk of getting stuck out there if we stayed much longer. So we decided to drive inland closer to Brooksville, and as we were driving, we came to this intersection here. It's Cortez Boulevard and Commercial, and you can see just ahead, blocking Cortez going toward the beach, there is a roadblock. There is no one getting by that officer there. They tell me that because of the storm surge, because of debris in the roadway now, and also because of some down power lines in the road, again, no one is getting by them despite if they have proof of address, if they live in the area. They are keeping everyone out at this point for their own safety. Just on our own drive through that area down Cortez, we did see a lot of debris in the roadway. We saw a tree that had fallen over that had partially blocked Cortez Boulevard. We did just see some utility crews go beyond that cop car there, and I'm sure that they are on their way to tackle that down tree. But again, at this point, no one except for first responders and those utility crews will be making their way from this area towards Hernando Beach. In Hernando County, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Hannah, I'm glad you went to higher ground there, to a safer place. Good to have you with us again. Thanks for letting us know what's going on there in Hernando County.
And that water does come up quickly. I want to give you a look here in Tampa. We have the Courtney Campbell Causeway by Gators Pass, kind of looking toward downtown Tampa. I mean, okay, so here you can see, you know, law enforcement really having to block the road off because there is water, you know, on the roadway. The Courtney Campbell closed this evening. I'm trying to remember exactly when. It was probably around 5 o'clock at this point. It's been closed for some time as Florida Highway Patrol and the counties really started to make sure that people were, you know, sheltering in place at that point, you know, and staying out of, you know, areas where so much water just coming over, crashing over from those rocks.
Right. And all the bridges, all the major bridges, the Courtney Campbell, the Gandy, the Howard Franklin, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, they're all closed. Keep in mind, we do not have a time as to when those may reopen. I've been seeing people talking online. Do you know when the Gandy Bridge is going to reopen, or the Howard Franklin? We don't know at this point. They won't be reopened until they're deemed to be safe. And hopefully that'll be sooner than later. We also don't know. We saw all those heavy waves rocking the Howard Franklin.
Right.
We don't know if there's any damage this time around because it has been damaged in the past. So that'll have to be dealt with if indeed there are problems there.
And also, priorities. Yes, it does cripple the area in terms of being able to get from Pinellas, get from Tampa, but there are also people who are going to need to be rescued. We've heard from each of our reporters saying that they have been in touch with law enforcement or officials in their communities, and that there were rescues that were happening, be it fires, be it high water, car crashes, that sort of thing.
Yeah, Aduri Achumba is in downtown St. Pete. And you look like you maybe are in a different location or a different position there. Aduri, what are you seeing there? What are the winds like? What is the water like there?
Right now, the winds are intensifying. We're hearing the howling blowing in downtown St. Petersburg right now. And we're getting reports already of power outages and light poles and transformers on fire. Right now, nearly 300,000 people have lost power. We're also getting reports of water rescues, and some of the law enforcement also not conducting any more rescues because it's putting their personnel in harm's way because of how intense this is becoming. As you can see, you can hear it. The wind is really picking up on this side, and you can see the trees being swept around because of just how intense those winds are. Now, earlier in the day, when it was still daylight, we were over by the St. Pete Pier, and we watched as the storm surge was slowly building up and throughout the day, and we saw that the water start spilling over and breaching the seawall there. And at that point, people started clearing out of that area. Again, the prediction of upwards of 8 feet of storm surge. We know that some places like Clearwater have already seen 6 feet of storm surge as well. Again, we are still not at the height of the storm and what it's supposed to bring, what it's predicted to bring. So law enforcement, they're reminding folks, shelter in place. Do not try to get out on the roads, and if you're taking in water, get to higher ground, because at this time it's not safe to get people out there. So get to higher ground. Live in St. Petersburg, Aduri Achumba, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Aduri, thank you so much. Let's touch base on the other side of the bay. I mentioned earlier trying to check in on people, see what we were seeing. When we talk about Bayshore Boulevard, we often think of that beautiful stretch with the balustrade, but it extends so much farther south of Gandy, and that is an area where we are seeing it. This is a home that's kind of near MacDill Air Force Base, closer to MacDill, along Bayshore. So that is the bay in the backyard.
Is on stilts there?
No, it is not on stilts. That is just, there's actually a dock that you might be able to see kind of it off in the distance where that blue light is. That right there is kind of that boat. Dock, and anyway, so it's coming in, and you can see the planter right there, going up over several steps. There's also right there with the fire pit that you can see. So I would say standing there, probably up to my kneecaps,
oh my goodness,
which would be maybe 1.5 feet right now.
I'm so sorry for your friend and her family. I know that's really just an awful, awful thing to deal with. It's sort of the beauty and the curse of living in a place like this, and we certainly have seen changes in these storms over the past few years. So it's been a challenge for anybody who's even remotely close to water, and a lot of folks who aren't close to the water as well.
Yeah, and in this situation, heating that evacuation, so they're safe, they're kind of nearby. But then checking in just a little bit farther inland with the Inner Bay area. No water right there.
Yeah, kind of hit and miss.
Hit and miss, but no power.
Tropicana Field also hit by this storm. Take a look right here if you can. This right here, this is one of the signs outside here, a home of the Rays. It is a number of these around, but it has been kind of pushed over. Don't know whether or not, I'm assuming that is wind, and hopefully that's something that can be righted there. But, this is just an example. It is, sometimes it's the most kind of bizarre and random thing that gets damaged in these storms. And that's one of them right there at Tropicana Field in downtown St. Pete.
Gusts in the upper 70s to near 80 in St. Pete.
Makes sense. So, I mean, you would think some of these things would be able to withstand winds, but they haven't really been tested sometimes, some of these things. So hopefully they can fix that down there.
Let's take a look at TGH. Eric Glasser, when he was live just a bit ago, sharing that there's a lot of activity happening at Tampa General Hospital, and you can see right there, that's that ramp. You know, as you're coming on to Davis Islands and you look over toward TGH, there's that the ramp, the parking garage. Just it's inundated, and you know, I'm trying to get another perspective here. Just a lot of water just rushing through, but they are.
Look at the cars in there,
wow.
Vehicles in there. Yeah, and this building is surrounded by kind of this water barrier, this new thing they spent a lot of money on to try to contain it and keep the floodwaters out. Obviously, there are generators for the folks there, but this rushing water is just so devastating. You just wonder how many cars are in there. Hopefully not that many on the first floor.
Right.
But it says visitor parking, and we just, people are going through enough when they're in the hospital. They don't need this.
Right. And Mayor Castor, I can't remember if it was earlier today or yesterday, at this point, they opened up the parking garages for the city for people who needed to move there, people who lived on Davis Islands or, lived in some of these low-lying areas in the city of Tampa to, put their cars in that. There you go.
Look at this. This is US 19 at Curlew Road. This is in Dunedin. And wow, look how deep that water is.
Wow.
I mean, and yeah, I mean, and that's, that's not waterfront, waterfront area there. So it is, wow, that is amazing. And you think about all the homes and businesses around that area, pretty heavily populated area, and just a beautiful community there. You just wonder how much damage there is, but we've seen this scene repeated and repeated and repeated throughout our coverage area. Bobby,
is that old 19?
Yeah, that's
oh, it's probably is old 19.
I was just looking it up right now because we both kind of.
Yes. Home Depot would be flooded.
No, that's Home Depot. It's right near Home Depot, right?
Is that?
Or that's alternate 19. No, that's closer.
That's old 19.
No, that's
alt 19.
Yeah. Okay, that's the old one. You're right.
There's no way
you're
to
right.
get that much water. That's a big ridge up there.
Yeah, but still, that's a lot of water for that area there, and we still have, Bobby, we still haven't technically reached peak storm surge.
No, we haven't. We have not at this point. Clearwater Beach's level did look like it's starting to crest a little bit, so that's good news.
Okay.
And I think a lot of the cresting will happen within the next hour or two.
Okay.
All right. Lee was just talking, in charge of our building. He was just asking. We've got about 6 inches in our parking lot, and I can show you that. If you guys want to take my weather computer briefly, I can show you that. That's why we're not at the TV station, because even though it's not going to get in the building, you can see that the building is surrounded by water right now, and you don't want cars.
This is directly on the inland waters of Tampa Bay. Our station is this little building. That's not our television station right there. That's actually what used to be our landing pad for our helicopter, but it's now kind of a picnic area.
Became the Dodge Jeep Chrysler Weather Center for some time.
Yep, absolutely.
Now it's home to otters.
Yeah, that's right.
And no-see-ums.
Yes. And we normally this is not covered in water there normally, but it's
even in heavy rain, it's not like this.
No.
So Lee's question was, if it comes like another 1 to 2 hours before it crests, which I think 2 is probably long, maybe another hour, is it enough time to get another 2 foot of water there? Because that would be his concern with that level, and I don't think it is. I don't think we'd see another 2 foot of level anywhere, especially in the Tampa Bay area. Perhaps up into Crystal River area, because they still have a little bit more time than we do. But I think that. I mean, if we even saw another foot, I'd be surprised.
So, we don't want to focus too much on ourselves because there's so many people out there who've lost so much.
This is just a marker.
No,
yes, but Bobby, I wanted to ask you, looking at this video here right now, how long before this is likely to recede and it would be a dry parking lot?
That's probably going to take, I'd say, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning for that to happen. Because what's going to happen is, and it came up quick, it won't go down as quick. But I think we were talking to Aaron. Aaron said it was this high, but then it actually did start to come down a few inches. He was talking to somebody up there. That'll be kind of the nature. Meanwhile, at Port Manatee, we had it come up 1.5 foot in 30 minutes earlier. That's not going to drop 1.5 foot in half an hour, right? That's not going to happen. It'll slowly come down. Remember, We've got high tide in this area, and this is Feather Sound, this is Gandy Boulevard, this is Shore Acres area, right, in that part of central Pinellas, southeast Pinellas. We have high tide there around 2 in the morning. So the moon's pulling the water up anyways, but the amount of wind that went on top of that lunar tide is coming down, and so the water level will come down just a little bit, but it's not going to be a whole lot. It'll be more so after we get past 2 a.m., 3 a.m. for most areas. Then it'll start to drop off.
Yeah, and we know what's oftentimes in the waters there beyond the fish and whatever. There are snakes in the area. There are all kinds of little critters. So when you're getting out there, keep in mind that the area that you're walking in, animals may have sort of drifted your way. It could be alligators, it could be snakes, red ants, all kinds of things. So it's and certainly we're not even talking about some of the toxic chemicals and the oil and everything else that you could be exposed to. So just be really careful in the water. You don't want it to have contact with your skin. I know some people want to walk around in it, and that's not a good idea with moving water. But I understand the temptation, but just keep in mind that some of the stuff in the water is pretty dangerous.
Wow. And speaking of that the Northeast sewer treatment plant, that is now offline. So listen, if you live north, if you live or if you work north of 30th Avenue North and kind of east of 275 Haynes Road in St. Pete, you're going to be impacted by this. So we're talking, you don't have, water for your toilets, showers, all of that. And again, the sewer treatment plant offline.
Yeah,
so
Fort Myers really took a hit from Ian here, and I want to show you some video right now, if we can, of some of the wind. This is from earlier today, and some of the problems they had as a result of that wind. If we have the video, maybe we don't at this point.
They're working.
Okay, maybe working on it here. So we'll just sort of talk. Bobby, yes.
That I wanted to point out something that what Courtney was just talking about. That city of St. Petersburg, the Northeast sewage plant.
Yes.
Some of the things that they were saying is, do not drain water in any part of your house. So don't take a shower, don't do laundry, as you said, don't flush toilets. That water that you try to drain down there will back up in your house.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why you can't do that.
No. Yeah. And then, we talk about after storms move through, right? Like you don't want to be, don't do in your washing machine, doing your wash.
Drinking the water, taking baths.
Turning on the bath, exactly. We do have a live picture. I don't think we have Fort Myers right now, but we do have a live picture of the downtown Tampa camera that we have, and it is looking right now at Tampa General Hospital. So this is a live look for you there, and you can see the camera's still shaking, and look at the water right there kind of going up. That's that flood wall. Is that flood wall?
I believe. Yeah, and what are the wind speeds, Bobby, right now down like around Tampa General, downtown Tampa? Do you have a sense?
Yeah.
He's going to check on that for us. But
that so flood wall is getting a workout.
Yeah, they put sort of this vapor barrier, water barrier there, and newfangled kind of thing that seems to have worked well in the past. But this is an unusual storm. Obviously, we saw water getting into at least the first floor of the parking garage there.
Right.
So we know we saw
garage.
at least one vehicle is damaged, and we assume there probably are more as well, but hopefully some of those have been parked a little higher. Bobby is checking on wind speeds down there. It's just, the camera's shaking, so you kind of question what we're talking.
They're blowing 37 miles per hour, gusting in the mid to upper 50s right now.
Oh, wow. Okay. 37 to upper 50s.
What we can't often see, right? When we look, we can see the water and you can see it moving, but to get those speeds, it's not calm out there.
Yeah. Chris Hurst is joining us live right now from Venice. He's been keeping tabs on people down there and the floodwaters down there. And Chris, boy, what a different scene behind you than we saw maybe a half hour ago or so. I'm assuming you're in the same area. Is this the same area? You haven't moved?
Where that got towed, the car?
Yeah, we haven't moved. We did see another car get towed. It's about 20 yards in front of me, a Chrysler that also got flooded out. So we've seen two cars here along Tamiami Trail, US 41, downtown Venice, a couple of miles south of here. We are just outside of Nokomis, where you can still see that we have the Tamiami Trail here covered in both directions. People still are trying to
move through this floodwater in their cars, some successful, some not successful. We were talking last time, Dave and Courtney, about the water level here in southern Sarasota County. It still looks pretty consistent. It doesn't seem to be rising up any more at the moment like it has been for the past several hours, but still the water covering roadways. There was a paramedic who was actually here just a little while ago, and then he left, but he was going to check on that car that was flooded out, that second car that I didn't have a chance to get to show you. And I asked him, what is it like? And just from what he said they're backed up right now with 60 calls for service that they're trying to get to. I said, why haven't law enforcement closed down this road? And I just simply don't think that there are enough units to go around right now. They are attempting to do swift water rescues, not only here in southern Sarasota County, but apparently also there are calls for aid in Charlotte County. Some fires that have occurred here as Helene has moved through our area that they still have not been able to put out because of the rising water. And the last time I talked to that EMT, he said they're trying to get a boat out here to maybe be able to go home by home to see if the folks here need to be rescued, if they have an ability, if they didn't evacuate, to maybe ride it out. I can say that at least the wind has definitely died down from the gusts we saw crossing over 80 miles an hour, sustained winds into the 60s we had for much of the afternoon. But the wind has died down, and certainly the rain has not been here in any way that could have contributed seriously to what is already multi-foot storm surge, and a storm surge that is still covering a lot of roadways and going right now, Courtney and Dave, continuing into people's neighborhoods and into people's homes.
All right, Chris Hurst live for us in Venice. We're coming up here on 11 o'clock. We do want to, I think, take a look at where things stand with Hurricane Helene at this moment.
Yeah, Bobby's keeping an eye on things for us, has been all day, and as we have for several days now, Bobby.
Yeah. Cone of overtime, we call that, right? We want to be making sure that we're watching outside for those water levels to start coming down just a little bit. I want everybody that's worried about those water levels to know that they are going to be cresting here shortly in the Tampa Bay area. All right, here's the latest on Helene. 140 mile per hour winds. It's moving to the northeast at 24. 939 is the pressure. That hasn't changed much. What has changed is it's just about ready to make landfall. It's very, very close to that happening right now. It's 65 miles west-northwest of Cedar Key. I'll show you. That's about 90 miles from Crystal River. There it is. Almost official landfall. And actually, Colleen, we should be keeping an eye on that because they're going to issue something right in here. Keaton Beach is the place. There's Perry. Perry, yep, definitely going to be very close to Perry as well. But there's a couple small little places they call beaches down there. That's basically Keaton Beach, Deckle Beach, and over towards Fish Creek. That's going to be pretty much where the center of the eye goes on shore. That's what we figure out is the center, obviously, of the storm. Again, that's about 90 miles or so northwest of Crystal River, just behind the banner there. But you can see, look at still thunderstorms on the north and west side of this thing. It's actually a pretty good thunderstorm rolling through the Crystal River area right now. So very heavy rainfall in that area. They'll get more there than what we got, for sure, because they're just closer to the center where the more steady rainfall is. But you can see it's about 128 miles, probably 135 miles now from here in the Tampa area and moving further away. And that will continue. And basically, we're going to be left over with these scattered showers. A little bit heavier now for northern Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus counties. The heavier band that we saw earlier now out into southeast Polk County and into Highlands County. Luckily, we don't have any spin-ups in there, and that was the one that we're really watching. We will still be watching for it in this area too, and we still have a tornado watch, basically Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk counties northward for the next several hours. Technically, it goes until 6 a.m., but that's for the northern part of it. Ours will come out sooner than that. We will not have a tornado threat, I don't think, through 6 a.m. The winds right now, let's take a look at those. 38 in St. Pete is a sustained wind, steady wind. 58 mile per hour winds. I want to take you down to Sarasota. It's still blowing in the 30s. 49 mile per hour wind. Guys, when the sun comes up tomorrow, this water's coming out slowly overnight. There's a lot of stuff tore up on these beaches. I'm seeing pics and video from the north end of Anna Maria Island with about that much water, about 3 to 4 feet of water over parts of the island. and reports that it went from one side of the island to the other, complete washover, right? And I think a lot of people were not expecting this. So there's going to be a lot. That water is going to slowly start coming down. If you can reach somebody, if they've called you, if they're trying to find information, let them know it will start to come down. But these winds are still blowing to the point where it's holding the water, and the tide is still coming up. Okay, but over the next hour to 2 hours, it's just about 11 o'clock, just about 1 a.m., we will start to see these waters come down. I think we've already seen a little bit of crest at Clearwater. It's gusting to 54 miles per hour in Clearwater, 52 in Tampa, 55 mile per hour wind gust in Brooksville, 44 in Lakeland, Wauchula, Sebring. Look, 4 mile per hour wind in Sebring. Wondering what all the fuss is, right? And Newport Richey and Port Richey not really coming in with too much data, but generally they're in the 30s with gusts in the 50s. Here's the forecast for the wind gusts through midnight. See them coming down, but not that quickly, right? Gusts well into the 50s. These are basically severe thunderstorm warning gusts, although you have to get that to 58, but that's in the ballpark. And then after that, 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and here we go. It just jumped ahead because we just got to 11 o'clock. So you can see it will be jumping down as we go slowly through the overnight hours. But look, that's breezy all the way through sunrise early tomorrow morning. All right. Again, the water will start coming down here, I think, over the next hour or two. We've got to get past high tide, but what's pushed this up is diminishing. And so that is starting to come back down. 5 to 8 was the number. I think we're going to end up with 4, 3 to 5, maybe 4 to 5. Some spots will have seen 6. So pretty good number there, and we'll have to see some of the other spots. I mean, there are a couple spots. At Port Manatee, that number looked really high to me. So they may have gotten a really good surge out of it. And these records have all been broken today. Every one of these. Let me get out of the way so you can see it. Clearwater, East Bay, Port Manatee, Old Port Tampa, St. Pete. And those numbers are as of 9 o'clock tonight. Yes. So you could possibly add a foot to a foot and a half to every one of those numbers. And these numbers already broke the record. From a storm that's 110 miles offshore and not even going to make landfall here. That's Tampa Bay. That is the problem that we have with us for here. So, yeah, they were rising as of 9 o'clock when we made that graphic. Amazing. There's the bigger picture. There's our tornado watch. Again, that will be cut off slowly from south to north as we go through the overnight hours. There will likely be they have high wind warnings that have been issued for this area up here, but you can see we are just moments away now from official landfall. This thing really sped up. It's going to be around 11 o'clock. I'd say Keaton Beach is probably what they're going to put it at. Rainfall totals for us, about 2 to 3 inches along the immediate coast. We still have some more rain, especially northern Pinellas, northwest Hillsborough, really, Little Road, US 19, Trinity, up into Port Richey, Newport Richey, up into Hudson as well. Those areas are going to get another possible inch or so of rainfall. It's not going to be terrible. It's not going to be, we've seen worse sometimes in the summertime, but obviously it's going to cause a little bit of minor flooding. And the numbers have been adding up, but this purple area you see out here, generally when I queried those earlier, they were in the 4 to 5 inch range and climbing. And so some of these spots out here end up seeing about 3 to 6 inches, and some of us are actually going to be a little less than that. So definitely not the headline for this storm, that's for sure. There you go, 3.5 out there. This is just in the last several hours. So yeah, those numbers did pile up just a little bit out west of us. There's our forecast model, taking it out of here by midnight. See these little stragglers left over? That's it, but there'll be quite a bit of dryness in there, at least as far as rainfall is concerned. But this fetch, this wind, right, that doesn't change much. Remember, it was blowing out of the south. This wind, this is what we had for the better part of 12 hours before the storm really got here. And now it's all southwest. And then watch as we go through 3 o'clock in the morning, southwest. As we go through 8 o'clock in the morning, southwest, west-southwest. It's just less wind. It comes down as we go through the day there. So things will be getting finally starting to quiet down just a little bit. Forecast rainfall from the GSF model. This is going to take it off to the north, and I think there's a little bit of rain that's added through tomorrow. Not much tomorrow, but really Saturday. That's what some of that is adding up to. We're going to get caught with some light rain on the backside of this really late Friday night and Saturday. I think Saturday afternoon we'll get some showers. But further up to the north, we've got some heavy rainfall, and that's where we're going to get all kinds of flooding. What was that? Oh, here we go.
What we were looking at just a little bit ago.
Yep.
Right there, alternate 19 at Curlew, and you can see
they've gone in and got somebody.
First responders, yep, going in. It looks like a family now coming out to
it's like
safety.
they got that couple there. They're getting off the boat.
Yeah.
There
well,
we
thank
go.
goodness these first responders are out there and able to help. You know, as they mentioned, you know, it puts their lives on the line too.
Right.
So that's why they don't want you to do this. But a lot of people just don't expect the water to reach them. In an area like this, it's like, well, I wouldn't think it would reach me. It never has in the past. So why is it doing it now?
That crosswalk is the Pinellas Trail.
Okay.
So this camera is across the street by the McDonald's, and there's that pirate. It's like a stop and go shop.
Gotcha.
In Palm Harbor, yeah.
Yep, and so that pole is probably sitting actually in more water than what they're standing in. But just to the right of the screen is looking northbound on Alt 19, and that's a very low-lying area. There we go. Now we're looking up towards Publix right there. That's the staging area. You can see all that. That's the Publix parking lot. If you look to the right up, that was the water tower that has the it looks like a sea turtle coming out of its shell. That on the right-hand side, you see another boat down there. See that? They're zooming in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
They've got another. Looks like they've got somebody else in the bow of that boat.
Yeah, and you can understand how people get trapped in water like
Right.
this. I don't know how deep it is. I mean, it looks like a couple feet there, but it's moving water, and
Right.
that's the scary part of it. You know, it's difficult to stand sometime in moving water, and you know, who knows where that moving water is taking you.
They're driving a boat with the motor in the water on Alt 19, going in that direction. I think it's Pirates Cove is the marina down there. That's a wild place because of the low tides there, but they also get very high tides. And obviously you can see what they've got now. It gets dark, it gets deeper over there. There's a driving range on the left-hand side there, and that's looking towards Dunedin.
Right, so the causeway.
No. This is looking. Let me get bearings. That's looking south.
Okay.
That's looking south on Alt 19 right there, heading southbound. To the right would be the causeway going out to Honeymoon.
Got it.
If you just just went right to the right there.
Wow. You know, this is the live rescues that we're seeing right here in Palm Harbor this evening. Again, 11 o'clock right now. This is, you know, one of several that we know about in communities in different counties. And you imagine just how many more are going to happen throughout the evening and, of course, early morning hours. And it's dark. You're dealing with that surge on top of that, not being able to see. We've talked about the power outages.
Dark, dangerous. We've seen the Coast Guard rescue. We've heard from Eric Glasser in downtown Tampa. A lot of rescue units coming into TGH. We don't know what that's about, but certainly, you know, people have emergencies and people have health issues during these storms. Chris Hurst talking about similar issues down there in terms of, you know, people need to be rescued. So it's. Unfortunately, these first responders, you know, there are medical calls that are even unrelated to the storm itself. So they're trying to get people to medical care as quickly as possible. But boy, we certainly appreciate the job they're doing.
I will point out, Dave, that's an evacuation zone. That's level A.
Is a level A. Okay.
And that's the reason why they were asked to evacuate. If you stay and you have some kind of medical issue, you've got to call 911. Those guys in those boats have families. And now they got to go get those people because they stayed.
Sure.
That's the idea, and some people don't understand that, and that's why we try and educate people that all year round to get ready for this time of the year. But again, who knows? Those people have been there forever because we haven't seen this.
Right, and people rationalize this, and I understand why they do. Some people want to stay in their homes because they're afraid maybe somebody will break in or somebody will take something. They want to keep an eye if the water is coming into the house. Maybe I can do something to protect or fortify my house while this is going on. The reality is, when you have this much water, there's virtually nothing you can do. Tampa General Hospital has that barrier there, but you know, the vapor barrier, which may help it from getting to the hospital. But as you saw, parking garage completely, you know, inundated with water. So water will go where it wants to go, and these folks are paying the price tonight, and I feel so badly for them. We also have tremendous number of power outages in our area.
And you can see we've seen power flickering
on and off.
On and off.
Yep.
Duke
Energy statewide, more than 300,000 at this point. TECO, about 95,000 right now. But you know those numbers are going to go up as this storm makes landfall to our north. It may not be as highly populated of an area as the Tampa Bay area, but there's still a lot of homes up there. And then it's going to move to the north. It's going to go into Georgia. It's going to go to Tennessee, Bobby, right?
Yep. Tennessee, the North Carolina mountains, 15 inches, and 10 to 15 inches of rain.
Even Ohio. It's going to hit Ohio.
It's raining in Ohio right now.
Yeah.
In South Ohio from the northern part of the storm.
Well, a massive storm. So, and this is just.
Look at how it's. Oh, you can see the wind picking up right there.
Yeah, and you can understand how people could get stuck in there. It's like I can't get out, and I think people are oftentimes well-intentioned in staying in their homes. It may not be the smartest decision, but it's hard to make a decision during these storms for some people. It's very difficult to leave something that feels comfortable and safe.
Well, and not even that. We don't know what the circumstances are, and I understand that. Like, one of those rescues that we saw during Idalia in Hernando County, they were trying to leave. The car wouldn't start.
Right.
And then by the time they got it going, they couldn't go forward, they couldn't go back, they got stuck. And looking at these, like almost 1 million people without power in our state. This is a different.
This is US 19 as well, and
Dunellen.
Okay, and Dunellen. Okay.
Still a lot of wind there.
Yeah, you can really see the wind kind of whipping up the traffic light there on your right, and it's why people shouldn't be out on the roads tonight. It's just it is just a changing landscape. I mean, earlier this afternoon, when you compare, people were out along Bayshore Boulevard and just taking it all in, out on the beach, and just really kind of enjoying this amazing experience of Mother Nature, and then suddenly it takes this dramatic turn and becomes not just a fun situation, really a dangerous situation.
And Aaron Parsegian is up in Citrus County for us. I was messaging with him earlier and kind of said there's not a ton going on right here, but it's a waiting game. That water's going to come up. That water's going to come up quick. We've seen that happen. And here, that water pushed through, and you can see or maybe they're going to a different
headed back
location.
out.
Headed back out. I thought, yeah.
Yeah, you wonder if they're, you just wonder how many people, are around there whose lives are impacted, business people and homeowners and everything else. I mean, it's just such a
heartbreaking.
And this water, you think of all the vehicles involved here and all the cars that are going to be totaled and the people who are out that money, businesses that are out that money. It's just a rough time.
So one thing that happens on the backside of these storms when you get this kind of inundation is electrocutions.
Yeah.
Right. And that's after the water has gone down. People trying to do the work in their house, they're trying to clear out that lower part of the drywall. You're just pulling things out, and I've seen it almost every single storm when you get this kind of stuff. Somebody gets like that. So we urge everybody, please be careful after the storm. Animals, snakes, all kinds of things come out of the ground when this is going on. They're going to be running around too. It affects them. So it's going to be a big cleanup. And I tell you what, guys, I would bet that I think most people didn't see this coming.
Right.
No.
Sure.
Didn't expect. It's hard. You can't picture it.
Well, since it's never happened, really, like
you
this.
Can't picture
the other thing I might mention, you talk about the predators that end up in the water. There are predators who will prey upon you to take advantage of you after the storm. It's really important to make sure that you do not sign any contracts. You can vet them through the state of Florida. They will help you. They will help you. If you go online, State of Florida, the Chief Financial Officer's website, go to that, and there will be a way for you to contact them to verify whether or not there's a legitimate contractor. But do not sign anything. Don't agree to any repairs unless you are fully confident of the person you're dealing with.
Yeah, and on that note, the Florida legislature has taken action on that and made it that assignment of benefits, which was something that we saw over and over and over happening in all of these storms, so that it prohibits policyholders from assigning those to a third party. So that's illegal now. But you do have to be in that for that specific thing, the assignment of benefits. But there's a lot of different things that happen. Where are we going now?
Well, we're going to talk about the sewage issue in Northeast St. Pete.
Yeah, let me. I can pull this up if.
Yep. I mean, right now, we've gotten a message from the city of St. Pete that because of the storm surge, the high storm surge, this is what they're saying, the Northeast Sewage Plant is offline. It affects everyone. This is north of 30th Avenue North and east of I-275 Haynes Road. So tell them what you shouldn't be doing.
So you can still, drink the water from your faucets,
Right.
but when it comes to flushing your toilets, taking a bath, doing your laundry, all of that, and you can see all of those things, do not do that, because that sewage is just going to come right back up into your house. So again, the drinking water, not shut off, but do not drain water in your home. And this is for individuals and businesses, really, north of 30th Avenue, northeast of 275 Haynes Road.
That's a ton of people. I mean, it's such a highly concentrated area, and I mean, it's easier said than done. I mean, for people,
That impacts our station, right?
Yep.
Impacts
it
our
should.
station right
It should. So, you're really unable to do so many of the things that you take for granted. So it's almost going to take, you almost have to kind of seal off the toilet and everything else to make sure that you're not going to cause problems.
We heard Mayor Ken Welch talk about that earlier, about the possibility of this happen. Just kidding, we don't have that sound. But again, something that you want to keep in mind, not just if you're in St. Pete, but that's great advice for
We want to go to the governor, who is talking right now. Let's take him live.
In the Big Bend section of Florida, Deckle Beach. It is a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. It is moving northeast at 24 mile per hour. Hurricane force winds are extending up to 60 miles from the center of the storm, and tropical storm force winds are extending 300 miles from the center of the storm. I'm joined here, of course, by Kevin Guthrie, the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, as well as Dave Kerner, Executive Director of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway. Car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now is not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions right now, and please, do not be going outside until things settle down. We know that travel on the roads can be hazardous, and we typically, unfortunately, will have fatalities in every storm from that. When you are out on the roads in the middle of one of these storms, that is very, very dangerous. So please do not do that. Stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down, but you have these 140 mile an hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County, and that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done. and it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there, and just please be mindful of that. The storm is going to pass, and when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling, and that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places, and you could have down power lines, you could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so to commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations, and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday, a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. But this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major, major gusts in Jefferson County in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process, and then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach, maybe even as close as Steinhatchee, you're probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the back side momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential downlines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater, and we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter. Go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead, you can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor said, you can call the state assistance information line, 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM and for real-time updates. And again, thank you very much, Governor.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm. But it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm. And so please keep those folks in mind, keep them in your prayers. We've got a lot of folks here that have been lined up, ready, mobilized for days now, ready to go and provide support. Kevin listed some of the nonprofit groups that are going to be here. Of course, the local officials and the local emergency response folks, first responders, they're going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of assistance that's going to be brought to bear But the reality is, a storm of this magnitude, it leaves a lot of damage in its wake. And so I don't think we're necessarily getting the full pictures of it right now, just because so much of the impact has been in the nighttime and will continue through the wee hours of the morning. But I think when we get the sunlight back up and people are able to go out and take stock, you're going to see some serious damage. So it's not anything that we can't handle as a state. We're very good at being gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life when you live in a tropical climate. But it is going to be difficult for an awful lot of people. So everyone that's been involved, thank you. Everyone out there offering your thoughts and prayers, thank you as well. Okay, any questions? Yes.
What's your reaction seeing the storm in Taylor County?
All right, you're hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis right there. Hurricane Helene as a powerful Cat 4 making landfall in the Big Bend area around 11:10, so in the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, the governor talked about there being one confirmed fatality. They expect there probably will be more. That was the person who was killed after a sign fell on them on I-4. A motorist fell on them and killed them there. The roads are dangerous, the governor mentioned. There are water problems, there is debris on the roads, and also be aware of down power lines and the danger of electrocution. We talked about that earlier, but the governor certainly underscored that tonight. The storm has moved its way out, into the northern part of Florida, out of our area, but we are still very much feeling the effects right now.
Yeah, and you talked about the hurricane force winds extending 60 miles from the center. So many rescues happening in the state, including this one that you are watching live right now. This is alternate 19 Curlew Road in Palm Harbor. You can see law enforcement's lights flashing right there, so it's a little bit difficult to see exactly what's happening, but bringing people off. We've seen now, I think, two or three of these in this specific area, and we know that others are happening. You can see an animal right there, a dog. I don't know if that's a rescue dog or if that's their dog that was rescued as well, probably a family pet. But again, what you're seeing right here, one of just many, and I'm just glad that these people are okay.
Well, and just grateful that you look at that vehicle right there that's able to get across water there. You're just grateful for the first responders in this community who really risk their lives, and you see a person walking out right there. Boy, that is scary. Again, we mentioned that Hurricane Helene made landfall in the Big Bend area. Bobby, you predicted that it would land, and certainly other forecasters did with the National Hurricane Center in that particular area, but it landed with a punch.
With a punch. 140-mile-per-hour winds was the landfall wind speed up near Perry, Florida. You can see right now it's north-northeast at 24 miles per hour, and the pressure is still 38, and it's over land. It will be weakening, though, as we go through the next several hours as it's moving off towards the north. So let's take it a little bit further to the north here. Colleen, could you just, I don't know why that one won't advance on me. There is the loop now. You can see we're still left over with some of this rain. Maybe my clicker's dying on me here. Look at this. I mean, that's the radar coming out of Tallahassee. Look at that side right there. That's the very, very heavy rainfall that's pushing through that area right now. That has the most wind in it, okay? I just looked at Tallahassee. They've got winds in the 30s with gusts in the 40s. This has gone just to the east of them. Now, they'll get a little bit more wind than that because but if you notice, look how these cells are not moving all that fast versus how fast these cells are on the east side of it. So they got very lucky to be on that west side of it, and that will continue. I do expect this to be weakening. There are the official numbers right now. Landfall at the Osceola River mouth, but that's about 10 miles west-southwest of Perry. 938 was the pressure. That's exactly where we still are at. This was at 1110, so it was just a little bit ago, about 20 minutes ago that it did this. Now, think about this town, Scanlon, up towards Cabbage Grove. Look at the way that they're positioned, and that northern eye wall went over them, and then because it's moving north-northeast, they're in the northwest eye wall, and they will basically stay in the western eye wall and then even get the southwestern part of it. Now, that's not as bad as the eastern side of it, but it just came in to happen to give them one heck of a ride right there with a very heavy rainfall on top of that. So that will continue. This thing is just not working anymore. There's the Tallahassee radar. You can see that it is looking pretty good right now as far as the winds go, but very heavy rainfall is still pushing across the area, and that will continue. Is that it over there? There we go. Looking for these clickers here. This is good news for that area because we really thought they were going to get hit a lot harder than that. And fortunately, they have not. Look at this up in the Valdosta, Georgia. I mean, that's heavy rainfall, and here comes the northern eye wall. It won't have 140 mile per hour winds by the time it gets there, but 80, 90, sure. They will get some wind gusts in the 80s to 90s out there. And in the bigger picture, you can see the rain extending. Notice what we were talking about earlier, the rain extending all the way up to Ohio. It's kind of run into an old boundary sitting up there. But look at these cells that are out here across southeast Georgia into South Carolina. Those could produce tornadoes, and there are tornado watches in that area. For us, we're still keeping an eye on the wind because the wind's still blowing. 52 mile per hour wind gusts in Tampa, 49 in Clearwater. We're getting ready to show you some of the water levels. They are still rising in some areas, but should be cresting here shortly. I'm telling you, there is a lot going on down in Anna Maria Island and Longboat Key. We need to say prayers for those people. I've got reports of people swimming from house to get to 2-story houses right now. So it's not good. It's not good at all. 49 mile per hour wind gusts at Clearwater. 46 at, this is working, thank you. 46 up at Brooksville. 26 at Crystal River. Crystal River's winds down, but that's going to stay high for a little bit. 23 in Wauchula, and we've got 44 in the Lakeland area. So Sebring around 22 mile per hour winds. We have just seen nothing as far as wind goes out in Sebring. There are the wind gust forecasts as we go through the overnight hours here. Midnight, we're still in the 40-50 range through about 1 o'clock, and then after that, we will be pushing those winds slowly down. They're not dropping right off. And these are just the gusts, so the steady wind will be less than that. But also notice this wind direction, southwest, 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 southwest. That holds the water in. It will slowly come down. It won't be as high as what it is now, but it's going to take all night for that water to slowly drain.
All right, Bobby, thanks very much. We are following a situation in St. Petersburg right now involving the Northeast Sewage Treatment Plant facility in St. Pete that was shut down to protect it from storm surge. That has cause some complications for residents in that area, what they can and cannot do. We have Yolanda Fernandez from the city of St. Pete on the phone with us right now. Yolanda, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right. Yolanda, you know, this was a real possibility. You all discussed it before. And now when we look at this, I mean, people really don't need to be draining any water. They can still drink it, though.
Yes. No, this is a very serious situation, and this is not a decision that the city made lightly. Unfortunately, in order to preserve that plant so that people can have sewage, service after the storm, they're just going to have to suffer for a couple of days, and our crews are standing by to try to do everything they can to fix it. But the fact is that the plant is shut down, and if you live north of 30th Avenue North and east of I-275 in that part of the city, in the northeast section of the city, you do not have sewage service, which means you still have potable water. Clean water will still come out of your faucets, but you can't let anything go down the drain. If you flush your toilet, the possibility is very high that sewage will come back up into your home. And then you've got a big problem. And we're trying to alert people. We waited until the very last minute to make this decision, and so at this late hour, we're trying to notify as many people as possible.
Yolanda, we know this is an inconvenience for a lot of folks here, but it's an important thing for people to know about and do and comply with. How will people know when it is safe, when you've remedied this problem?
We will be sending out a reverse 911 call. We've already done that to 80,000 people to alert them of this. We will be sending out social media, and hopefully through assistance through you guys, we can get the word out. We do believe it's going to take some time because we have to wait for that water to recede in order to send our crews back out to see if there's any saltwater intrusion or damage to the facility. And then it's a process to bring it back online. So right now we're looking at a minimum of 48 hours we're thinking. I mean, we don't have experience with this. Our crews have never seen this. We believe the last time this may have happened was in 1985. So this is not, and it's not just affecting those folks who are in flooded areas. It's affecting people who are high and dry.
And Yolanda, apologies if you already talked about this, but this is a power issue that's knocked it offline, and we just don't know if it's from surge or wind or a combination.
No, we no, it's not a power surge. It's a situation where we're trying to avoid, because the storm surge has come up so high at the plant, that we're trying to prevent it from salt water getting into those sensitive electronics. Because once salt water gets into those sensitive batteries and electronics, then that plant could go offline for who knows how long, and that we can't afford to do that.
So you all have taken it offline to
yes,
be
we made
proactive. Okay.
Yeah,
yes, made the decision to deal with a couple of days without sewage service versus a long-term problem, a long-term issue. This is not affecting the other two plants in the city. They're on higher ground. But unfortunately for that third, it's a full third of the city that we're looking at. Anywhere between 25 and 30% of the residents here are going to have to be dealing with this. And this is on top of some folks who are going to be seeing flood damage, because we have several neighborhoods that are impassable from flood waters that we haven't even been able to get into to see how bad it is.
Well, let me ask you, Yolanda, do you know how many people, I know this affects a large portion of the city, do you know how many homes and businesses are impacted by this sewage situation?
We can't give you an exact number. We think it's possible around 70,000 people, maybe 25% of the population, maybe a little bit less. But it is going to affect businesses as well as schools, churches, residents, any structure that has sewage service from the city in that part of the city.
Yeah, I want to
Again,
follow
north of 30th Avenue North, all the way to Gandy, and then east of Interstate 275 out to the Bay.
Yeah, huge area, a lot of homes in there and a lot of businesses, as you mentioned here. I want to follow up on something you mentioned about other areas being inundated with water. Are you able to share what some of those areas are that you've been hearing about? I understand that crews may not have been able to get into those areas yet and assess the damage, but what neighborhoods are we talking about?
Well, pretty much that level A evacuation zone. Any of those homes along the bay side is what we're seeing. Shore Acres, Snell Isle, Venetian Isles, Coquina Key. Those are the areas that we ask people to evacuate. Those are the areas that traditionally are low-lying. Some of them have seen water in the roads, or some of them have had, home damage in the past. Those are the areas that we're seeing that have been impacted. And so it's going to be a while before that water completely recedes in order for us to be able to get our teams back in there and see what the damage is. It could be late morning. So we're asking people to be patient. We're not going to be able to allow people back into their homes until we know it's safe.
Yolanda, the areas that you have been able to get to, what are your crews seeing? What are you seeing with homeowners, roadways?
We've seen a lot of flooded roads. We've had to completely close the bridges off to some neighborhoods like Shore Acres and Snell Isle, allowing people to leave, but not allowing people to go back in. Water so high that SUVs and high water vehicles are no longer able to get in. So we're going to be taking John boats, the fire department, fire rescue will be dealing with that in the morning. And we know there are people that are stuck in their homes and are stuck in flooded homes, but at this point it's too late for us to be able to go out and rescue them. We have to wait until conditions are safe.
Yolanda, for those folks who, and I know you've worked with the police department for some time here, for those folks who are concerned about their homes being looted or burglarized, that type of thing, people who evacuated, what kind of precautions has the city taken to assure people that there's not going to be widespread problems like that? I take it that's something you all have talked about and are attempting at least to keep that limited, right?
Yes, absolutely. We've had directed patrols. We have had a large police presence in all of those areas. and we have officers blocking off roads to access those areas. So especially now, once the waters start receding in the morning, we will have a large presence there to try to keep anything like that from happening.
So you all are basically
we have to wait until some of those floodwaters recede before we can really get into some of those areas. And it could take some time for those waters to go back, because it's not just rainwater. We're talking, this is a storm surge. So that bay has to empty back out, and it's going to take a while. This has been a lot of water. We haven't seen water like this, 5 to 8 feet of storm surge, and it's holding true. The prediction is holding true.
Yeah.
Yolanda, and we knew that this was there's a lot of preparations that happened. Was there anything that the city was able to do differently with this amount of water for these communities?
No, the city has been working with these communities now for quite some time, and many repairs and pumps and all kinds of repairs have been made and upgrades have been made to many areas. But the fact is, there's no way that you can stop the Gulf. You can stop the bay when you've got an 8-foot storm surge. And it may not have gotten that high in some places, but 4, 5, 6 feet of storm surge still does significant damage to many of these homes.
Yolanda, we really appreciate you being with us. I know for many years you were on the anchor desk like we are right here. Did a terrific job when you were on the news side of it, and you're doing a great job with the city of St. Pete in keeping us up to date. We greatly appreciate it under really difficult circumstances, you spending time with us.
Well, thank you, and thank you for helping us to get the word out.
You bet. All right, take care. We'll be in touch.
All right. Yolanda Fernandez with the city of St. Pete taking time to talk with us about an issue that is very, very serious. Again, it could be 48 hours or more. The Northeast water treatment plant taken offline to be proactive and to make sure that there wasn't more damage done. So about 70,000, maybe more, churches, businesses, schools, homeowners. You just can't drain the water in your home. You can use the drinking water, but you cannot drain that. So don't flush the toilet, because it will back right back up into your home.
You can't shower, you can't do your laundry, you can't do all those things. David Shealy is in Tarpon Springs. He's been keeping an eye on things there. David, what a mess in Tarpon Springs. You were down at the sponge docks. I'm not sure where you are right now, but our hearts go out to the people of Tarpon Springs who are really dealing with a mess, and they will see in full scope what that mess is tomorrow.
Absolutely, and we are right now in a condominium complex right by the Klosterman Bayou in the Gulf of Mexico, and as you said, it is a mess, and mess might be an understatement. It is flooded here on this street. I can't give you an exact number as to how high it is, but I want to give you a visual of a mailbox that is on this street, and you can see that the water has almost submerged that mailbox. That mailbox is just kind of peeking up above the water, just to give you an idea of how high the waters are here. And we go back to that word mess. There's all kinds of things in the water. We've seen light bulbs, pillows, there's a gym mat right there, all kinds of things floating in the water. And that's why we've been saying throughout the evening, throughout the night, this is not the type of water to go and play in. Don't try to drive through the water, don't walk in the water, don't swim in the water, don't drink the water, because you don't know what's in this water. Tarpon Springs police said that they have reports of live wires going down into the water. So you definitely want to stay out of the waters when there's power lines down inside water here. So right now it's not as windy as it was earlier. It's not raining as of right now, but we've seen flooding in this neighborhood. We've seen flooding by the docks, and we're going to keep eye on if there's any floodwaters anywhere else. But there has been some flooding that's gone up to about waist deep and even higher in some areas here.
Are in that area there? Are we talking homes in the area, businesses? What does it look like?
Yes, so we've seen businesses flooded right by the sponge docks. Those businesses have been flooded over there for a little bit. We talked to one business owner a little bit ago, and he said water never enters his business. It does not flood his business. It always just has water on the sidewalk. And for the first time since he's been a business owner right by the sponge docks, there is water inside of his business right now. So he's dealing with that situation, won't be able to get the full scope of what's going on until daylight tomorrow. or possibly later, but he can tell as of right now that there is water inside of the business that he owns by the sponge docks. In terms of homes, this is a complex. This is a neighborhood where people live, and if we're seeing water go up to the level of a mailbox, then we would have to conclude that there possibly is water inside of the home. So we hope the people have evacuated. You probably can't hear it through the microphone, but we do hear car alarms going off in the background. So there is a chance that some people have left their cars here or might still be here and may need to get help getting out. But we do hope that the people that are here are safe and they have evacuated, because again, the waters are about waist deep.
Wow.
Yeah. They're going to be, David, thank you. There's going to be a lot of unfortunate firsts, right?
Yeah.
First time that a business is flooded, first time that someone has seen this amount of water, first time having to deal with, their homes. And so that, and we're here every step of the way helping you through that. One thing I do want to talk about, he talked about the car alarms.
Yes.
And this is really important. When we talk about, a lot of people have electric vehicles now, and you have those lithium-ion batteries. In this situation, you have that, it can corrode that battery, it can start a fire very quickly, a fire that then is thermal runaway. So it burns very hot, it's very difficult for firefighters to put out, and you want to make sure that that's not happening in your home. If you have an electric vehicle, if it has been damaged by salt water, if there's been saltwater intrusion, do not start that vehicle. You want to make sure that it gets towed and removed. Don't try and start that and move that away.
It can happen days after the water
Right,
intrusion
right.
there. Also keep in mind that's true with bicycles, anything with a lithium-ion battery. So keep that in mind. That's something to keep in mind. Not everybody has that, but you might have a tool. You might have a
hoverboard,
a bike, a scooter, whatever it happens to be. Just keep that in mind. If it's had contact with salt water, that's particularly dangerous.
We do have a rescue that we want to get to right now. Braden 10. This home was right on the water before the Manatee Avenue Bridge. I think a couple here. This is some video of it. Oh my gosh! Look inside. This is inside of their house. Look at all of that water, that surge coming in.
Right around the Manatee Avenue Bridge that goes into Holmes Beach right here, and.
Wow.
What a
This is from the second floor.
and again, we talk about evacuation, but not everybody does that. And there are a variety of reasons. Sometimes people's health prevents them from evacuating easily. Sometimes people's pets, they stay because they have pets, or they have difficult circumstances, or they can't afford a hotel, or they don't feel comfortable in a shelter. Whatever it is, people do stay behind, and this happens during every storm. And unfortunately, some of these people have to be rescued, but
this is from a balcony.
Yeah, we're sure hoping that everybody's fine in there, but it's a scary scene when you see this kind of rushing water in there, and it's tremendously dangerous as well.
And you can see that this is video from one home. It was a couple who had to be rescued again in Bradenton. This is before the Manatee Avenue Bridge that goes to Holmes Beach, and look at all of the other houses there as well, experiencing the same water.
And this is just one thing that we have video of. You just wonder how many times this is repeated across our area. Yolanda Fernandez with the City of St. Pete talked about Shore Acres. She talked about Snell Island.
Right.
And, those areas are used to getting some water, but not so much. Well, Shore Acres, to a certain extent, has experienced a lot of water incursion in homes, but not as much in places like Snell Island. Right. And, it's I'm sure, shocking to those who live in those areas.
And there are areas that we just cannot see because there's no access there. Right. Anna Maria is one of those areas, Longboat Key, and I know that we're working on that right now, trying to get some information. And Bobby Deskins shared with us some of the information. He said Anna Maria is just got hit really, really hard. A lot of people in a lot of hurt.
Yeah, he mentioned that person even
Yeah.
swimming from one building to another or whatever. Aaron Parsegian is in Crystal River for us right now. That's an area that's been hard hit. We've seen a fair amount of flooding there. Aaron, give us an update on what you're seeing.
Well, Dave and Cordy, if I remember, you last checked in with us about an hour ago. And since that point, we've seen some of the worst wind we've seen in this area thus far. Of course, I'm standing right outside Kings Bay here in downtown Crystal River. This is the area of concern when we're starting to talk about storm surge that could be coming over the next few hours and early tomorrow morning. That water level has risen quite a bit in the past hour or so. If I pull out my flashlight here, you can see this water was below this wall pretty significantly. Now this wind is blowing these waves and water is starting to pool up right about here. We're going to be watching this area closely, of course, because as you mentioned, this is a place no stranger to flooding. Hurricane Idalia over a year ago brought 7-foot storm surge, damaging homes and businesses in this area. Now we're projecting that type of storm surge or possibly larger as we approach early in the morning. So it could do some damage. And this has kind of been our landmark of sorts, this seawall. We were told by some of the locals in this area that once it starts breaching the seawall totally is when we should start making our way out of here. We've about 15 minutes because it can really start to collect quick.
And Aaron, have you seen people coming down there trying to check it out? Have you been able to talk with folks throughout this?
Well, early this afternoon when conditions were a little less, we were talking to many people out here just out and about trying to see what impacts there would be from Hurricane Helene. That's not the case now. The only people really out and about besides the news crews are sheriff's deputies making sure people stay away from this area for the most part, because now it's starting to get a little more hairy as far as the concerns with the storm surge and some of the water beginning to rise here in Kings Bay.
Yeah, it is so tough to see at night. That is the challenge. It's awfully dark out there, and there are a lot of power outages as well, so difficult for drivers to know exactly what they're driving into. I want to take a live look at Bay Pines. This is a picture at Bay Pines. This is at 95th Street North in Seminole right here. We have seen flooded roads in this area, and we've also seen several cars pull up to the flooding and turn around. That's obviously what you want to do. That's the right approach to it. Sometimes you don't know until you're actually in those floodwaters sometimes. So take it slow. You know, the best thing right now is just to stay out of there. Yolanda Fernandez with the city of St. Pete talked about how, you know, they have police officers stationed to prevent people from getting in neighborhoods and getting in trouble. And some of those, you know, some of those neighborhoods are just underwater right now.
And right here, very important that we're sharing this with you. This is the this is Veterans Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this is, you know, right there in St. Petersburg and Seminole, and thankfully we're not seeing any cars there currently.
Right. Well, and
but there's flooding.
And I don't know if they're being kept off that road. Hopefully they are. But you know, the law enforcement is, I'm sure, is spread thin at this hour, trying to. Because there's so many areas that need to be blocked off that they just probably don't have enough manpower right now.
Our producer is saying that yes, they have seen, as they've been watching this, they have seen cars that have been pulling up and then they have had to turn around. Yeah. You know, look, if you're in need of medical care, if you're a veteran, you know, please be aware right now that there is a lot of water, a lot of flooding right here. Again, Bay Pines at 95th Street in Seminole at the Veterans Hospital, VA.
Let's check out what's going on in Tampa right now. Eric Glasser standing by live. Oh, let's take a live look if we can right now. Just a lot. This is wow. This is Tampa, and are we? Where in Tampa
Eric?
Are we? Okay.
So.
Yeah, we're just looking at really kind of brutal winds and real downpours. This is what happens in hurricanes, where you've got a lull and then you've got high winds. And that is, I believe, Eric Glasser there, who is keeping an eye on this. Hopefully you can hear us. Can you hear us, Eric?
Ish, if you can hear, can you just pan over?
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
We can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, we are in the middle, as you can clearly see, of one of the gusts that comes through. A ton of rain falling right now in South Tampa. If you look down the road from where I am, I'm on Manhattan Avenue, and we are just north of Euclid, and you could just see the sheets of rain as they move across the water that is already sitting in this area. I promised you a little bit earlier, since we were downtown for a while, showing you Bayshore and areas around South Tampa, Davis Islands, that we would eventually move our way a little bit west. We have done that. Again, this is Manhattan, so people are very familiar with that. It runs from about the middle part of South Tampa all the way down to Gandy, and then obviously south of that. This is what we're seeing all over the place when it comes to the amount of rain that's fallen on the west side of Tampa right now. I know that you guys had asked a little bit earlier. Courtney, I know you asked, well, what does it look like over on West? It's a mess. That's what it is. It is a mess everywhere on this side of the bay right now. A lot of it looks like what you are seeing. When we first got here, the light post that you see right there, that was dry. That's where we were standing. And in the short period of time that we've been standing here, we've had to move back because the water has continued to rise. So there continues to be storm surge, but then every once in a while we get one of these squall lines that moves through, and it's adding insult to injury because it's dropping rain in an area that is not draining off right now. So it just keeps building up on it. This area has also become prime real estate for people who are, well, more or less doing what we tell them to do, which is to turn around when there's deep water. But you can see it's kind of dark here. And so what's happening is that people are reaching this part because Manhattan's a busy road and they're moving along. And then when they get to right about here, they have to hit the brakes because they realize, uh-oh, there's standing water there. It's not particularly well lit. And that's the same for a lot of the side streets. I can tell you in this part of South Tampa, there have been power outages. And so that's a big problem also. Dark streets, power outages, and flooding. So hopefully there's not too many people out and about right now, you know, as it continues to get later. But we have seen plenty of cars that have gotten to this area and done again as we have told them to do, which is when they get to that water to turn around. Some have tried to make their way through. The fire department was here for a little while, keeping an eye on a couple of folks who had kind of had trouble getting through there. They've since moved on. But again, you asked, we traveled over here so that we could show you this. This is very typical of what's going on right now in the west side of Tampa. Every place from West Shore Boulevard over to Manhattan and then south has a lot of standing water tonight. And again, just based upon what we're seeing, before this rain started to fall, this was coming up. This was continuing to rise. So for at least another hour or so, I would guess that you're going to continue to see the tide come up, the surge come up, and then every once in a while when we get one of those squalls that moves through here like that last one did, again, it's going to add a little bit of insult to injury and just a little bit more water on top of it, guys.